What is up, legends, and welcome to the grand finals of the 2022 Winter of Champions Unmatched tournament. My name is Baked Goods. I'll be your host for today, and I am just super excited for an amazing day of Unmatched. I'm joined here by former champion Jeremiah, aka Prospero. Prospero, how are you doing this morning?
Doing pretty good. It's always a good day for Unmatched, Taylor.
Always a good day. Ben, aka Feebleblobber, is also joining us. Ben, how are you doing this morning?
I'm doing pretty good. Looking forward to seeing Chad beat Zero today.
Well, we'll talk about predictions in a little bit, but I guess we know who you're rooting for. And lastly, we're joined by the lovely Mike, aka Sidious256. Mike, how are you doing this morning?
Every day's a good day. Some are better than others, including a good day to root for zeroskatr12.
You'll love to see it. Well, I would like to get us started by just thanking some people once again. First of all, thank you to Restoration Games for sponsoring this event. It's just a great way to build the community and bring the community together. It's such a cool event for so many players, and everyone who participated is just so happy that Restoration is able to sponsor us. Big thanks to the people at Feebleblobber for letting us use their platform. They just have such a beautiful and aesthetically pleasing way to play Unmatched, and it looks really good on stream, I think. So it's just such a good platform to have. I'd also like to thank the TOs. We have zeroskatr, aka John, who's playing today, but also Josh, Noah, and Gary. Also, they've just dedicated so much time into organizing everything and smoothing out the kinks of this whole event, and it really couldn't have been made possible without them. Thanks to the players and everyone who participated, because obviously without the players there is no event. And thank you to everyone watching in the stream right now, because if no one was watching, I guess there'd be no no point in this. And thank you to Frank at League for having just such a great host website for the tournament. It's really made everything about the process of submitting matches and viewing data so much easier. And thank you to my fellow commentators for donating their time, and it's just making the stream what it is. So I'll go over the tourney format right now, because this is a little bit different than what we've seen up until this point. So to summarize the players' journeys and how they've gotten here, there was 7 rounds of Swiss, meaning that based on if you won or lost your previous match or matches, you would get paired up in future rounds against people who had roughly the same win-loss record. So you were always playing someone like roughly even to you. And so there were about 100 competitors, a little bit over that number, but after 7 rounds of Swiss, the cutoff was the top 8. So the top 8 players, one of them was actually Ben here. Congratulations for making the top 8, Ben.
Thanks.
The cutoff was the top 8, and earlier this past week, players played in their quarterfinal matches, and the winners moved on to the top 4, which we saw yesterday. We had Chadicular, or Chad, versus Caesar, and Chad ended up winning that. And in the second semifinal, we had zeroskatr, or John, play against, oh my god, I'm blanking on who he played. He played Darkblade, and so John ended up winning. So now we have the grand finals of Chad versus Zero, and you got to do something special for the grand finals, but it's going to be a best of 5 now instead of a best of 3. So how this works is the pick ban phase, where normally players will each take turns selecting back and forth based on who's leader or follower. They'll select 3 heroes and ban 1. So they have 2 heroes in their lineup versus the other person's 2. But now for best of 5, they'll pick 4 heroes and ban 1. So they'll each have 3 heroes, which is 1 extra hero, which doesn't sound like a lot, but could really change the game. And I'm actually going to ask Jeremiah a question here, because he has played in a tournament finals before. He has some experience with this format, and maybe he can give us some insights on what having a bigger fighter lineup can do for you during a match. So Jeremiah, what are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, thanks, Taylor. Also, you know, I heard the hesitation. You wanted to call me Prospero. I
Yes,
heard that.
yes.
That is quite all right. So as far as the finals format goes in the best of 5, having a expanded roster, having more characters to pick from, means that if you've got specific counter picks in mind, it's going to be less likely you get them. So in general, I feel like you have to lean more into generally good fighters. So we know, for example, that Yenenga is strong, but Yenenga has some picks that counter her pretty hard. Sinbad, Bruce Lee, Bloody Mary all have really good matchups, but they're not as generally good as Yenenga is. So Yenenga herself might be a better pick because it's less likely those counters get picked into her because there's so many more options, potential matchups with a 3-3 roster than just a 2-2.
Interesting thought. So you're kind of saying that you might need to rely more heavily on generally good fighters than specific counter picks, which is interesting because we've seen some players prefer follower in so far this tournament, just because you have the ability to react to what your opponent picks, and you can counter them by intentionally selecting fighters that are good into fighters they've selected. So Ben, do you think with this expanded roster that maybe leader has more of an advantage because it's harder for follower to counterpick?
So I definitely think it's possible that the leader has more of an advantage than we may have seen for follower throughout the tournament. The only hesitancy I have there is if you can find 4 counters or maybe 3 counters in a strong fighter that's, even into 1 or 2 of your opponent's fighters, you can end up counterpicking. So it's not impossible to counterpick, it's just you have to go much deeper into the roster and much deeper into the counterpick well, if you will, in order to even get counterpicks to work. And even then, like Prospero said, you might be giving up you might not get that matchup a whole lot, so then you might be giving up 2 of the 3 wins your opponent needs, because you might have bad matchups into their other fighters.
Okay. And Mike, this is a best of 5, so it could potentially go to 5 games if the players each win 2 of the first 4. Do you think that the better player will always come out on top? Or do you think that the person who is able to just mentally stay in the game despite the losses, stay focused, stay energized, do you think that has a little bit more to do with it than just player skill?
Who doesn't love a good comeback story? Who doesn't love a good comeback story? Being down just to make a better comeback. No, I think it's a bit of both. I think you have to keep yourself in the game mentally at all times. I think could be very dragging to play 5 total games, right? And then if you start seeing yourself get behind, it could be rough. I think Chad touched on this yesterday actually a bit on staying in the now. And I think that's something that's going to have to be taken into effect throughout the whole series.
Yeah, he touched on how just only focusing on the one game you're in right now is important. You don't necessarily have to take the whole match into account, because that can kind of distract you and mess you up. If you just focus on winning the game you're in now and kind of segmenting your approach to it, that is generally preferable for Chad. So really great words of wisdom there. So Prospero, both of these players have been on this stage before. Zero made the grand finals, but he ended up winning in the Summer of Legends tournament. And Chad was in the finals of the Release Rumble for Battle of Legends Volume 2. So how much do you think experience plays into this? Just playing on this stage in a expanded match format with a best of 5. Obviously, you've been here, so can you tell us a little bit about how these players might be approaching this now that it's their second time making the finals?
Yeah, I mean, there's really no telling what kind of mental changes mental shifts you might go through like this. I know when I was in the finals, it was a big stamina thing, having to go through. I played 12 games that weekend. It was a slightly different format. It was a lot of Unmatched. And a lot of competitive Unmatched, because it's different when you are playing for fun, playing casually, and when you're really trying, when you're really putting that mental strain in there. I think experience could have a big part, though. Both of them having these final experiences, I don't think they're going to let the fact that, you know, it's being streamed, it's being commentated. You literally have 4 other players that are like really into the game, literally watching and commentating on your every move, and going, I don't know why he did that. Why did they do that? Oh, that wasn't such a smart move. Like, you know, that can get in the head of some people. I don't think that's going to get in the head of Zero and Chad here. You know, mainly because they've been here before. They know the drill. And it's really, I think, going to come down today to who's prepared, who's practiced the matchups, and how the cards come up.
Mm-hmm. Always interesting to get in the headspace of a champion and hear it from those who have been there before. Ben has unfortunately had the pleasure, or maybe misfortune, of being able to face Zeroskater twice so far this tournament. He matched up in Swiss and then again in the quarterfinals for the top 8. So what do you think we can expect from Zero today? Is he the favorite to win, considering that he hasn't lost a match so far this tournament, Ben?
So it's definitely possible that he wins it. He's a very good player with good fundamentals, and he's got sort of, it works out in the pick ban phase, sort of who ends up getting favored. As far as the way Zero prefers to play the pick ban, he always prefers leader in almost every match that I've played against him or seen him play. And within that, he sort of has preferred fighters. He has Sherlock is his number 1, Medusa's number 2, Yanenga's number 3. Then he'll go Bigfoot, Little Red, or Wukong. Those are sort of his 4th picks, I guess. With the exception of maybe he'll rotate into Sinbad if the opponent gets Yanenga, and Robin Hood potentially if the opponent gets Wukong. So there's sort of some preferred counter picks that he likes, but sort of those main 5 fighters that I mentioned are the ones he's most likely going to go. And if he can get, I'd say, like 3 of them into the right matchup or lineup for Chadicular, then he's definitely got a strong chance to win. I think the trick is, can Chadicular prevent that from happening, or use his counter picks to maybe make 2 of Zero's preferred fighters just not worth running.
And Mike, Chad maybe might not have the championship rapport that Zero has, but he's made it to the finals. He's one of the top 2 players out of the one over 100 that competed in this event. So do you think Chad can pull it off? Like, what do you expect to see out of Chad today?
If you don't think you can pull it off, Chad can pull it off. I don't think you've been watching his rise to fame this tournament. They play almost an aggressive play style in themselves, in the fact that they play super vanilla. They know their way to victory, and they're not gonna dissuade from it. It's both are gonna be great. I think they both play against each other a fair amount. I think they know each other very well. I think that makes for a more interesting matchup. I think Chad has just as much of a chance as Zeroskater does. Chadicular has as much of a chance as Zeroskater does. I think to not think that would be absolutely asinine.
Mm-hmm. And we have some information for the viewers at home. The competitors are still in their pick ban phase, but we have some information on leader follower. And very similar to yesterday, Chad won the die roll for being able to pick leader or follower, and he picked follower, giving Zeroskater leader. So this is similar to what Darkblade did, because Darkblade also won the die roll. He had a follower preference, so picked follower, which seems good, but then you realize that you're giving Zero leader, and that's a position that he's very comfortable in. So Prospero, what do you think about that decision? Do you think Chad should have tried to throw Zero off by taking leader from him, given that he had the choice?
I mean, were I in that situation and knowing the you have to pick 4 ban 1 format, I might have leaned more towards leader, even if it's just to put Zero off his game a bit. But I don't think it's necessarily a bad idea to go follower. You might have some spicy picks in there that you think goes well into the ones that Zero is probably going to pick. I mean, essentially, if you're going leader, or if you are giving Zero leader, you're giving Zero Sherlock. That's the extent of it. So either you've already got your ban planned because you don't want to play Zero Sherlock, and having both myself and Ben attempt to take on Zero Sherlock, maybe that's not the best strategy, because the man does not make mistakes with that fighter. Or you've planned against Zero Sherlock, or you've already planned your ban. So that's the leader follower dilemma there. If you give Zero leader, you give him Sherlock. That's basically the situation.
Mm-hmm.
I will say though,
yeah.
that the giving him Sherlock thing, you could try to counterpick it like Jeremiah and I did, but it in a best of 5 format, giving up 1 win to a Sherlock isn't necessarily the worst outcome, because that's only one of the 3 wins as opposed to half of the wins the opponent needs, 1 of 2. So maybe letting Sherlock through and banning some other fighter that does well into your lineup might work out better for you as a follower.
That's an excellent point.
I actually think we saw that last year, didn't we, with Little Red, when John was Invisible Man. I believe he lost that first game. He just picked Invisible Man on purpose for that, did he, Don? I believe it was something similar to that. Could be wrong.
Yeah, we saw zeroskatr12 pick one of his favorite fighters, Invisible Man, in last year's the Summer of Legends Grand Finals, and I think that's because his opponent Josh Tan had some characters that Invisible Man was decent into, like Dracula and Robin Hood. But I know Josh also had Little Red on his lineup, which just kind of stomps Invisible Man. So I doubt we'll see Invisible Man from John today, given that some of the new Battle of Legends Volume 2 fighters are pretty good into him. But we'll probably see similar picks for Zero as he's done so far this tournament. I was actually about to ask you, Ben, because you've been kind of trying to get into his head and understand him as a player. Do you think he takes Yanenga? He seems to really like her. Do you think there's any doubt that he'll pick Yanenga?
There isn't. If he gets leader, he's going Yanenga. He goes Sherlock first if he's leader. Then he goes probably Yanenga, unless Chad pulls something real weird out where he doesn't go Medusa, which, maybe Chad's gotten something working behind the scenes. But so after Sherlock Yanenga, sort of a question of Wukong Sinbad or Wukong Little Red and Bigfoot next. And that sort of depends on Chadicular's picks. If Chad goes maybe Wukong, maybe Zero goes Little Red instead to try to sort of have a soft counter to that Wukong pick. If Chad maybe goes like a Sinbad, then Bigfoot counters Sinbad hard, so Zero might go Bigfoot next then. It sort of depends on how he wants to respond to Chadicular's second pick.
It's funny you mentioned how Bigfoot counters Sinbad, because in order to get to the grand finals, Jeremiah had to beat Bigfoot with Sinbad. So it's anything is possible. There's no 100% matchup. So we talk about counters and all, but really no matchup is guaranteed to be a win for either fighter. You still have to play well. And one last question before we go over the actual fighter picks. Mike, if John picks Yanenga, is Chad busting out his Bloody Mary?
If you don't think Bloody Mary's going to come out if Yanenga's on the board, I don't know what you're thinking. I don't know what you're doing here. We're going to see some Bloody Mary. We're going to see some third actions. We're going to see some speak 3 times. It's going to happen.
Mm-hmm. Okay, well, let's see if what we've been talking about is correct. We can go over the hero picks that each player has picked so far. Okay, so we see for Zero, the leader, he picked Sherlock, Yanenga, Little Red, and Bigfoot. So That's actually not surprising at all. Like Ben was saying, Zero is very comfortable with all four of these heroes. In fact, his lineup yesterday in the semifinals was Sherlock, Yanenga, Bigfoot, and we've seen how he's very comfortable playing Little Red. And on Chad's side, he picked Medusa. Really no surprise there. Sun Wukong, who he had in the semifinal, so that's obviously probably a comfort pick for him, while also being a pretty decent hero overall. And then we see him follow up his lineup with Sinbad and Bloody Mary, who are two of Yanenga's worst matchups, meaning that Sinbad and Bloody Mary can beat Yanenga a large majority of the time. So Jeremiah, just looking at these two rosters, do you think a particular player is favored over the other?
I mean, I think Zero has more general power picks, and Chad has more counters, and that tends to be how it goes, particularly with leader-follower. I think an interesting point here is that I think Little Red is pretty good into Wukong and Medusa, but not necessarily into Sinbad and Bloody Mary. So I think that, like, each of Chad's fighters counters some of Zero's and then is countered by some of Zero's. Like, Bigfoot is just a problem for both Sinbad and Bloody Mary. And so I'll be actually very interested to see what Chad decides to ban of Zero's lineup. Because we were talking about the Sherlock ban, and that's always a solid ban. I feel like it's never not a good idea. But as Ben was saying, it's only 1/3 of the wins he needs. And so you might end up banning Bigfoot here because of how many feints is involved, which means that if Sinbad and Bloody Mary are left up, they're both going into two potential characters who have limited or no feints at all, no cancels at all. And so I think Bloody Mary and Sinbad could do pretty good into Little Red and Yanenga. I don't think either of them would do particularly well into Bigfoot. Maybe you look at the Bigfoot ban. That might be a possibility there, but that's just my initial thoughts looking at these lineups.
And sort of to add to the idea of maybe banning Bigfoot, I don't know if Chadicular has this crazy idea or not, but I've played them in my preparation for Zeroskater to try to triple counter the Sherlock. My picks were Medusa and Sun Wukong, as well as Yanenga, who's sort of the most well-known counter to Sherlock. Because I think Sun Wukong can take it against Sherlock if you get the right map. So maybe Chadicular was sort of trying to prepare for that, just to maybe win one of those two coin flip matchups. It's not it's not like a 60-40 split in Chad's favor. It's more like a 50-50, but that's better than most fighters into Sherlock.
And into Zero.
Yeah. And we actually have the bans in, but before we reveal them, Mike, who do you think is going to get banned for each side?
For each side?
Yeah.
I'm going to say Sinbad on Chadicular's side, or Bloody Mary, but I'm leaning towards Sinbad. Sinbad does way too well into both Yanenga and Little Red, and those are two very comfort picks for zeroskatr12. So I'm leaning Sinbad with the Bloody Mary as a second, and then on possibly Zeroskater's side, if it's not Sherlock, it's got to be Bigfoot. A lot of people know this already, but Zeroskater's Bigfoot, absolutely a menace. It's a menace on the field. And, you look at that and you see Sun Wukong as a potential counter, but really, that's only one. So if you lose that one, you still get him into three almost favorable matchups. So why wouldn't you get rid of him there when, kind of like what Ben was saying, and I'm echoing, Medusa Sun Wukong could be Sherlock on favorable places. So I that's my 2 cents.
Yeah, it'll be really interesting to kind of try to unpack the decision making behind each player's ban, because on one hand you could just ban the strongest fighter on your opponent's lineup, but maybe you get a little bit risky and you ban maybe a weaker fighter that has a better matchup spread into your hero. So let's take a look at each player's hero ban now and see who they banned out of their opponent's lineup. So you got it. We see Sinbad banned for Chadicular, meaning that Zero banned Chad Sinbad, and Chad banned Zero's Bigfoot, which wow, that's those are some decent bans. Prospero, you want to talk about the implication of Zero not having Bigfoot?
Yeah, so Bigfoot has a lot of strengths. That's why he is/was considered Big 3. There's some debate that he's falling out of the Big 3. But that, that would still put him in top 4. Even if he falls down a spot. Bigfoot's strengths, one of the major ones, particularly into this lineup, is 5 cancels. And particularly 5 any cancels. So they're cancels that even Jackalope can use. So both Sinbad and Bloody Mary do not like Bigfoot. Now that Sinbad's been banned, not having Bigfoot is not as valuable. If Zero had decided to ban Medusa, the Bigfoot ban would have been a little more valuable. But I still think that Bigfoot is a really strong all-around fighter. And I'm actually really excited to see some of these matchups, because there's obviously ones that Chad wants specifically. I think he wants Bloody Mary into Yanenga or Little Red, and would prefer not Sherlock. I think he would prefer Sun Wukong probably into Sherlock as opposed to the other two. And Medusa, I think, could go back and forth on either one, but I think in general, whenever you fight Little Red, you don't want them to have map pick. I think it's just a general rule. So I think that there's a lot of good matchups for both sides here. I think Chad definitely is taking the slightly riskier path. But I mean, you pick follower, you're going for the riskier path, and I always say, as it's the way I won the championship, it's better to be lucky than good. And you can't be lucky if you don't take a little risk.
Wise words from the former champion. So Ben, what maps do you think might each player pick to ban? We see some fighters like Little Red who do really well on certain maps. But what are your ideas, just looking at each player's lineup?
So I think Zero's got a pretty easy ban in Hairrot, because it's one of Yanenga's worst maps. The only thing that sort of gives me pause there is Medusa does pretty bad on it too, but that's one of 3 fighters that Chadicular has. And interestingly, Chadicular has only 1 ranged fighter. The other 2 fighters, one's move 3, one's move 2, but they're both melee. They're both sort of solo fighters. I mean, Wukong does have the clones that he can make, but he doesn't start with them on the board. He just generates them over time. So, something like the Khan isn't a particularly good fighter for Chadicular here. That's another one that we might see every now and then. Baskerville might be a potential ban for Zero, because Yanenga, or because Baskerville's just got that one corner where you can hold up. But Yanenga does so well on Baskerville that Zero's probably not going to ban it. So I'm thinking Hairrot for Zero. For Chadicular, it's a little bit of a more of a tougher guess. It's possible that maybe Chad bans I don't know, Armorial, because that's a pretty good Yanenga map. Maybe bans the Sarpedon just to prevent Little Red from doing the Sarpedon Alpha Strike. But Chadicular's map ban is a little bit more up in the air for me.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, definitely multiple possibilities for each side. And Mike, how the games will work today is that each player will simultaneously make a hidden pick of the character they want to use in each game. And because there's 3 fighters on each side, there will be multiple hidden picks for basically every single game except the last one. And so just to start game 1, each player has 3 possibilities into their opponent's 3 possibilities. So who do you think each player will pick for game 1, not knowing who their opponent is picking?
Well, I feel like both are going to try to move as close as they could to a comfort pick and also a strong pick to come out swinging. That being said, zeroskatr12, I think he usually starts Sherlock. I don't have the actual information in front of me about that, but if it's not Sherlock, I believe he will start Yananga. I do not think he will start Red. I could be totally wrong on that, but I got my bands right, so I'm not going to be upset. As far as Chadicular goes, um, I almost think you start to get into that mindset. What is your opponent going to pick? And because John's probably going to come out swinging with Sherlock or Yanega, I think Medusa's just the better pick overall. The only reason I would think not that is go Sun Wukong if you think he's going Sherlock. Well, you have the map and get what you want. I think Hanging Gardens is a good map for that matchup. Who doesn't love the one Ryu when you take it, right? Like that one damage just does it for you. So I could see that, but I would have to think that we're going to see the Sherlock Medusa, which I believe was a very, very keen top big three matchup, and we'll see if I'm totally wrong soon.
Okay. Well, we'll go over the fighter picks for Game 1 after watching this short how to play video, because maybe we have some new players in the audience that are watching Unmatched for the first time and just want to get a little bit more comfortable with the rules. So before we watch Game 1 and go over the picks, let's watch this amazing how to play video and get everyone up to speed.
Unmatched is a card-based tactical fighting game featuring various characters from history, literature, and fantasy. The goal? Reduce the opposing hero's health to 0. Players take turns performing any combination of 2 actions, from maneuvering, scheming, or attacking. A maneuver causes the player to draw a card from their deck and lets them move any of their fighters around the board. They may increase the distance of their move by discarding a card known as a boost. When a scheme card is played, simply follow the text on the card to complete the action. For an attack, the turn player will choose a card from their hand to place face down for combat. The opponent will have the option to place one of their cards down as defense. The value on the cards will determine the damage dealt in combat. Melee fighters can only attack adjacent spaces, while ranged fighters can also attack any space within their color-coordinated zone. Some characters have sidekicks to help them out, and others fight solo. Each hero has their own unique abilities and deck of cards to bring the character to life. Because in battle, there are no equals.
Okay, so the picks for Game 1 will be zeroskatr12 playing as Sherlock, so you got that right, Mike, versus Chad's Bloody Mary. And Chad, being the follower, had map and position pick for this game, and Chad chose Hanging Gardens. We're not sure about the position right now, but we'll go over the decks for each of these characters, and we'll start with the world's greatest detective, Sherlock Holmes. Ben, do you want to run through some of this detective's key cards?
Yeah, so Sherlock being the world's greatest detective, he is all about sort of knowledge and knowing the opponent and sort of taking them apart surgically almost. So the key cards in his deck are ones that rely on knowing your opponent's deck really well. So those are cards like Confirm Suspicion and Elementary, where you call out a number. In the case of Confirm Suspicion, you use it as an action to scheme. You call out a number, and then your opponent has to discard a card with that printed number in the top left corner. If they don't have one, they show you their hand, and then they take damage equal to the boost value. That's the number in the little circle. Elementary is another important card because he has 2 copies of it, whereas he had 3 of Confirmed Suspicion. Elementary, you play it as a defense, you play it face up, and you name a number for your opponent's card. And then if that card is the number that you named, you just basically ignore their entire card. You ignore the number, you ignore any effects on the card, you just everything, just none of it matters. So it's sort of like an extra cancel, an extra feint in Sherlock's deck. But it's dependent on him knowing his opponent's deck really well. Then another couple of good sources of his damage is the game is afoot. It's a 5-value attack. After combat, move Holmes up to 3 spaces. And counterpunch, it's a 3-value versatile. And after combat, if Holmes is adjacent to the opposing fighter, deal 2 damage to the opposing fighter. That's going to be really important in this matchup too, because Bloody Mary wants to be adjacent to Sherlock, so because she's a melee fighter, so Sherlock will be able to get off the counterpunch damage as well. And then the deduce strategy it sort of rewards deck knowledge in that when you play it as an attack or defense, you during combat you can choose to swap your opponent's value in the top left corner with the number in the boost circle. So it can be a very useful attack or defense depending on the matchup and depending on the situation. I think sort of one of the more important things to look out for is how Sherlock uses Elementary, because Bloody Mary is all about gaining third actions, so you always want to cancel the third action attack if you can. So the question is, what number do you name with Elementary?
Yeah, we talked about how Bigfoot could kind of be a bad matchup for Bloody Mary because he has 5 cancels. Sherlock almost has 5 cancels because Elementary could be that 4th and 5th cancel. Of course, Holmes just has to make the proper prediction there, so it's a little bit less guaranteed. Let's take a look at Chad's hero, Bloody Mary. Mike, you want to go over some of Bloody Mary's key cards?
Absolutely. So most of her key cards happen to do with the fact that she gets her third action. As we could see with her Speak 3 times the heavy damage third action card, if it's your third action, the 3 value turns into a 7. It's just the most damage. Unfortunately, sometimes becomes telegraphed if it's your third action, but you have many other options. So for instance, Ghostly Touch, you may boost this attack. That doesn't have to deal with the third action, but if it's your third action, you get to recover 3 health. 2 things that we're going to have to see. I think against Sherlock it might be tough, but you can force him into a situation where he has to use his feints otherwise, and you'll get your third action after combat or during combat action pieces. Closer Than She Appears. Move Bloody Mary up to 1 space, draw 1 card, gain 1 action. It just forces you to get your third action. It is definitely needed in the deck. Sometimes you just can't feel like you're getting your third actions. And against Sherlock, who's super disruptive, this card is going to be probably the most important one if you were to ask me. When to use this, how to use this is going to be absolutely insane. Broken Glass, wonderful card. You may increase or decrease the value of this card. And if the value of this card matches your opponent's, draw 1 card, and the opposing fighter takes 2 damage. So not only if you use this on a properly defensively against an offense, you don't take damage, they'll take 2, you get a card, you're ready for anything. Jump Scare, if Bloody Mary shares no zones with the space she started in, it's a 6. So everything's focused around mobility, how far you go, what happens next. Something that also might not be able to be seen right here is I believe it's Out of the Mirror card, which is the one that's almost like an ambush, but you don't need your third action to do the ambush. So using that as a attack when you might not expect it, just to disrupt opponent's hands, going to be huge. So I think this matchup's actually very, very interesting. I think having it on Hanging Gardens is going to make a huge difference for Mary. I'm excited to see this. Everybody knows Chadicular's Bloody Mary is very high tier. I'm ready for it. Also, Stolen Memories could be used quite well because you gain hand knowledge, and against Sherlock, that's always good, and then you get to target one of his cards. Just disrupt him. I absolutely believe that it's not out of the play just because zeroskatr12 is playing Sherlock. You have to realize some people just play their characters so well at a high tier, they're never out of it. So I'm excited.
Mm-hmm. Just Bloody Mary has a lot of really interesting cards that I think Chad will have to leverage the full usage of all of them in order to win. You mentioned the map being played on is Hanging Gardens. Really fun map. It's the newest map from Battle of Legends Volume 2. Jeremiah, you want to run us through this map?
Yeah, I've been excited for this map for some time. Obviously, with all the delays and stuff in production, playtesters have known about this map for a while, and I've been talking about how excited I was about Hanging Gardens for quite some time, because I love the special mechanic here. So, if you're unfamiliar with the Hanging Gardens map, between certain spaces there are those symbols which have the +1 to the attack. Those are called high ground. And as Obi-Wan will tell you, if you've got the high ground, it's over, Anakin. What the high ground does is that if the attacker is directly at the top of one of those symbols and the defender is directly at the bottom of one of those symbols, you get +1 to your you get +1 to the attack. And there are a lot of fighters that like with fighters that already have high values, now your values are even higher. You're hitting for over their defense even more. For fighters that have lower value attacks, sometimes that little bit of extra damage is just what you need. So it's actually going to favor heroes with mobility, and that is one thing that Bloody Mary has absolutely over Sherlock. Sherlock is slow, and Sherlock does not move around a lot. But Bloody Mary zips are all around the place. A lot of her after combat effects are movement. So I think it was a really good pick by Chad to choose Hanging Gardens. I think that if you can gain if there are advantages to be gained, I think Hanging Gardens is going to be one of the places he can do it.
Yep, certainly one of Mary's best maps just due to the high ground and the zone layout. The players are actually ready right now, so we can jump right into the game and start this finals stream off with what will hopefully be a very explosive match.
Let's go!
Here we go.
No surprise seeing Chad pick to go first. As he was follower, he picked map and position, and Bloody Mary being a very aggressive fighter, especially on this map when player 2 starts at the low ground. It's actually hard to see because the Sherlock figure is blocking it, but Chad going first, definitely a really smart pick for Mary here.
You guys want a pregame, like, what do you call that? Foresight on what I think may happen?
Ooh, I'm always down to hear that.
I bet we're getting the first turn closer than she appears. You move the 3 up, you gain the 1 with the high ground, and you try to hit him right away, catch him with no feints or elementary. See what you can do.
Ooh, I mean, I would expect that Zero would expect something like that. They are deciding mulligans right now. So Zero's keeping, so he probably
has a cancel.
He probably has what he wants, yeah. I would assume. Although I believe he is very heavy on keeping most of his.
I don't think so. In my
is
matches,
he a heavy mulligan?
He mulliganed a lot, and he actually said, I feel like I mulligan more than most other players do.
Oh, there you go. Must really like what he has.
Yeah. Or he just really likes Holmes, and you kind of almost can't go wrong with a Holmes hand.
I completely agree. I completely agree.
Except for the fact that you actually can get a bad Holmes hand if it's all reds and yellows.
True.
I think Sherlock has 9 schemes, which is I think the most of any fighter currently in the game.
It's one of the reasons why early on Raptors was said to be such a good matchup into him, because even though, like, literally his schemes damage is all Raptors, and so he actually has like triple scheme damage against them, because he has several reds, a good number of Watson cards, and a lot of schemes. Having 5 cards in hand does not mean they have 5 blocks in hand. In fact, it's almost certainly only 1 or 2.
We see Chad boosting in to attack on his first turn. He's ditching a feint, which normally might be a bad choice for some other fighters, but Sherlock Holmes' ability is that effects on Holmes-specific cards and Watson-specific cards cannot be canceled. So Chad ditching that feint doesn't really matter here, and I love seeing him push the aggression.
All right, this was a nice little maneuver here. So he's going to get a damage off from having the high ground, and then a second attack is coming in. So the second attack mechanic was added in Battle of Legends 2, and being able to deal one attack after another is going to be really useful against Sherlock, who, again, as we mentioned, only has limited defenses in hand at a time, just because of the number of scheme cards and attack cards in his deck.
And the effect on the Sherlock card Education Never Ends that Zero played says that if he wins the combat, Chad will draw a card, but if he loses the combat, he will draw 2 cards. So that's how he was able to refill his hand after that attack, because he took 1 damage from the high ground. We see him using his first counter punch here on the second attack from Bloody Reprise, and he will deal 2 damage back to Bloody Mary with that. So, Mike, do you think Sherlock will try to push some sort of counter aggression, or do you think he will do the classic double maneuver away?
I think, as we can obviously see, it's going to be a double maneuver. Also, you happen to see Chad's at 4 cards. That's kind of like a cycle for Mary as well, as we know. You know, if you attack her, she's no problem getting rid of a defense to get to her third action. A double attack would be needed if you wanted, I think, to aggress here. But Sherlock's just so great at double maneuvering and then playing the schemes out. I expected this.
We see
Nice.
You got it.
Yeah.
You got it.
Yeah, moves into a good position and then uses the stolen memories. Not only does that give hand information, which one piece of hand information I'm immediately getting is he's got 4 Watson cards in hand. So even though he does still have some blocks there, like, that's almost all of Watson's cards just sitting right here on where you can see. Unfortunately, you're not getting any of the schemes that you might want to pull, but I think several cards here have okay boost values, because with Stolen Memories, you want to pick cards that are valuable but also have good boost values, so they have to make that difficult decision. Do I keep the good card to take the damage, or do I discard the good card to save the health points? And that's really the decision that you have to make with Stolen Memories in this case.
I think this is actually kind of not so good for Chad, because yes, while Sherlock is only able to block with a few of the cards in his hand, seeing all those Watson cards means that Watson will actually get to do something this game. Most of the time against Sherlock, if you can just rush down Watson with early game aggression and defeat him before the Sherlock player gets to use most of his cards, that can be really good for you, because now the 6 Watson cards in Sherlock's decks are kind of just dead draws. But seeing Watson with 4 cards means that Zero will get to use Watson this game, and he'll probably his 8 health is pretty beefy. He's a decently sized meat shield, so I kind of am a little worried for Chad, because now Zero's sidekick will actually be a factor this game.
Yeah, and Zero's snap keep almost makes more sense now, given that he probably had 2 of those, at least 2, maybe 3 of those Watson cards in his starting hand. The Service Revolver, even though it's a blank 5 attack, it's one of the only few 5s in Sherlock's deck, and it's ranged, so it's one of the cards that he likes to see as early as possible.
Yeah, that's one card that is really good into Broken Glass from Mary, because that's a versatile 3 she can use on defense that she can actually increase or decrease the value by 1 during combat. So if Watson attacks her with that, Mary won't be able to match the value on that, because she can only go up to 4 with that card. Mirror Image is a good option for Chad against Service Revolver, because that is a 0 value blue card or defense card that matches the value of the opponent's card during combat. So Mirror Image would actually fully block the revolver there. I almost said fully block the Glock, but
That's what I call it.
Yep.
And we know that Zero is holding on to a fixed point in a changing age, which is the Watson specific versatile card. That's a 3 value versatile that if Holmes and Watson are adjacent after combat, they each heal 1. So I think Zero's positioning there on the low ground might be a bit suspicious normally, but knowing that he has the Watson block with healing attached to it in his hand means that he won't really mind Watson taking an extra point of damage there because he can just heal it back. We see Chad boosting around, just ignoring Watson at this point. So Holmes could block with a feint, a study methods, a deduce strategy, because we know those are in his hand, or some other options maybe that he just drew. Ooh, so he's using elementary here. He calls a 3, which will just fully negate the broken glass. That's an excellent call by Zero there.
I think in general, the 3 is a good number to call, because that's going to block broken glass. And it's also going to block later when you're going into the third action attacks. That's going to block the 7 in addition.
Yeah, it also blocks the jump scare card, which is kind of like Mary's momentous shift, and it blocks the bonus attack, Bloody Reprise. So yeah, calling 3 is a pretty good for elementary. And we see here the interaction I actually mentioned earlier. Watson attacks with the service revolver, the 5-value attack, and Chad actually has the mirror image in hand to fully block the 5 value.
Yeah, that's about as good of a block as you are going to see with mirror image. Like, that's exactly what you want. You want a big value card with no fancy text that you just completely block. There's not a lot of fighters who can do that.
So Sherlock really going on the aggressive now. Bloody Mary, her ability says that if she starts her turn with 3 cards in hand, she gains an action, which can help trigger those third action attacks. So Mary really likes to play at a low hand count, and that's a little bit risky just because with only 2 to 4 cards in your hand, you have less options than if you had 5, 6, or 7. So Zero really choosing to counter, put some pressure on Mary now that Chad is playing with a low hand count, and you can see he got some damage off that turn.
He did also burn a potential block card for Sherlock, though. So if Mary does start to combo and get extra actions and make multiple attacks with the multiple attack cards or things like that, it's possible he still has, like, Service Revolver, both Administer Aids are gone. I think that means he's still got 1 more Holmes card in hand for sure. And then with all the draws, he's got, it's possible that he has other attack or scheme cards for Sherlock in hand, which means Sherlock doesn't much like playing with the low hand size either. I don't think any fighter really does, and Mary at least gets a little bonus for that.
Zero just said that he doesn't really know Mary's cards that well, which I think Chad will have to use to his advantage this game. The mix-up in the mind games that Mary has is really good because there are some cards that you really want to block, like Jump Scare, and some cards that you just want to take, like this one, which is a relatively low-value card, although it does have the ambush effect of discarding a random card and adding its value, so we'll see what Chad gets to randomly discard.
Zero said,
"Oh no!
Oh. Ooh! So that's
Mary loves
2 of
to
his
see
chances
that.
gone. Yeah.
You love to see that.
Yeah, Ben, can you maybe elaborate on why randomly discarding a feint is really good for Chad here?
Yeah, so as we mentioned, Chad's character, Bloody Mary, her ability, I don't know if we mentioned the ability specifically before, but if she starts at 3 cards in hand for her turn, then she gains an action. So she gets 3 actions instead of the normal 2, and she has those key cards we mentioned during the deck highlight of Speak 3 times and Ghostly Touch that like to be played as the third action. So by but the problem is their abilities are what matter, what cares about being the third action attack. So speak 3 times becomes that big 7 if it's your third action, and that's an ability of the card. So feint cancels the effects of your opponent's cards. So that way, getting rid of that feint means that it's less likely that Sherlock will be able to cancel those third actions when they come up for Mary.
Yeah, if Mary's gonna win this one, Mary basically has to get off 4 special third action attacks, and it's the 2 heals, which is going to negate a lot of the damage that the schemes that Sherlock does will do, and I think Mary's also obviously looking to get off the 2 big 7 value attacks, and if possible, if you get a little bonus, positioning in a way that can make that an 8 with the high ground.
So we see Zero Skater taking a very defensive position here, positioning Sherlock on a high ground space, just because the 2 adjacent spaces have the arrow from Sherlock's space pointing to them, so Sherlock will get +1 to his attacks there. And he's just sticking Watson right in front of him, so that Mary would have to go all the way around if she wanted to reach Sherlock, which would either require a really high boost or something similar to that nature. So we know that Watson has some cards in hand to block with. Like, I don't think we've seen the fixed point come out yet. Is that correct?
Oh no, we have not. In fact, we only know of 2 cards that are in hand left. The others are completely unknown at this time. But we know that he has the fixed point and a changing age, which is the card you speak of, and we know he has a study methods in hand. Both versatile, both can be used by Dr. Watson. I think I would assume that if Mary goes into attack here, though, we will see the fixed point to try to get the healing on Sherlock.
So both of these characters have cards that let them look at the opponent's hand. Prospero, how important is hand knowledge in this matchup?
I mean, with players at this level, I feel like it's super important. Ooh, I like this combo that's happening. We'll take a break for a moment there, because he just boosted to get super far and then gain the third action with Closer Than She Appears, which means this could be one of the big swings. Feint.
Good bait.
Feint.
Wow.
The counter
great
feint.
Call.
It was the bait. That was such a good bait.
And interestingly, Chad ended his turn at 3 cards in hand. Granted, Sherlock does have 6 cards and the high ground, so Sherlock's more likely to attack. But maybe Chad has some of those defenses like evade that draws cards after combat, or maybe broken glass that also can draw cards after combat.
He hit another 5 with mirror image. This is going really well for Bloody Mary. Like, I still think it's too close to call either way. Obviously, we're still pretty early on in this match, but 3 of the 5 cancels have been pulled without hitting any of the big ones, and 2 5s have been blocked with mirror image. So that's really good. The only rough spot I think for Bloody Mary is that they used one of their guaranteed third actions with Closer Than She Appears, and didn't get one of those big third action attacks off, but it was a really good bait, and sometimes you have to make moves like that against a player of Zero's caliber.
One thing I will say that I think Zero has going for him is that we haven't seen any of his crucial schemes yet. He has Eliminate the Impossible, which lets him look at Bloody Mary's hand and discard a card. And he also has Confirmed Suspicion, which is the card we talked about earlier, where basically Mary will discard a card and take damage equal to its boost value. So things seem to be going really well for Chad right now, but you can't really count Sherlock out when he still has those amazingly high impact cards still yet to be played.
I agree. And for those wondering, we do have one elementary left and one feint left for those third action cards.
We see the second Closer Than She Appears come out, so...
No, that's really interesting. So it's going to use that third action attack on Watson. My guess is that this is going to be the heal. Because Zero might not want to waste a cancel card. Obviously, he can't use Elementary. He might not want to waste the feint on Watson when it could be the 7 on Sherlock later.
Just
Everybody's
as you
just
said.
going to heal. Mm-hmm.
So interesting thing about that is that Chad could boost that attack, but chose not to. So he's only attacking with a 1. Fixed Point in a Changing Age, the block card for Watson just played there, will heal both Holmes and Watson 1 health after combat, but if they're adjacent, of course. And Watson is at full health, so he doesn't actually get that healing. It goes to waste, which, just like you predicted, Jeremiah, I think that was a really good attack for Chad there.
I think Chad didn't boost there because Mary's highest boost is, I think, a 3. No, she has one boost 4 card with the Bloody Requiem, but she's already used 2 of those and probably doesn't want to throw out the third just to get, 2 damage into Holmes or Watson, one of which will be healed right away. Mm-hmm. So.
We should note that deck counts are fairly similar right now, but Sherlock still hasn't used any of his passes.
Not one of them.
Not one. Not either of the 2 Eliminate the Impossibles. Not any of the 3 Confirm Suspicions. Not either of the 2 Master of Disguise. That's a lot of passes that could really make a difference if this comes down to exhaustion. So I would assume that Chad would prefer if it didn't come down to exhaustion. The best that Bloody Mary is going to get into a counterpunch is getting that reflect damage back on the counterpunch. The counterpunch, if you will.
Now, interestingly, because Sherlock does have a lot of schemes left, and I think he still has 2 of his 5s left, that's about 9 cards left of the 12 remaining in his deck plus 6 in hand. So that's about half of the remaining cards in his deck are non-defensive cards. Plus, he still has 1 more Watson-specific card.
I would almost think that a scheme, if he has Eliminate, you'd want to do it here, right? To disrupt the hand, not make sure the third action doesn't get through.
Probably. The fact that he's not doing it right away probably implies that he doesn't have Eliminate the Impossible.
I would agree. I think both characters are kind of where they want to be. I think what it comes down to now is the luck of the draw. Better be lucky than good, isn't that right, Jeremiah?
Absolutely. And particularly against Sherlock. Like, cards not coming up at the right time or coming up in bunches of schemes or attack cards can be one of the major downfalls of Sherlock because he has so many passes and not a ton of card draw.
Okay. So Sherlock didn't have the Eliminate. He had the Confirmed Suspicion, though, which with the limited hand size for Bloody Mary was more likely to miss. But fortunately for Zero, it did hit with a 3.
And fortunately for Chad, that only dealt 1 damage. So
Right.
that was not a... As far as confirmed suspicion goes, that's basically what you want.
One thing I would like to add is that the card Chad was forced to discard there, Evade, is a crucial card in letting him maintain his hand size. Like we just saw, he was at 3 cards in hand. If he was attacked and played an Evade, he would draw a card after combat, and that would basically keep his hand size at 3. He would play a card to go down to 2, and then draw a card to go back up to 3, and that would force Sherlock to do something else to change Chad's hand size, so that he wouldn't start his turn with 3 actions. Because I think the key thing for Zero in this matchup is limiting the amount of third actions that Chad gets, so that he can't trigger his speak 3 times and other third action attacks as often as he would like. So one thing you talked about earlier, Jeremiah, was passes. Could you just explain the significance of that and how that might play into the game for maybe those watching for the first time?
Yeah, so for fighters like Sherlock, like Invisible Man, the kind of fighters that Zero really likes to play, the calculating, the ones that, you know, you've got the math down all the way down to the end, you have to think about exhaustion, which, if you're unfamiliar with the concept, in Unmatched, if you go to draw a card from your deck and you have no cards left in your deck, all your fighters take 2 damage. That's exhaustion damage. So, if one fighter is burning through their cards really quickly and the other one is taking it more slowly, they are going to have a situation where exhaustion happens. And so any scheme card where you do not gain an action and you do not draw a card is known as a pass, at least within the community, where essentially you can play it as an action and you don't get another card, so you get to hold your deck a little bit. You get to preserve your deck size against exhaustion. And Sherlock is one of the best characters at preserving deck size, because not a lot of his cards have draw effects on them. He doesn't gain actions, and he has all of those schemes, 7 schemes, sorry, which are considered passes, so they don't draw cards and they don't gain actions.
I don't think I could have said that better myself. Thank you for that amazing explanation.
Ooh, another aggressive maneuver boost into Sherlock here. And I believe this is a pretty good setup for the... now, you have to forgive me, I'm not as familiar with Bloody Mary's cards, but the one that becomes 6, the pseudo...
I'm going to scare you by jumping.
Jump scare.
Yes, jump scare.
Just like
And
you
I
said.
believe it was a perfect call on that elementary.
Like we discussed earlier, calling a 3 is just a decent idea into Mary, because she has a lot of good 3 value attacks.
But
Or at
now
least
we're down
attacks
to
that...
one feint left.
I was just going to say that. We are down to 1 feint left. I think something that Sherlock can do, though, very well is possibly body block with Watson, and or make it very difficult for Mary to keep that 3 cards in hand.
Right, because if I'm not mistaken, both Closer Than She Appears are gone, which means there aren't any more guaranteed third actions. If Chad wants to get off the 7s and the other heal, he's going to have to keep 3 cards in hand.
So we've been talking about exhaustion, or the deck's emptying, and how Bloody Mary kind of needs to be aggressive and get all her damage through. Ben, do you think Chad has enough time to kill Sherlock? I mean, he still has 20 health between his 2 fighters. So who do you think has the momentum right now?
Sherlock definitely has the momentum right now. It's the window of Chad being able to close out the match is definitely closing. That's sort of just what happens when you play against Sherlock and the game goes longer and longer. It gets harder and harder for you to get the win. But that said, Chad still does have a chance if, Sherlock maybe doesn't get the, right draw order he needs and Chad gets the right cards at the right time. It's always possible, but it's not necessarily guaranteed.
We saw the evade pull there. Oh, and an attack from high ground immediately under. Oh.
Yeah, the evade was probably pulled so that Sherlock could name a 3 later on with a confirmed suspicion and get more damage out of it through forcing a discard of a speak 3 time or some other boost 2 value card.
Well, here comes one of those ambush adjacent cards. And it does have the high ground +1. So I really like doing this. Things that discard cards, things that heal you, you play into the sidekicks because they're less likely to waste a feint on that, and so you get the effect. So he actually just pulled one of the passes and 1 guaranteed damage from that particular little maneuver there. So I think that was definitely a worthwhile attack.
And unfortunately, Chad didn't actually deal damage with that attack because he played the out of the mirror with the high ground. So it added 1 to the value of the attack. He discarded a Master of Disguise from Sherlock and added its boost value to the attack, which 1 + 1 + 2 is 4. But Watson played the Fixed Point in a Changing Age, which is a 3 value card. So he took 1, but then because Sherlock and Watson were adjacent, they each healed 1. So Watson took 1 damage and healed it back. So the net damage output for Chad there was 0, but potentially a decent card to pull. It is a pass, as we've been discussing, and the deck counts are now even at 7.
Yep. I think the only way Mary can really win this matchup is by getting aggressive onto Sherlock as much as possible and trying to get those and getting lucky with getting a 3rd action or 2 naturally through her ability.
I agree completely. I think it has to just. I almost think you have to stop attacking Watson completely at this point. I think you have to make the switch over. I think it unfortunately didn't work for you. He's actually used, I believe, 5 of his 6 cards, I believe, right? And it's just it's. I don't want to say it's starting to look bleak, but I feel like Sherlock's in a very commanding spot right now, especially with all that health.
I think we should also note, though, that every attack against Watson has not been to kill Watson. It has not been damage cards. It's been to get effects off. So I think that Chad is only using those attacks against Watson to get effects off, to get a better chance of discarding cards or gaining health. So I, like, yeah, as Taylor said, it was unfortunate that they didn't get any damage onto Watson, but that wasn't the point. The point was to get rid of a card.
Yeah, you're definitely right. I think the only 3 attacks he's made into Watson were the 2 ambushes and the Ghostly Touch for the Recover 3. Yeah, no other attacks have gone into Watson, so it was just unfortunate that the 2 of the blocks that Watson played were the Watson-specific versatiles instead of the any versatiles, because that would remove those defenses from Sherlock's.
I do like the double attack high ground.
Yep.
So how the card that Chad played works is it's a 3 value attack with the high ground, so 4, and after combat it triggers the bonus attack, which is basically equal to the value of the card that your opponent played. So Zero played a 3 there, so he was getting attacked with another 3, but because of the high ground bonus, he still took a damage over the value of both of the cards he played.
Yep, and an important part of that is the 2 cards that Zero threw as blocks there were study methods. They're 3 value any cards, so Sherlock or Watson can use them. And if the Sherlock or Watson wins the combat, then Zero would get to look at Chadicular's hand, which would help set up those confirmed suspicions. But because Chadicular played it with the high ground, he guaranteed his attacks were both 4s if there was any blocks on the first attack at all, which means Sherlock can never win with the study methods.
I think another interesting point is that by keeping 4 cards in hand, Chadicular essentially guarantees that if Zero wants to use the confirmed suspicions, he's got to use 2.
Mm-hmm.
Because if he does manage to pull one, he is setting Chad up for a 3rd action.
I just realized Sherlock has 3 cards left in deck and Mary has 5. Despite all of Mary's card draw, it seems that Chad hasn't been running out of his deck at too quick a pace, so he might be in a better position than we may have realized earlier.
And Mike, what's it look like for those passes still? I think 2 have been used, 3?
So still 3 passes left. We still have 2 confirmed suspicions for damage, and then still 1 eliminate the impossible. To note, if you count attacks as passives, we still have 2 reds, one being the service revolver, the other one being the game is afoot. 1 feint left, 1 education never ends, 2 deduce strategies, which always work well on offense usually, and then the last counterpunch, so whenever Bloody Mary does want to come in, you're going to take 2 for trying to do something to me.
With how low Sherlock's deck count is, the education never ends, the card that the only way to draw extra cards in Sherlock's deck, might actually come in important here for Chadicular. Especially if Chadicular can land like an Infinity Mirror over it, because that's a 4-value versatile.
Ben, have we seen any Infinity Mirrors played yet?
No. We know that Chadicular has 1 in hand from earlier, and 1 more is somewhere in the other 7 cards between his deck and the other 2 unknowns in his hand. What we know in his hand is 1 Infinity Mirror and 1 Speak 3 times. I'm probably trying to save that Speak 3 times for hopefully a 3rd action. And then he has 1 Broken Glass left, 1 Ghostly Touch. The Broken Glass is 3-value versatile, increase or decrease by 1. If it matches your opponent's value, deal 2 damage to them and draw a card. There's 1 Ghostly Touch left. That's the recover 3 health if it's your 3rd action and can be boosted, but with how few cards Chad has left, he probably doesn't want to boost it. He has, as I mentioned, 1 Infinity Mirror in hand, 1 elsewhere. You can move one of the fighters up to 4. 1 Jump Scare left. That's another important card. It can be a 6 if Mary moves into a space not adjacent to, or not in the same zone that she started in. There goes the Speak 3 times we knew in hand. 1 more left somewhere in the deck. 1 more Stolen Memories. That's another important card. If he can hit the right Sherlock card with it, could get off some damage or force a pass to go away.
Speaking of,
there we go. And 1 Trick of the Light left for Chad. So Sherlock does have all 3 passes in hand.
As well as the feint, which is also a good thing to note.
Mm-hmm.
Although the unfortunate part of the feint is that its boost value is only 1.
Mm-hmm.
And how Stolen Memories works is Chad gets to look at Zero's hand and pick a card, and Zero can either discard the card or keep it and take damage equal to its boost value. And I think if he chose Feint, Zero might elect to keep it and just take the 1 damage on Sherlock, knowing that he has his last cancel left. What do you think about that?
Choosing Eliminate instead.
Yeah. You think Eliminate is the right choice here, Jeremiah?
I think so, because at this point, I think the passes are actually more valuable, and Eliminate is guaranteed hand disruption. So it's essentially keeping Chad from getting his third actions anyway. So it doesn't matter that he has a feint if he can't get third actions. So it looks like Zero elected to take the damage.
He confirms suspicion, naming a 4, which was the last card he knew in Chadicular's hand.
And so Zero has the service revolver, right?
Yeah, this has got to be a revolver here. Yep.
Mm-hmm. So
And he can't bounce the 2 damage back, which is unfortunate.
I'm assuming Chad chose to increase the value of broken glass up to a 4, so he only took 1 damage.
Yes.
He did not decrease it down to 2.
That'd be the play. True mind games right there.
True Chad.
Yeah, I don't think Zero would have seen that coming. Maybe it would have caught him off guard, but...
So unfortunately, Chad only has 1 guaranteed 4 left. So it's less likely he's going to be able to force Sherlock to draw 2 cards off of the Education Never Ends, which I think was his most likely path to victory if he is able to pull this through at all. I'm honestly a little surprised by the maneuver here for Zero, because he has an eliminate and a confirm in hand. If he eliminates then confirms, he can just get rid of Chadicular's hand and force Chadicular to maneuver at least once, probably twice next turn.
He might want to wait for Chad to draw just a couple more cards so that he has...
Yeah, so that he
maybe
can
more
guarantee
options.
he gets the card he needs.
Yeah, exactly.
That's a good point.
Better hand knowledge and probably better options for the confirm, but we might be... Oh, looks like Watson's attacking.
Yeah, Zero's a very patient player. He usually will not rush anything when he knows there's maybe a bigger fish to catch down the line.
So this either has to be the
right?
Education. This has to be Education Never Ends or
Yeah,
Feint.
that's the only card it could be.
Or Feint. And it is
Oh
the
yeah,
Feint.
it could be Feint. It's the Feint.
I mean, if it was Education, that would have been huge with that block, because
Chad
that
would
have
have
emptied the
draw.
deck, right?
That would have emptied.
Oh
I
wait,
believe
no,
that would
yeah,
have emptied
Yep,
Sherlock's
would have
deck
emptied Sherlock's deck.
because he would have drawn 2.
But that was a great feint play there. The maneuver boosting with...
Yeah, I think he's trying to do just some plays that he can get out, whatever he can do. Yep.
Health differential. All about the health differential. Yeah, don't think you can win the game.
Mary's out of cards in hand, and the only 2 cards left in deck
Yep.
are.
I was gonna
attacks.
say he's gonna attack him with probably a double attack here, and then just. I mean, I think it was Mary's last chance too.
Yeah.
Let's listen in on the players and maybe hear them discuss the end of that game.
That was not anywhere near as easy as I expected. Looking at my remaining cards, I mean, I didn't have a lot of defense left. I had like 1 more here, and you had a couple cards left. What did you have left? A Speak 3 and a Ghostly
3
card?
and a Ghostly, yeah.
Wow, both on the bottom too. But yeah, the biggest thing for me is just stopping the third action turns, because then I can essentially feint these without having to feint, and then I can use feints on broken glasses and jump scares. But it was, yeah.
Yeah,
it wasn't
I mean,
easy.
the biggest thing about that matchup is just like Mary's whole thing is forcing the opponent to either keep double maneuvering away, right, running away when she has 4 cards, or forcing them to attack her when she has 4 cards and giving her a third action turn.
Yep.
But Sherlock, because of who he is, has a third option, which is not attack and just discard one of her cards when she's like chilling at 3 or whatever that may be. So it really, I don't know, it just really is hard, because her whole thing is that she's got a ton of, evades and broken glasses, which can defensively draw her cards if she's sitting at 3. But Sherlock can just basically say, you know what, I don't really care about that.
Right. I'm
I'm
just gonna
do that,
discard your
so
stuff and
that's
do my thing. Yeah.
exactly.
Another
And
big thing.
the thing, like, you go.
Go ahead. I was gonna say another big thing is that the broken glass can't get bumped up to the 5, right? And he's got 4 5s. So if you're at 3 cards in hand, and I'm hitting with a 5, you either have to play the, like, your broken glass can't draw you cards. So either you play the evade and you take 2 damage and you draw your card and keep the 3 hand count, or you have to play one of your mirror images, which you did very, I think, well done, because then you full block. But then you're down to 2 cards, right? And you don't get your 3rd action, so it's tricky. Tough decisions.
Yeah, I mean, if I had these early, the first one was 12. I had 12 cards left in my deck, and then this one was my 29th card. So if I got those early, I would have pivoted and just been taking those 5s, which I knew were 5s, but I would have been able to, run up and hopefully smack you for a lot, keep the aggression up, and eventually force you lower in the deck count. At least that's what happened first time I played this matchup in tourney. I was able to just keep the aggression up, and Sherlock kept having to run away and not really getting a turn to, like, pause, and just hit Sherlock things. And then it almost carried me to victory. But the real bummer was getting these both early at the same time. They were like my 6th and 7th cards, or like 7th and 8th cards down. And so basically, I knew that you would probably hit them with Eliminate because they're extremely threatening to you. Gotta go for it. I had both of them, and I used one and baited out your feint. I didn't have anything else. I was thinking about not doing that, but I knew you would just save the feint for whenever I played it. So it wasn't that much of a difference for me.
Right.
Or you would just get rid of these, then I don't know. I don't know. I could play it more, but I don't think there's too much the Mary player can do to avoid kind of what happened here.
Yeah, it's just Sherlock doing his thing, right? It happens to naturally counter what Mary's trying to do really easily. I mean,
so that wraps up the first game of the Winter of Champions Grand Finals. Zero Skater was able to pull it out with Sherlock against Chad's Bloody Mary. So Mike, you're the one that talked about how Zero Skater likes playing his strong fighters first. I think you accurately maybe predicted that Zero Skater was going to pull out Sherlock there. Just what are your thoughts on that game, and how do you think each player performed?
I'm gonna be honest, both performed phenomenally. I don't think Chadicular could have wanted a better opening. He baited out the feints. He got everything off he wanted to do. He was doing everything properly to win that, whatever it may be. Unfortunately, he was playing against Sherlock, and he loved to hate Sherlock. John just got his cards in the better order, in a sense. So even though Chadicular was getting his wonderful, wonderful options open and off, it just, in the end, it doesn't really matter when you're still playing Sherlock's game, even though it doesn't look like you are, I guess is how I want to say it.
Mm-hmm. And Ben, you were the one that talked about how leaving Sherlock up really doesn't necessarily matter because it's just one win, and in a best-of-5 format like this, you need 3 wins, not 2. So it's only a third of your final score, if you will, instead of half. So do you think that notion still applies, where it isn't really necessarily a big deal that Zero got this first win with Sherlock out of the way?
It sort of depends. It's more dependent on the pick ban. We have the pick ban results already, obviously. Chadicular was left with Medusa, Wukong, and Mary into Yanenga and Little Red. Now Chad's going into this next game with the map and position choice. So if Zero Skater's probably not going to go Little Red. So Chad's just sort of... It's a guess still, right? Zero could go the Little Red without map and position choice. But Zero Skater is... If Chad thinks Zero Skater's going Yanenga, Chad might try to go the Bloody Mary for the counter there. And then it's sort of... The hard part for Chad at this point, I think, is where is he getting the Wukong win? And yes, I still think, leaving the Sherlock up, letting him probably get a win, but maybe if you get a lucky fighter like Wukong or Medusa who can do okay into Sherlock, maybe getting a win off of him before letting Sherlock get that win. I think it's still a valid strategy. With Chad's lineup, it's definitely possible he still wins. It's just sort of I think the Wukong win is sort of the question at this point. When's he getting that win with Wukong? Because Wukong does not do well into Yanenga, but he can do well into Little Red.
Mm-hmm. And going off of those thoughts, Prospero, as the experienced commentator on this panel, if you will, you've been in a best of 5 format before. What options do you think Chad has going forward? I know Feeble was talking a little bit about Chad's path to victory, but do you have anything to add on that?
Yeah, I mean, looking at the remaining options, the main points that I had were that these, or the main point that I was thinking of is that these are exciting matchups. Like, now that we got Sherlock out of the way, all right, we did the hard work, we ate the broccoli. Now we can get the nice dessert picks, because I think all of these matchups have a lot of spice and really, I think a lot more ways for both players to win it. And it's going to come down to map choice. It's going to come down to who can stick to their win conditions and who can get those out. Because obviously, I think Little Red can beat any of these fighters. But I also think Bloody Mary can beat either of these fighters. I think Medusa can beat either of the fighters. I think, as Ben was saying, Sun Wukong might be the toughest one, because I think Little Red and Yanenga both are favored into Wukong. But I don't necessarily think it's like a hard counter there. Particularly Wukong into Yanenga, because even though Yanenga has a lot of tools against Wukong, I think Wukong's going to have a better fight against Yanenga than he will against Little Red, who he has no cancels, and Little Red is all about whatever happens afterwards. But of course, that's the other thing about Little Red, is that I think out of every fighter in the game, Little Red might be the most dependent on deck order. So I think even if it ends up being a Wukong into Little Red matchup, which I agree with Ben, I don't think we'll see next because Chad still has map pick, Wukong can still absolutely pull that out if the symbols don't line up for 0.
Mm-hmm. And you bring up map pick. I want to apologize. We skipped over the map bans just a little bit earlier. So Zeroskatr banned Sherwood, which makes sense given that that's one of Medusa's best maps. A lot of the zones on that map kind of blend together and make it really hard for melee fighters like Little Red to hit Medusa without being vulnerable to her ability ping damage at the start of Medusa's next turn. And Chadicular banned Sarpedon, which makes sense given that, as we saw yesterday, well, I guess as we didn't see yesterday, Little Red, one of her favorite maps is Sarpedon because, as Ben calls it, you can do the Sarpedon Alpha Strike. Some people call it the Red Death. Some people just call it the Thing. You play Never Leave the Path turn 1 because all of player 2's sidekicks will start in the same zone. All of Yanenga's sidekicks will start in the same zone as her, making her vulnerable to the AoE damage of Never Leave the Path. So those are the map bans. Sorry for skipping out on those earlier. I know my Uncle Greg texted me. He said, "What about those map bans, bro?" And I... so, Mike, we've heard the other two commentators talk a little bit about who they think will get played next game or who they won't think will get played. So if you're Chad, which hero do you pick going forward? Because you would like to get a win on the board. I don't think Chad wants to go down 2-0 at this point. So who are you picking game 3 in order to get that win?
Do you mean this next coming game? This game 2?
Yeah, game 2.
Yeah, I'm gonna still go with Bloody Mary. I still think you have options. I think you go to Baskerville. I think you go to Bloody Mary and Yanenga. I think John's gonna be... I don't foresee John picking Little Red, and I believe that's something Jeremiah echoed for a bit there. And I feel like, you pick the Bloody Mary knowing that Yanenga's on the board. I think that's what you do. I think you get your win, and then you go into the Medusa Sun Wukong pick after that, knowing that Yanenga's probably going to be played again. I could be totally wrong. I could see Medusa coming out right now. I could see Medusa coming out to try to get position over. I still believe or zeroskatr12 is going Yanenga. I believe that wholeheartedly.
I actually have
sorry. He has disagreements with me.
I have a disagreement here. I think after looking at it and reviewing the map bans, I actually think Wukong might be a good pick for Chadicular here, because Hair Rot is still up, which is notoriously one of Yanenga's worst maps. Because, you know, Zero chose to ban the Sherwood, which is the Medusa Uber map, instead of Hair Rot, which is the Kill Yanenga Uber map. So I think it's possible that Chad maybe goes Wukong, looking for, hey, maybe I'll face Yanenga, I can go Hair Rot, and get that easier win for Wukong in the tough matchup.
Right, try and go for the match win instead of just the specific game wins. A noble and interesting strategy, if I don't say so myself.
I do think Bloody Mary does well into both Yanenga and Little Red, so I actually wouldn't be surprised if Chad saves Bloody Mary for when Zero has map and position pick, because then it won't matter quite so much.
As
you've convinced me. You've convinced me at this point.
I was gonna say, as Jeremiah mentioned, you could either go for game wins or the match win, which is an interesting strategy, definitely in Swiss, when getting game wins and getting points really matters, so that you actually go up on the leaderboard. But this is the grand finals. There's nothing after this, so it makes sense for Chad to go for the match win, because like winning 2 games doesn't matter necessarily if you don't win the third. So we have the fighter picks in, but we'll actually watch a how to play video first, just in case anyone's tuning in. So stay tuned. We'll have the fighter picks when we come right back.
Unmatched is a card-based tactical fighting game featuring various characters from history, literature, and fantasy. The goal? Reduce the opposing hero's health to 0. Players take turns performing any combination of 2 actions, from maneuvering, scheming, or attacking. A maneuver causes the player to draw a card from their deck and lets them move any of their fighters around the board. They may increase the distance of their move by discarding a card known as a boost. When a scheme card is played, simply follow the text on the card to complete the action. For an attack, the turn player will choose a card from their hand to place face down for combat. The opponent will have the option to place one of their cards down as defense. The value on the cards will determine the damage dealt in combat. Melee fighters can only attack adjacent spaces, while ranged fighters can also attack any space within their color-coordinated zone. Some characters have sidekicks to help them out, and others fight solo. Each hero has their own unique abilities and deck of cards to bring the character to life. Because in battle, there are no equals.
Okay, so thank you for that how to play video. If you don't know, the voice in that video is actually zeroskatr12, one of the competitors today, which makes sense that he's in the grand finals, considering that he has one of the best grasps on how to actually play the game versus any player that I've ever seen. So the hero picks for game 2, as I mentioned, these are hidden picks, so each player is picking their hero not knowing who the opponent is picking, so there might be a little bit of randomness in matchup, and that's where taking risks and trying to find the best matchup for your hero can be a little difficult. Because as we saw in game 1, Chad picked Bloody Mary, probably hoping to go against not Sherlock. Any of the other 2 fighters would have been fine from zeroskatr's lineup into Bloody Mary, but Zero picked Sherlock, and that was kind of a bad matchup for Mary. So in game 2, we're going to see zeroskatr's Little Red Riding Hood versus Chad's Sun Wukong. So let's take a look at Little Red's key cards. And Jeremiah, are you good to run through these?
Yeah, I love me some Little Red. Ever since I had to prep against Little Red back in the first the premier tournament, Bug Hunter's Little Red is legendary, and so in order to try and beat the Little Red, I had to become the Little Red. Little Red is really interesting because while other fighters are playing the map, they're playing each other, Little Red is also playing her own deck. She has so much utility, so many cool effects, so much after combat damage, and extra damage that she can get off, but all of those things are contingent on her lining up her basket. So the basket is her discard pile, and whichever symbol is on top, which every card in her deck has a symbol, she needs to line up with the next card that's coming out in order to get it to work. And I'm super excited about this because Wukong can definitely win this matchup, but I think that Little Red can do some really good spicy things because you can boost specific attacks or defenses, which can let you line up symbols that wouldn't normally be lined up. So I'm looking specifically at Stones in the Belly. Wukong has not great hand draw, and so controlling hand size is difficult for Wukong, and Stones in the Belly just gets rid of 2 cards for the price of 1, which is just great. What's in My Basket is a very versatile card. Not only does it have a high boost value, so it's going to be useful into things like Ox Form, but it also has every symbol. It's a wild symbol, so you can use it to set up any other effect. What Big Eyes You Have, one of my favorite cards. It's particularly if you can get the nice foil versions that are floating around, which is one of the options for the top 16 who will get foil cards. What Big Eyes You Have cancels effects, so it's red's only feints, and red are the only ones who can use it, but if you line up the Wolfsbane with it, you can make it go right through anything, no matter what the defense is, unless it is a cancel back. But you don't have to worry about that against Wukong, who has none. So that's What Big Eyes You Have is a guaranteed 3 damage on offense, a guaranteed super defense if you can get it off with the right timing. I also wanted to mention, though it's not listed on these top 5 ones, is Once Upon a Time. Once Upon a Time is a big card in this matchup because, again, no cancels means that if you're able to line up the daggers, Once Upon a Time deals 3 after combat damage. So Wukong is going to have to make sure that when attacking into and taking hits from daggers, it's going into clones, or else Wukong is just taking 3 damage there. Also pulled up very nicely, thank you. What Terrible Big Mouth You Have. Again, with no cancels, if Wukong swings with Ox Form, What Terrible Big Mouth You Have is a great counter to it. So if you think an Ox Form is coming, block with What Terrible Big Mouth You Have, even if you don't have the symbols lined up, and you can use the boost to put the symbol in your basket before the effect goes off, which could be a huge play. And so I'm very excited to see what Zero has in store for this matchup.
Thank you for that rundown, Jeremiah. We'll take a look at Sun Wukong's cards. Mike, you good to run through these?
Absolutely. So Sun Wukong, I'll refer to as Wukong from now on, is the character that when you want to play against a melee fighter and make him have a bad day or her have a bad day, you pick Sun Wukong. Wukong just absolutely annoying. So starting off, we have the Phoenix form. Sun Wukong recovers 1 health for each clone on the board. You obviously deal damage to yourself or gain clones through the wonderful Slime Monkey and then heal with what's on the board. That works really well. It's also, I believe, one of his only passes. It's, you know, you get this early or it's in the bottom 5 of your deck, right? There's really no in between. So it's something you really want to formulate your whole game around once you see it. The Ox form is is a 7 value that your opponent can boost to just, or use a card to boost their defense to help them out against that 7. a lot of the deck, as you're going to find out, is mostly how can I get cards out of you? How are you going to use cards, your cards? How can I disrupt your hand by taking more cards? Ryujingubang is another one of those. If your opponent uses a defense card, even though it's a 0 at first, it turns into a second attack at a 4. So that coupled with the Ox form starts the biggest mind game of this matchup, which is, am I going to take this attack and then have nothing happen to me? Or am I going to take a 7 and the whole game plan has changed? Some people are comfortable with that, other people are not. The 72 transformations, you're able to recycle those Phoenix forms, or Ox forms or Tortoise forms. It makes it so that you can just keep cycling or 3 times cycle cards. So if you get your Phoenix form early, which is I think what every Wukong wants, you're good to go. The Bewilderment, you're going to prevent all damage, and then you may place the fighter in any space. So wonderful card. He has 2 great blue defenses, which is also the Golden Chainmail. If we could bring that up real quick, that might actually be in big effect against the Huntsman. Because what'll happen is it's the 4, and then if any combat damage you would have taken, it's to the opposing fighter. So as we know, one of the Huntsman's cards, I believe Long Have I Sought You, if you're adjacent, it turns into a 6. So defending that, you're just going to hurt yourself instead of hurting the opposing fighter. There's a lot in this deck. The clones make it very disruptive to play. I don't think, even though there's no cancels in this deck, I don't know if it's necessarily as favored as most people think for Little Red. I think any options are available, and Hero being so close spaced, this is going to be a fantastic matchup to see.
And as Mike just mentioned, the map being played is Hirorat. It was Chad's choice since he lost game 1. Ben, can you run us through this map and what it might mean for both of these fighters?
Yeah, so this is only 2 starting spots, 1 and 2. The sort of central mechanic of this map is the doors. Those are highlighted in green on the graphic on screen. The way the doors work is whenever you take a maneuver action, if you at any point during that maneuver are adjacent to one of the door spots, or one of the door slots, you can choose to close the door for free. In addition, as part of a maneuver action specifically, you can spend 1 point of movement to open a closed door. The doors sever the connections, so those lines between the second player starting space and the 2 spaces to the right, those would basically be ignored while the door's closed. They also sever zone connections, so you can use the zones to sort of control the space of the map, and you can almost make hallways around the sort of outside ring of the map using the doors, or you can have them open and then use sort of the openness of the map to your advantage as close range fighters potentially. I think this is probably a pretty good choice for Wukong right now, because soon into Little Red is a tough matchup, but sort of getting good early aggression off might be what Chadicular needs here to take down Zero's Little Red.
Thank you for that wonderful map analysis. Yeah, it's interesting to see how the tight spaces and the close corridor combat will play into the match. And I believe the players are ready to go, so we can hop over to Vorpal and get started on Game 2 of the Grand Finals for Winter Champions.
So as I was saying earlier, I'm actually really hyped for this matchup, because Little Red I think is really fun to play in general, but I think into Wukong there's a great chance that we are going to see Zero pull off some really cool combos, just the way that Red plays into some of Wukong's mechanics. And I think, there's... I did have a question. We almost unanimously agreed, it's absolutely going to be Yanenga, there's no way he takes Little Red without map pick. And then he did. Because, we're...
Why you gotta bring it up, man? Why you gotta bring it up, man?
Well, I mean, I was wrong too. And so do you think that this was specifically a counter pick? So
a 5D chest move?
Exactly. Zero was like, okay, I know that you know that I shouldn't pick Little Red. So you're gonna pick Wukong, and so I'm gonna pick Little Red. Do you think that was the thought process there?
It's entirely possible. The other thing is, with Sarpedon Alpha Strike off the board, Zero might just be conceding the fact that he can't get as much advantage out of the map pick with Little Red, because really, if you look at Chad's lineup, Wukong Red sort of does okay into on almost any map, you know. Mary, it's a solo fighter, so Red doesn't have anything in particular against Mary. Mary just does good in general. Into Little Red having only 2 cancels, and to boot, those 2 cancels only hit the or the cancels only work for Little Red, not the Huntsman. So Bloody Mary can guarantee the third action attacks get off against Huntsman. So it's like Little Red is only good into Medusa of Chadicular's matchup. Well, not only good. Little Red's good into Wukong, but Little Red only really needs map pick against Medusa in Chadicular's lineup. So maybe he's just playing the odds and thinking, okay, there's 2/3 chance I get the matchup. I'm okay with not getting map pick for Little Red on, and then just sort of hoping that Chad didn't go Medusa here.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of layers to that particular pick ban. Yeah, we are in it now though. Wukong chose to go first, I believe, which I think is just the ideal. In this situation, he's going to want to keep up aggression because he has no feints. The only way he's going to prevent Zero from getting off all those super powerful actions and utility and effects that Red has is constantly aggress and force him to play things out of order that don't have the symbols in order to prevent taking damage.
And something that Ben mentioned was how the Sarpedon Alpha Strike, or the thing, was off the table for Little Red. However, Never Leave the Path is still an option. And with the knives symbol in the basket, it deals 2 damage to everyone in Little Red zone. So, Mike, how important do you think that card will still be, despite Red not being able to get it off turn 1 and pop a bunch of sidekicks?
You know, I think it's going to be more important later. I think if there's 3 of those clones that happen to be hanging around, or 2 in a certain spot, maybe 2 in the same zone as Wukong, and you got to find your best value out of it, right? So even not using it turn 1, it's still not the greatest value because you don't have to hit multiple sidekicks. You also want to keep Phoenix form as low as possible. So I think we're going to see it more so later anyway. I think it's not necessarily the big thing to do the Red Death first turn, the thing, whatever you want to call it. It goes by many names, but we all know it as a pain.
I'll just call it good. Your turn.
It's gonna
and
come
I think
out
it's
later.
going to be even more important to play around Phoenix form. So if Chad did get Phoenix form in his starting hand, or it's anywhere near the top, anytime he has 3 clones on the board is just going to be max healing, which is incredibly important. And since Little Red has those conditional feints, it will be very easy for Chad to get the 72 transformations that lets him pull it back constantly. So if I think that Zero is going to have to use the Never Leave the Paths to clear the clones at strategic times.
Please your little. Oh yeah, they can go there.
We've been talking a lot about the clones for Wukong and how instrumental Phoenix form might be to heal him. But Little Red also has sidekicks that contribute to healing. So, Ben, how important do you think the Huntsman is in this matchup? And do you think Zero should put an emphasis on trying to keep him alive?
I mean, as always, the Huntsman is super important to Little Red's game plan. I don't know if we went over the card specifically, but the Huntsman has sort of two Huntsman-specific cards. We have Long Have I Sought You, which we mentioned before, which is the 4 value attack that could be 6 if you're adjacent to the Huntsman. But the other card that I'd argue is almost more important from the Huntsman is Grimtail. It's a scheme where you heal 2, and if you have Wolf Pelt in the basket, you heal 4 instead for Little Red. So the Huntsman allows Little Red to become very tanky. Not only that, but what large hands you have, it allows you to pull back cards with the Wolfsbane symbol on it if it's the last card you played. So Little Red can, because Wukong has no feints, Little Red can guarantee that she gets the Grimtail healing off 4 times if the Huntsman survives. So I think it's very important for Wukong to take out the Huntsman here. That seems to be Chadicular's game plan. He goes in with an infinite strikes on the Huntsman, trying to get off an extra attack and get a little bit of chip damage, get him within undefended Ox form range, it looks like. What's that? A taunting laughter over stones in the belly?
Oh wait, but yeah, you
I have
got
to
it.
think first.
Yeah, this is important because the effect on taunting laughter is immediately your opponent can choose whether or not to discard a card. And if they do not, so if Zero doesn't discard a card here, the value of his card is ignored. The reason why that's important, like we saw in the Little Red game last night, is that the symbols have to line up. So Zero would have to discard a card with the knife symbol on it because that's what Stones in the Belly needs to trigger. And if he doesn't discard that, the effect on his Stones in the Belly won't go off. So we do see him discard the Into the Woods card with the knife symbol on it. So his value will not be ignored and his effect will still trigger. So Chad will discard a card randomly, and that card is a 72, which could be huge in this game. As we talked about, Phoenix form is really important. Being able to recycle that with 72 a bunch for extra healing is important. Also just a good card because you do have the choice between Tortoise form and Ox form, in addition to Phoenix form. I think most people think Phoenix form is probably the best of those 3, but having an extra Ox form in this matchup, especially with Little Red having a relatively high amount of 2 value block cards, could be the difference. So we'll see if that random discard impacts the game down the line.
I do want to point out something about Chad's positioning here. He has that Wukong, clone in the sort of bottom middle of the map on that red and orange space. It's next to a closed door, which makes it essentially a new red and orange zone on its own. So if Wukong can sort of utilize those sorts of things using the doors for this matchup, he can prevent Little Red from using the path with daggers in the basket, path of daggers, as I say, to kill multiple clones. Because right now, as long as that door is closed, there's no way for that clone to be hit by path of daggers. Never Leave the Path is the card name, but I call it Path of Daggers when it has daggers in the basket.
You call it Path of Daggers. I know one of the commentators last night, Connor or Hat Chowder, called it the Area of Bombardment. It has many names, but the effect strikes fear into the hearts of all of Little Red's opponents.
I call it Path of Daggers because Path of Daggers is a Wheel of Time book. So
we see Zero Skater pulling out the what large hands you have on the clone. Of course, the effect says after combat you may return this card to your hand, which makes it really good for, you can bring it back and attack clones in this matchup. It's a really good way for removing them. But it also has another effect if the pink triangle or the Wolfsbane symbol is on top of the basket, like it is right now. Little Red can instead choose to bring back the top card of her discard pile instead of large hands. So Zero has an interesting decision here where he could bring back hands or the Stones in the Belly, but he elects to bring back the hands, because like I talked about, that is just a really good card for getting rid of clones, despite Stones in the Belly potentially being a good pick because of the random discard. Ben, you have anything to add about that choice?
Yeah, I think he wants to keep the hands in hand, I guess. Not only to clear out the clones, but also because it allows him to recur his healing, the Grimtail scheme, as I pointed out earlier, which Little Red's going to want to do that a lot because it allows her to elect to take more undefended hits from Wukong's clones. Yeah, she might potentially take a 7-value Oxform to the face, but you know, if you get off 3 Grimtails for 4 healing each, that's 12 extra health. Oh my.
Oh!
Prospero, you want to talk about what just happened there?
All right, so it was exactly the little dance, the mental mind games that that Mike was talking about earlier. Is it Ryojingubang? Is it Oxform? Well, guess what? They made the wrong guess this time. It's also very difficult to defend Huntsman in general, but one huge Oxform 7-value attack just completely wiped Huntsman. Before, if I'm not mistaken, before any Huntsman cards have been played.
Yes, you are correct.
Which means the 3 potentially 6-value attacks, and most importantly, the 2 potentially 8 total value healing, meaning that Sun Wukong has his healing still, but Red's healing has suddenly become off the table. This, I think, completely throws the favor into Wukong.
Yeah, this is exactly what Chadicular needed in this matchup.
And I think the only thing, and it is so minimal.
Oh my god.
Oh, well, first we're going to see what he has in hand.
Fiery Eyes.
Both heals. That is unfortunate.
That is a tragedy.
That's a big oof right there. That's another thing about Red. She has a fair amount of schemes. 7 total schemes in her deck. So she also has the problem that Sherlock has, where consistent, like rapid fire damage can force her not only to use cards in a bad order, but also could potentially force her to take hits undefended, which, as we just learned, or as the Huntsman just learned, to the face, can be very brutal against Wukong.
I'm wondering what Chadicular is going to take here, because he could take... Okay, it's the hands. I'm not surprised by that, because it does sort of take away Red's ability to clear clones sort of safely, I guess. He could have also tried to take one of the Huntsman cards, even though it seems kind of useless. It does make it so that late game Little Red won't be able to draw anything useful. But as we saw, he took the what large hands you have. You were going to say something, Taylor?
Yeah, I was going to add, we learn a lot about why Zeroskator took that hit now, seeing his hand, because the Huntsman only has 2s available for him. He has Stones in the Belly and Once Upon a Time, which trigger on knives, and he has the Wolfskin, which triggers on pelt. So he has no block cards available that will do anything if the Wolfsbane is in the basket like it is now. And looking at his hand, the only Huntsman-specific card he had to block with there was Once Upon a Time, which wouldn't trigger. So he would have thrown out a blank 2, which would have gotten no effect. So I think Zero opted to just take the attack in case it was something like a Jingu Bang or something of that nature. Just hope it wasn't an Ox. But he took that risk, and especially with a character at 7 health, you can get mega punished if you just take an Ox form undefended. And we saw that. So I think taking that was probably the right play for Zero, based on trying to play optimally, and maybe he was thinking Chad was going to bait something. But as we can see, you take risks sometimes, and they don't always pay off, which a safe player like Zero, who rarely takes risks, seeing him get punished for taking one probably is a little disheartening for him.
Yeah, I mean, I do want to point out, I think Chad had only drawn 9 cards by that time that he played the Ox form, maybe 1 or 2 less. So that's, less than 1/3 of his deck, and there's only 2 Ox forms in the deck. So you'd expect the first one to show up in the first 15 cards. So Zero's probably also playing the odds of, well, it's not super likely that this is an Ox form. It's possible, but it's more likely it's, a Jingo Bong or a Taunting Laughter.
So, Ben, something that Zero loves saying, when you're playing the numbers game, you're trying to calculate probabilities. You ask yourself, what are the chances? whenever you ask yourself that, Zero says the chances always become 100. So maybe he asked himself, what were the chances it was an ox? And of course, you can jinx yourself when that happens. And turns out the chances of an ox was 100% in that one scenario, unfortunately for him.
Well, I don't believe in any dice mojo or anything like that. So, whenever I ask what are the chances, I pull up a hypergeometric distribution calculator, and then I math it out from there.
And that's the main spot where Ben and I differ. I feel like we're very similar in a lot of the ways that we play, but never tell me the odds is my my motto. And as Bug will tell you, if there's a 5% chance that I have a card, I probably have the card.
And I'm saying always tell me the odds. So we see Red maneuver and boost with a useless Huntsman card at this point, up to Wukong, and then Little Red attacks Wukong with a what big ears you have. Wukong defends with a wily fighting.
Yeah, I think the idea behind that play was Zero boosting in with the flowers and trying to maybe pretend that he has what big eyes you have, which with the flowers in the basket will cancel the value and effect of the opponent's card. So I think he was trying to bait Chad into just taking the hit, knowing that his card would be nullified, and he was throwing out the ears for 4 damage if unblocked. And I think Chad made the right decision blocking there, because it could just the card he play could just be completely nullified. But like you see, Zero tried to sneak in 4 damage there, and so Chad playing the wily, taking 1 but then dealing 1 back to Red, definitely a smart play, despite being a little risky if it is the eyes.
So far in this match, we're just seeing Wukong do exactly what he wants to do: be tricky, be unpredictable, make it harder for your opponent to make the right call. And so far, Zero's flipped the coins a few times, and it's just not come up heads.
Yeah, this is similar to the Darkblade Zero game from the second semifinal last night, where Zero was playing Bigfoot into Darkblade's Little Red, and Darkblade was trying to go for a bunch of coin flips as Little Red, and Zero was just able to make the correct read every single time. So there's a little bit of predictability with Little Red and her symbols. You can kind of figure out what she's going to play. The good Little Red players will probably try to shake things up and bait things, and if you can just predict it correctly, your opponent's going to have a rough time. Jeremiah, I know you like playing as Little Red a lot. Do you have anything to add about how you should go about playing mind games?
Absolutely. Yes. So essentially, you need to know your opponent's familiarity with Little Red. If your opponent doesn't know Little Red, doesn't know what symbols trigger what effects, you can essentially just have a field day with her and just do your stuff at the optimal time. But if you know that your opponent knows the optimal effects, that's when you start using things like what big ears you have, or what's in my basket, and those cards which are 4 value can bait out and potentially get damage over when people are thinking it's something else. Like, for example, everybody knows Knives in the Basket is some of the most dangerous cards because you've got Stones in the Belly, and you've got Once Upon a Time. And so people will often try and feint those in defense. So if you are playing a 2-value feint to defend, and instead of using those, you use what big ears you have, well, you just did 2 damage and pulled out a feint, which you can use on your Stones or Once Upon a Time later. So those are great opportunities. And another thing that I want to say, which I've already mentioned, but I want to say it again, in this matchup, Zero can be a lot more spicy, because if an attack comes in, like, obviously Chad does not want to use Ox form into what big mouth you have, for example, the one that bounces printed value back. So he's probably not going to use Ox Form when he has Wolf's Pelt in the basket, which is the symbol that you need to bounce the damage back. But if you block with Ox Form, or if you block thinking they're making an Ox Form attack, even when there isn't Wolf's Pelt in the basket, you can use the boost that is inherent in Ox Form, the boost to defense, to put a Wolf's Pelt in the basket before the combat bounce triggers and get that 7 damage bounced back.
Yep. Which in this matchup is one of the reasons why Wukong probably only wants to play Ox Form with the clones, because then instead of taking 7 damage, he's effectively taking 1, because the clones take 1 damage to produce.
Absolutely.
And I love how you bring that point up again, because playing against characters that have like discard or boost effects like Sun Wukong and Yanenga can really be tricky for Little Red sometimes and mess up her symbols. But we've seen yesterday when Darkblade was playing Little Red against Zero's Yanenga, how he had that amazing play where he played Once Upon a Time with the symbols not matching, expecting a shield formation from Zero's Yanenga, and then getting to discard a Knife so that the effect would trigger. And you can kind of predict what your opponent is going to play and use that to your advantage. So I'm expecting to see something like that maybe with the Ox Form and the boosting, as Jeremiah brings up.
Yeah, good position. Yeah.
I was proud of this one, not proud of my last turn.
Yeah, I think I kind of messed up here then my turn because I thought you'd have to boost. But
Yeah, Zero Skater is complimenting Chad's positioning right now. Chad definitely is familiar with Wukong on this map. As we saw yesterday, he won his last semifinal game against Caesar as Wukong on this map, although he was playing against Achilles. And Zero seems to be maybe not flustered, because it's hard to fluster a player of his caliber, but he's definitely frustrated at Chad's positioning here, which is just something that Wukong excels at. With the Huntsman... Oh, you go, Jeremy.
Yeah, I was just saying that he's playing around the doors really well. He's keeping his fighters in different zones, or at least not letting Red into those zones, so that Red can't get a good valued Never Leave the Path. Ben, I think you really hit the nail on the head here. Hair Rot is Wukong's best chance here, and you can tell Chad knows what he's doing on this map. He knows his way around the doors.
I would like to apologize. I called Jeremiah Jeremy yesterday. I was commentating with Jeremy, and the names are very similar, but you're not the same person.
That is true. Though, have you ever seen us in the same place?
I actually have not.
Then maybe we are the same person.
Are you a master of disguise?
You could
I could
swap
be.
spaces and go from Pennsylvania to Texas.
Oh, there's the Phoenix.
Dang.
Nice.
Mike,
So he gets a full value Phoenix, which is really good.
Yep.
yeah, Mike, how early, or I should say, how important is it that Phoenix is showing up this early in the game?
Extraordinarily important, especially with all those clothes on the board. And you still, even though one was pulled with stones, you still have 272s and only 2 cancels. So I think chances are, I want to say fairly high you'll recycle it twice. Especially with this matchup and no Huntsman, I think that's what you're going to go for more than the Ox. I obviously have been known to be wrong before. It surprised everybody, I know. But I would assume recycling of that card, very high chances.
Yeah, when I think of people who are wrong, I don't think Mike. I might think Taylor. I definitely don't think Mike.
Thanks, pal. Thanks.
Yeah, I don't think anyone else I'm commentating with right now has ever been wrong. It's just been me.
Yeah, that actually sounds right. I see nothing wrong with that statement.
One thing I am not wrong about is how exciting the grand finals of the 2022 Winter of Champions Unmatched tournament has been. We've gotten
A masterful transition.
1.5 great games so far today, and this game looks close with the health totals. It's interesting to see if Zero can swing back the momentum, but I'm having a blast right now, and I hope everyone watching is too. How do you guys feel about this game so far? Ben, what do you think?
I mean, it's as we were noting earlier, Sun Wukong's the hardest character Chadicular had into both of Zero's fighters. And I guess he decided to try to go for the match win, and it's working out for him. So it's been an exciting matchup. Because going into it, we were all predicting, oh, Little Red's probably gonna win. She can easily get off her symbols all line up. So it's just nice to see sort of that surprise swap of, oh, Little Red's actually sort of on the back foot now, which is one of the great things about Unmatched. You can pontificate all day about, oh, this matchup's the best for this character, that one's the best, and I can be all gung-ho about, oh, these fighters do well into Sherlock, and then when I try it against Zero Skater, both through myself and vicariously through Prospero, it just doesn't work. So, it's exciting games.
And we can pontificate all day. We can navel gaze about this game all the time, and we do.
Yes, we do.
Alright, I'm not gonna boost you.
So one thing that Sun Wukong does really well is he has really good defenses. Bewilderment and Golden Chainmail, often seen as the package of ultimate defenses. We see the third form there, which is another solid defense from Chad, the Tortoise form. It's a 5-value block card, which is just really good, but it allows your opponent to boost over it. We see Chad electing to keep the clone alive there by playing that card. Zero attacking with a basket and electing not to boost. So interesting decision by both players there. And another interesting attack, Chad throwing out a taunting laughter and Zero just taking it, because that's what you have to do against Sun Wukong's attacks right now. Against
Sun
him, I guess.
Wukong, you mean?
Sun Wukong, yes. Mike, what do you think about Wukong's mind games?
Bro, I don't like Sudoku or however you pronounce that game. I barely handle Wordle. Obviously, these mind games here are. I try to ban that guy, man. I just can't handle it. Like, ugh, it's just annoying. Granted, he just won one. He took the 0, undefended. He's doing much better than I. But yeah, I truly think it's something to play. He's been losing. I feel like he's almost been losing the mind game up until this point, though. I am uncertain about what may happen in the future, but we still got a lot of game.
Yeah, there's definitely. We've been saying that Wukong's had great luck so far against Little Red, sort of killing the Huntsman early, and being able to deny all that healing, as well as getting the Phoenix form in the earlier half of the deck. But it's still not over because Wukong still has 0 cancels. So the things that sort of Zero Skater's probably looking for now to get the win is he has 2 copies of Once Upon a Time left still, that's potentially 6 damage into Wukong. He's looking for the path to clear out the clones and potentially get a few damage into Wukong. He's probably also looking for what big eyes you have to go through Wukong's big defenses. What else is he looking for? He's probably looking to
My hand is crap.
probably looking to land some big stones in the belly to pull out either high boost values or pull out like 72s from Wukong's hand. What do you guys think? What else do you think that Little Red needs here to win?
I think Little Red's running on thoughts and prayers right now.
Yeah, there's also a morale thing here. when you're playing against Little Red, all the damage that you do to Little Red while Huntsman is still alive, you know in the back of your head that they could just heal that off. And it's very frustrating. But now every little plink, every Wily fighting that hits, everything like that. Oh, nice. Managed to get 2 clones with one of the Never Leave the Path right there. But every little damage that hits Red, it sticks because Huntsman is gone. So that is there's a morale issue here too, and you can almost see it on Zero's face. He knows he's fighting a very uphill battle at this point, losing Huntsman so early, and I think that as long as Chad plays this, just by the numbers, he should be able to take this.
So I think you bring up a really good point of morale. It can be very frustrating when you're playing a bad matchup or you're just getting unlucky. We heard Zero say last turn that he thinks his hand is crap right now. So when you're in Zero's position, do you think it's best to just try your hardest to win, even though it's very unlikely? Or do you kind of just give up a little bit and just say, like, hey, this isn't for me? Like, you try not to put a bunch of mental effort in to exhaust yourself. Mike, what do you think about that? Do you think Zero should still play hard, or do you think he should ease off the gas a little bit and try to save it for later in the day?
No, I think you got to take what you can get. I know we talk about match wins. I don't think that this is absolutely gone. I think right here you just saw it. The second Ox came out, and completely, even though the Huntsman's gone, his cards are very useful. He just completely blocked it. I mean, it's not completely out of the race yet. And I think if you take that mindset, I think that mindset will start rolling over to your next game. I think it happens to me a lot. I lose my first game, and then my second game is just completely distraught. So the mental needs to still be there. Low hand counts, I don't know who that's going to work better for right now, but I'm excited to see how the rest of this game goes.
It's kind of a, I guess, poetic tragedy that the Huntsman died protecting Little Red, and even in death, his memory continues to protect her with that from that Ox Fort.
Yeah, grim tale indeed. As far as the question that, or the kind of query that Mike just posed of who does better with smaller hand size, I have to say Wukong. Not that he doesn't have a lot of card draw, which is not fantastic, but Little Red wants to line up her symbols, and the less options she has in hand to line up her symbols, the more likely she's going to have to start using cards out of symbol order, which is her entire deck. So if I was Chad, I would like to. I mean, if I was Chad, I probably wouldn't have picked Wukong, but that's just because I prefer other fighters. But if I was Chad in this particular situation, I would keep up the pressure, keep Red's hand size low. But anyone who has watched my stuff or knows me knows keeping up the pressure and taking stupid attacks and doing stupid attacks when I probably should be playing more defensively is kind of my signature move. So maybe a little biased.
I think definitely a little biased. You said if I was Chad, well, I'd probably pick different fighters because I like different fighters. You wouldn't if you were Chad.
I mean, on that point of potentially picking different fighters, as someone who plays a lot of Muldoon, I know the effect morale can have. That playing against a fighter that it feels like you have no chance against, that you just can't touch, like Wukong into a melee matchup, where you just can't get close enough to hit the actual Wukong, or with Muldoon, where every path to him is either blocked by a trap or a worker. The frustration can set in, and in a long form series like this, even in Conquest, where it's a three game series, but a best of 5 series like this, this kind of frustration, Zero will need to mentally reset. No matter the outcome of this game, he's going to need to keep his mental up going into whatever the next game is.
Did you say Muldoon? I don't think you've been known to play him at all.
Nah, he
Oh,
seems
that's
pretty
right,
bad.
Yeah, I thought you played InGen.
All right, I'll see you guys later. It's been a pleasure.
That's it. We're done. We're done here.
Pack up, go home.
Mm-hmm. Yes, I have been occasionally known to play the fighter that is adjacent to the Raptors in the Jurassic Park 1 box.
Yeah, being adjacent to the Raptors is never good. They get that attack bonus.
That's true. Yeah, you don't want to do that.
Rip the Snuggles box. Anyway.
Oh, also, if any of you are playing a drinking game at home, I did mention Muldoon despite Muldoon not being into it, so make sure you take a drink.
It's on my bingo card.
Yep.
I'm expecting an attack here. Anybody else expecting it? I think the pressure has to be put on right now by Red to get back into this game.
If Red has the second path, might be played here because it would delete a clone and 2 damage. There it is. Yep.
Ooh,
What a call!
Nice
You
call.
This
spoke
man,
it into
Hero calls it.
existence.
Hero calls it.
Yeah, I was surprised at Chad's positioning there, and I'm not surprised to see Zero punish it there. Just being able to clear out a clone and put 2 damage into Wukong, it just puts a little bit more pressure on him. And Zero's got to fight for every bit of ground he can get here.
Yeah, I like that Chad has been taking a relatively defensive positioning because he doesn't want to open Wukong up to any of Red's nasty effects like Once Upon a Time. So staying in those zones on that left side, the pale gray at the top and the sea blue at the bottom, I think is good for him. But that last positioning on that last turn might have been a mental error or a lapse in judgment because that second path was pretty big there, like you said, Ben.
I think I am good there.
And we see them just playing open and close with the doors here, back and forth.
Yeah, no problem, no problem. I'll maneuver.
I mean, if you put a Trixie Monkey God and a homicidal little girl in a room with a bunch of doors, I feel like you would eventually get just a comic amount of opening and closing doors.
And I love that right after you said that, Ben, Chad got up, opened his door, walked out of it, and closed it again.
What can I say? I'm Paul Muad'Dib. I can just see the future.
You are
I was gonna
speaking
say
things into existence.
I was gonna call you out, Ben. I was gonna call you out. I was gonna say if whatever the next card's being played on either side, I want you to call it before it happens.
All right, I can.
I want to
can
see
make
how
that
great this is. And if you do, I want to know the lotto numbers for this week. But don't tell anybody else. Just send it to me privately.
I don't
Alright?
believe in playing in the lottery.
Well, I do, so you can help me out. All right?
Sure.
It's
can help
okay,
you
Ben.
spend your money on
The lottery doesn't believe in you either.
it. The lottery's a thing that can think.
Sorry about that.
Vegas is a sentient being. We saw it yesterday in the Wukong Achilles game.
Open the door.
I missed that. I was
Vegas.
Sounds good.
Oh right, you were commentating. Vegas imposed its will on Unmatched.
So you have that on.
I am concerned.
You can either draw you
So you joke that Vegas has a will of its own, but it might be like an eldritch horror being lurking beneath the grounds of Vegas. Where is
A
this
new
commentary
meaning.
gone? Let's get back
meaning
to
the
game.
house always wins. Yes, I know. It's just it's gone.
You bring that up while we're talking about nonsense, but we're kind of in this like middle stage of the game where both players are refilling their hands, maneuvering around, trying to get more options. I think that's important for Little Red, especially because her symbols, there's some volatility based on the cards she's drawn and the options she has available. And Wukong just not having card draw, it's important for him to refill after going down low. Yeah, you have something to add,
Wukong's
Ben?
probably attacking with a Ruyi here because Little Red's hand is so big.
Yep.
Oh, a Sly Monkey, just to bait out the teeth.
Ooh, yeah, and Zero just said that the most big brain play Chad could do would throw out a Jingu Bong. So Ben, you're right. That was another great call out that should have happened. I guess.
Yeah, it would have been pretty good because then Chad's clone would have actually survived the terrible big mouth too.
And no one likes getting a 4 value attack thrown at them. Especially when you could have avoided it by just not blocking.
I don't know if you guys saw Zero's reaction there, but during the second action maneuver, he just Wukong just jumps over, closes the door, and then jumps back, and Zero just shakes his head like, what is happening here? What am I supposed to do about that?
So something we talked about last game was the importance of passes and trying to avoid reaching fatigue or exhaustion first by emptying your deck. We see Little Red has 10 cards left in deck and Sun Wukong has 11. What does the pass situation look like for both players? Mike, do you know what passes Little Red has available?
I don't believe any other than attacks. All the Huntsman cards are gone, and then the both paths are gone, and the Into the Woods game gains an action. So I think we're at 0.
And
am
Ben,
I incorrect? I believe I'm correct on that.
I mean, you could use Oxform to pull back Phoenix, right? So potentially 2.
The 72, yeah.
Oh, that's what I meant. Yes, not Oxform.
Yeah. For Wukong, as we pointed out during the sort of deck discussion, he only has 1 pass in the deck in the form of Phoenix form, but he can get it back 3 times with 72 transformations. There's still 272 transformations left available to Wukong. There's one of them.
There's one.
I will it into existence.
This man.
So, Soon can still pull back 2 Phoenix forms, which he's likely going to do here, because I think he just wins through the long game. And then that's 2 passes. Oh, he pulls an Ox form.
So I was actually gonna mention that he only has 1 clone left, and Zero's been very intentional about killing the clones. So if he doesn't think he can get 3 clones and keep 3 clones on the board long enough to get a Phoenix form off, he might, the mind games double now, because Zero knows he has an Oxform in hand, and Chad knows he has an Oxform in hand. So now the mind games have just reached exponential levels where anything goes.
Yeah, something that's really dangerous about that too is that Little Red is at 7 health. So if she
has
takes
to block
an attack
everything,
and it's an Oxform, she has to block. And Chad still has 2 Infinite Strikes left and 2 Ryu Jingu Bongs left. So I think it's going to be really tough for Zero to make the right call on a lot of future Wukong attacks.
Yeah, I think Zero just can't block anything, or he has to block everything if he has a block in hand. Because like you pointed out, he's at 7, no heals left, and with the Ox form back in hand for Chad, it's Chad's next swing might be the last needed in the match if Red doesn't block, which means Chad can count on Ryo Jingo Bong getting off from wasting a card from Red and getting that full value attack. So I guess Chad's just playing a bit more aggressive than I would have in his position, but
and I like it.
Yes, I suppose it can be the right call. As the common adage goes, if you play not to lose, you can end up losing the game, but if you play to win, you can actually close it out.
So we see Chad playing to win by getting that big attack back. Mike, what does playing to win mean for Little Red here?
Oof. Can that be my answer? No. There's still a lot. I think exhaustion may be a factor. You can't ever count Zeroskatr12 out of an exhaustion game. Come on, that's asinine. Now, this is what I was going to wonder. Now that he sees that he has it in hand and probably pulls it back, do you wait for your second Fiery Eyes if you have it, use it now, and then put both of them on the bottom? Because I think that that's going to make a lot of the passes disappear. I don't know if that will be the next move, but I'm wondering if it's going to be a thought process. But I think it's just going to be have to get as many passes as you can. Use the Fiery Eyes.
There it is.
Was I right? Was I right? Because I think that was. I honestly think that was Little Red's game plan. Was hopefully the other Fiery Eyes is buried deep. You get your 2s, and then you just keep attacking with it as much as you can for passes. But we'll find out what the final take will be. This and more next time on Unmatched.
So there are a couple options for Chad here. He could put the other hands, what large hands you have, on the bottom, because that's a really good way for Little Red to kill clones. He could also take a defense and put that on the bottom so that he maybe has a better chance of landing a big Ox form on Little Red. Jeremiah, what do you think the right call here is for Chad?
I mean, looking at the hand here, there's definitely a lot of good options, but Zero obviously would rather not use What Big Eyes or Once Upon a Time into a clone, because that's wasting damage one way or another. So yeah, I think the right options are either What Big Hands, which seems to be what they're doing, or the What's in My Basket, put it on the bottom. The only thing about What's in My Basket putting on the bottom is it will probably be useful on the bottom, as opposed to What Big Hands will be less useful on the bottom of the deck.
Do we know how many baskets have been played so far? I think, Mike, you're tracking Little Red's deck.
Yeah, I'm tracking that a little bit. I think out of baskets played, there is two played. Is that? I believe there is one in the discard and one on the top of the pile. Might have gotten miscalculated, but I'm fairly certain that's correct. I believe there's one in discard, and then the one you see there on top of the pile.
Wukong goes for a second action attack here, probably either Jingo Bong or Infinite Strikes. Though it could be the Ox form that he pulled back.
It always could be Ox form, and that's the thing Zero has to consider.
That's the danger.
Yeah, that's the problem. And being in lethal, I think you always defend.
Yep. Which is why I'm thinking it's probably a Jingo Bong. But we'll see. Chadicular is playing the tricksy.
Is that your final answer, Ben?
That is my final answer. See if you need those lotto numbers.
This would be a bold take from Zero here. And I think he plays too safe to take it. So yeah, I think he's going to defend because he knows that he could lose.
The other thing
we just saw his hand. Oh, I was just gonna run through his defensive options. He still has the basket, the eyes, which would cancel and nullify the value right now. The terrible big mouth, which would be able to kill the attacker after combat, and the Once Upon a Time. But if it's the Ox and he has to boost, that could mess up his basket, especially since he actually has the Wild in it right now. So he would be, if he wanted to boost, he'd have to discard a card, and it would have to match up the right symbols.
I think Zero. Sorry, yeah, I was just going to say that I think Zero probably wants to, is very highly considering using What Big Eyes You Have, just because it works against anything. It will completely.
I was going to say that. Exactly, and it ignores for lining up.
But I know he hates that because it's auto damage.
Yeah, it's giving up that 3 guaranteed damage into Wukong potentially. Terrible big mouth could be good if this is not a Jingo Bong.
Ooh.
Okay, so Infinite Strikes into a Once Upon a Time, it looks like.
Yes. First of all, we should note that Ben was wrong.
Yes. Always note when I'm wrong.
Kick him out. Get him off the
Make my head smaller.
Get him out of here.
Just so that we don't have what is it called? The confirmation bias. So we don't have confirmation bias. We should also point out Ben was wrong with that prediction. So you won't need the lotto number.
Yeah.
But also, it was infinite strikes, and he used the opportunity to kill a clone, which again, I know is annoying Zero because that's auto damage gone. And was that
Boost with a
I believe
Jingo
it's a
Bong, it looks
boost.
like?
Yeah, boost with the Jingo.
Tries to run away. I guess that makes sense. Maybe Chad's just planning on playing the long game.
Quite unfortunate for you, Ben, that he had that card in hand.
Yeah, it makes it even worse.
I probably would have liked to see him play that in that opportunity, because if Zero still played Once Upon a Time on defense, despite the after combat effect killing the clone, the second attack from the Jingu Bong would still go through, and then Red would get a 4 thrown at her. And really the only good options she'd have to block with would be the basket or probably what big eyes you have. Which again, Zero probably wants to save because Wukong doesn't have any cancel, so that's a guaranteed 3 damage as an attack if he lines up the symbols.
Yep, and Wukong has 172 transformations left, which means Wukong's potential health pool is at most probably 10, though granted he'd have to take 2 damage to make 2 clones to get that 3 clone Phoenix form off.
this is probably the eyes coming up.
You would have to assume just to get the health down to 4 anyway, or a heck of a bait. But I think we know what it is.
Yeah, he does have the large hands and the what's in my basket in his hand. Or actually, no, the hands was put at the bottom of the deck, right?
Yep, 2 hands
Yes.
on the
Yeah.
bottom of the deck.
Yeah, so then he's either baiting with a basket most likely, or playing his eyes. And now's as good of a time as ever to play the eyes. Just pressure Wukong's health more. Ben, what do you think it is?
I think it's eyes.
I think it's basket to try to get to the eyes.
Oh,
That was correct.
So you got a shot.
All right, pal. Those lotto numbers. I'll take the DM. Direct message me, and we'll also get you on the podcast for that, and we'll make it happen. Okay?
Sure.
So there goes one of Chad's ultimate defenses, the Bewilderment. It's a 0 value block that during combat just prevents all damage from happening. And after combat, the fighter that played it can move to any space on the board. We've seen it in King Arthur's deck. That's a Merlin card. It's just a phenomenal defense. But when the effect gets canceled, its value is only 0. So that was I think an interesting choice from Chad there. But he doesn't really have any good ways to deal with eyes anyway. So I think he was expecting a bait, maybe, like that basket. That would have been a really good block to play against the basket.
Mike, do you know if Little Red has any paths left? I don't think she does.
No paths. Both
Okay.
paths have been used.
Okay, because
There's a reason he's staying here, I guess,
Yeah,
is what
'cause
I'm getting at.
Wukong took 1 damage to make that clone. And then, okay, so 72 transformations blocks here. So Wukong took 1 damage to make that clone, putting him to 3 health, which interestingly puts him within either Once Upon a Time kill range or What Big Eyes You Have kill range if it goes directly into Wukong. So seems like it's a bit of a risky play from Chad, but given that Zero has no other paths left, Chad's probably just betting on the wall of clone protecting him.
And
Let's
it's
see
something,
what he gets back with 72. Probably Phoenix form, given how low his health total is.
something that, what a terrible big mouth, the defense card that Zero just played. It's really good at getting rid of the wall of clones because it's a defense card, and its after combat effect will deal damage back to the attacker, which will kill the clone because the clones only have 1 health. So that's an important card for Zero to play on the clones because it kills them when it's not his turn. Normally he'll spend his turn like maneuvering and then attacking a clone, and if it dies, that's great. But then Chad can respawn a clone at the start of his turn, so it's kind of evened out. When this happens and the clone dies when it's Chad's turn, he can't he doesn't have enough time to react, and I guess it's his turn, so he's already made a clone that turn. So it kind of neutralizes the effect and can help Zero Skater bring down the wall a little bit faster, because now, depending on what Chad brings back, if he maneuvers away and puts the clone in front of Wukong, Little Red can go hit the last clone, and then suddenly Chad's on the board with no clones, and even if he takes back the Phoenix, he'll still have to take a damage to make another clone. So I think that was a great time to play Terrible Big Mouth there.
Taylor, I'm gonna kind of turn the question onto you now. How do you think the game state is right now? I'm almost feeling like we're kind of shifting a little bit, almost momentous shifting a little bit.
Ooh.
Yeah, there has been a momentum shift. You can see how maybe a little bit ago Wukong was at more health than Little Red, but Zero's been at 7 health for a while, and you can see he's bringing that health down, which is really good for him. Chad's trying to decide here how aggressive he should play, and he uses the last 72 to take back a Phoenix form, and he plays it immediately. No, or he's just showing John. Okay. Curious, he would have only gotten 1 health right now. So yeah, I think there's still a Once Upon a Time left for Little Red, which would be lethal here, but
and I believe it's in hand. I could be wrong, but maybe he used one in hand, but I almost think it's in hand.
I think he used the one in hand to kill a clone.
Oh, you're right. You're correct. You are correct, yes.
So
yes,
it could be from the maneuvering, but it's not the one we saw.
Yeah, so I guess to directly answer your question, Mike, I actually think Zero is in a really good position right now, despite being down bad earlier in the match.
And 2 stones.
Yes. There's going to be... I think Chad's going to have to be really careful the next couple of turns and really play perfectly on the positioning and the mind games aspects.
Yeah, I think positioning is going to be key here, because particularly any time that Zero might be able to put Wolfsbane in the basket, that last What Big Eyes You Have is lethal. I don't think Chad is going to be attacking with Wukong Prime, particularly into knives, for the chance of getting the last Once Upon a Time in the butt. So I think the main thing is going to be staying out of the ability for Zero to attack Prime Wukong with Wolfsbane in the basket. It is a little unfortunate for Chad that those doors are open now. Because those who, if you're familiar with this map and the rules of the doors can only be interacted with, open and shut, during maneuver actions, which means any sort of movement like Into the Woods, which I believe all of them have been used, but things like Into the Woods don't work.
Chadicular positions well here, closing the door so that way Zero would have to boost with a boost 4, which Red has no boost 4s in the deck, if he wanted to be able to attack Wukong Prime directly. Also positioning so that Red would have to boost with a boost 2 at least to be able to kill that last clone, and keep Chad from getting, at least 1 healing off from Phoenix form. Although likely 2, because take the damage and heal it right back if he plays it next turn.
I'll maneuver again.
How are we looking on deck counts right now?
Actually tied at 6 cards apiece. So
Mhm.
the exhaustion game definitely is probably a factor in both of their minds. I actually have a feeling that the game will end before then, just due to Little Red's lethality and some of her effects, and the fact that Wukong still has that Ox form left.
Ooh, he's taking a hit to make a clone.
Yeah,
Bringing
so
himself
I
down
think
to
the,
two.
you got it, Mike.
I was gonna say I think this is where you question Phoenix form now. I think you almost have to.
Yeah, I think it's probably right.
Yeah, you have to, just to make sure lethal's not completely every time you get attacked.
Now Red needs to get Once Upon a Time directly into Wukong and the What Big Eyes directly into Wukong. And Wukong has 2 clones which can help body block. Potentially more if he wants to go back down to 3, but I don't think he does with no more healing left.
So here's a question: does Wukong make any clones or any more clones this game?
I don't
what do you
think
think
so.
about that? Yeah.
Not unless he sees one of the 2 Once Upon a Time or What Big Eyes, or maybe even both played. I don't think he makes any more clones. Once one is played, maybe he's willing to make another clone or 2, just to help him body block against Red.
Offensive Sly Monkey is, I think, what brings one in. If you feel confident you can block, or you don't need to block. I think if Wukong himself attacks, offensive Sly Monkey will be the way to bring one in from now on. But I don't foresee one being spawned, if you will.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Although
he can't really risk that into knives, though.
Yeah, that's the thing.
Yeah.
He can't play Sly Monkey into knives. Otherwise, he's giving Red one of her 2 free win con cards.
So speaking of win condition, we've been talking about how Little Red can win this game with those cards. Jeremiah, how do you think Wukong wins the game from here?
I think it's definitely going to be tricky. We do know that if I remember correctly, both What Big Mouth You Have are gone, which is one of the major defensive problems that Wukong has to deal with. I think Wukong has to kind of ride it out until Knives gets out of the basket again, because Knives is just such an issue. But it looks like he's actually going to go a little more aggressive on this, which is risky because on the one hand, he can pull out, or he can try and draw out the Once Upon a Time. But if he does happen here to draw out the Once Upon a Time, then he is setting himself up essentially to be maneuver boosted and then attacked with the 3. But this gets us a stones in the belly.
This random discard could be huge.
Ew, that was
Another Wily.
terrible.
Another Wily.
So what, I picked one?
So that would have been another auto damage potential gone.
Good for chat. The boost value on Wily is only 1, so the stones in the belly is a 3. Although that was
It didn't matter.
It was an attack. Yeah. So the clone couldn't have died anyways. But when they're both versatile, it gets confusing to remember who's attacking who.
Does he have any more bewilderments or chainmails left?
He has 2 golden chainmails, 1 bewilderment, 1 tortoise form left. So he's got a decent defensive package left.
Yeah, except into Red, who is about the tricks and the auto damage, which is the key. So the Zero's win condition, which, as we mentioned, is the knives in the basket, with Once Upon a Time, and the last What Big Eyes You Have. And we know that how many cards does Zero have at this moment in his deck? I can't really see. It's a little
3.
3.
3. That's what I thought. So we know the bottom 2 cards of Zero's deck.
Yeah.
Which means unless that last card in his deck is the What Big Eyes you have, he has both win conditions in hand right now.
As a note, each one is not a win condition on its own, though.
Right, you need both.
Both are win conditions.
So I will.
So.
Another interesting thing is that we know where the the hands. We know where the big hands are. They're the bottom 2 cards. But once those start coming out, if those clones aren't dead already, they will be. So I think Chad is probably using that timing and trying to get as much out of the clones as possible.
Another thing to remember as we get closer to fatigue is that all of the characters on the board for your side take 2 damage if you have to draw but can't, which means the clones will die if Chad has to draw a card with an empty deck. So their usefulness is certainly dwindling. So maybe Zero is just trying to wait out until maybe Chad's deck empties and he can get to Wukong directly. What do you think about that, Ben? Do you think Zero can afford to wait until exhaustion, or do you think he has to act a little bit faster?
Because of the deck differential, Little Red has 2 left and Wukong only has 4. Plus Wukong probably wants to get aggressive with the clones earlier. Not only, as you mentioned, because exhaustion will kill them all, but also because Little Red's hands are coming up in the next 2 cards. Wukong's probably going to get aggressive with the clones, which is essentially like having a pass, because, you know, it's not a card that you have to draw. So I don't think Zero Skater really can necessarily wait for exhaustion to kill the clones. I think he waits for the hands to kill the clones. But of course, that only gives him, 1 draw before exhaustion kicks in for himself, and then he's taking 2 damage every time he wants to maneuver. At 6 health, that means, you know, kill range for Wukong gets closer and closer.
Now here's a weird question, Mike. It might take a little bit of math for you, but
and I will discard.
he's so this is a discard, I think, at the end of the turn. So with that stones in the belly moving out, other than the last stones in the belly, are there any other ways that he can get Wolfsbane in to proc the What Big Eyes damage?
I believe we still have 1 basket and 1 Once Upon a Time. So you have 3 options for it.
Okay.
I don't think that's going to be the problem. I think the problem is going to more so be that he's at 2 in his deck, and the Wukong still has 4 and is probably going to get aggressive to attack. So I still think this is more than 50-50. I don't quite know how many attacks that Wukong has left that he can do with, other than the Infinite Strikes, Sly Monkey, and I believe both Oxes are gone. Maybe Ben, you can help me out with that.
Yeah, Wukong has Sly Monkey left, Ox Form, Jingo Bong, and Infinite Strikes. Those are really his only offensive options. Sly Monkey is a purple, but I doubt he'll use that to block unless it's maybe to throw in front of a hands, just to keep a clone alive another turn. And then for defenses, he has 1 Tortoise Form, 2 Golden Chainmails, and a Bewilderment. So he still has those good Wukong blocks left, so he's not taking any damage except for the after combat effect from Once Upon a Time and the ignore your opponent's value damage from Big Eyes.
I think they're already starting to begin to talk about their possible endgame scenarios.
Yep. I definitely, if I was either of the players here, I think I'd rather be in Chad's position. So.
I agree.
And it also, I mean, we're getting to fatigue, and that might come into play, and then they might die off.
Yeah, this is definitely a tough one. I really feel like it's a tough one for both. With, I believe, 2 cards left in Zero's deck, we know exactly where all the cards are. So all, so the 2 cards left in deck are the 2 last what big hands you have.
But it's not.
So basically,
The stones in the belly is annoying.
Yeah, I mean that's. I don't know. It does put you.
So
in late
if
game,
he, if Chad comes in with an attack, even with the clone, he could still lose a card, and that could be the Ox form.
Keep circling it.
Are you kidding me? Did you see how long John took on that last one?
All right, we are seeing the timer flip now.
Yep.
Ben, what does that mean?
So the way the timer works is once it's flipped, each player will get a turn, a minute per turn. Sorry, and if that player does not finish their turn within a minute, then any actions they have remaining at the end of that turn automatically become maneuvers in place, and if they overdraw, they just drop whatever cards they draw off of it. And if they sort of hit the timer within that turn, they get a warning, just a slow play warning. We'll indicate that by copying the timer next to that player's video, and then that player will. Oh no, we give one warning, and then we do the end your turn immediately at the end of the 1 minute.
2 hands at the bottom, so you should know every card in my hand. I can tell you.
So interestingly, what he decided to go with is making a clone, which puts him within the 1 card win condition, but also makes it harder for Zero to actually get to Wukong. So that's the balance that he's playing here, and it's really interesting. So yeah, stones as expected, into Ox form.
Yep.
Does he boost
Golden Chainmail? So that's a 4 value stone. So red's taking 3 damage here if Zero does not boost.
So I'm at 4 currently. Like I'm at a 4 value, so I would do.
I mean, the best possible boost is going to, so that he takes no damage, would be the what's in my basket, but then that goes on the bottom, and that goes into the discard before
Stones.
the stones does. So that's losing out on potential.
It's 1 fewer Wolfsbane.
I think
And
that's
one
the
fewer
worst
knife.
card he could have picked right there was, unfortunately, the Golden Chainmail on that stones.
Yes, Golden Chainmail is just a 4 value defense that red
It
can't
doesn't
really
do much else.
do 6. Yeah.
I think this is probably one of the most critical parts of probably the outcome.
I'll take 1.
2. So red takes 1 damage. But that is 1 less defense that red has.
And then my turn, I will.
And soon red is going to have to start playing defenses they don't want to. So defenses that don't trigger.
An interesting thing about Wukong's position here, he has 3 cards in deck, and he's probably Chad's probably planning each turn to just maneuver and then attack. So he has effectively 3 turns to go before the the clones just wipe themselves out. The question is, can red either kill the clones fast enough, or yeah, that's it. That's the question. Can red kill the clones faster than Chad's able to utilize them to get aggression without putting himself in danger?
Jeremiah, do you think we attack with hands here and pull back the stones?
Ooh, I do like that option. But yeah, playing the defenses here are pretty key, because if your entire objective, it's essentially like a Muldoon game. Take a drink. It doesn't really matter what defenses you have in hand if they can't get to you to attack your main target. So sometimes you use a leap away to defend a worker. Not like, obviously it's not often, ideally that's for Muldoon, but if they can't get to you at all, if that worker's still alive, You know, you use your big defenses on those. Plus, with the clones alive, he can continue to attack into red, as we're seeing here, and every attack is one less card draw, which is better for exhaustion. Zero looks just like mentally drained right now. Like, the look on his face is...
This is your second act.
It's interesting because I've never made him look like that, so...
I'd like to think I've made him look like that, but I doubt it. He's usually cool as a cucumber.
But you know, Wukong has this effect on people.
It does. He does.
I was gonna say, before taking the Unmatched world by storm, Zero used to play Yu-Gi-Oh competitively. So I think he has like at least 7 years of experience in that department. So he's definitely one of the most poised players in the game right now, I will add. He's able to keep his composure and stay calm and make rational decisions for extended periods of time, which I think is one of his biggest strengths as a player.
So I think Chad just blocked with Sly Monkey, or attacked with Sly Monkey.
Basically using it as a pass, because Infinite Strikes gains an action,
Mhm.
so he doesn't want to play the Infinite Strikes if he can help it at this point, because it won't really work as a maneuver.
He still has one
and then
Ryu
pass.
though left, right?
Yes.
The Ryu's not any good if he has no other attacks though. So he might be holding it too long.
That's true, but I think, as I pointed out earlier, Chad's just trying to sort of force red to take damage through exhaustion, potentially. But yeah, I'm surprised Chad didn't throw a Ruyi there, just because it would have been good to get 2 cards out of red's hand. Though he does only have 2 in hand, so. Which, there we see, he didn't even have the Ruyi in hand.
Ah, well, that makes sense as to why he didn't play it. But the clone survives, and now red has to maneuver. And we begin the clock. Not the actual clock in the game, but the mechanical clock that Restoration Games designed into the game of exhaustion.
Yeah, and interestingly, Infinite Strikes isn't necessarily the worst attack, because Ryugi is still a possibility, red might just take it, in which case Infinite Strikes is 2 damage into red, putting her down to 3 from 5.
Taylor, do you think putting him there is to force a double maneuver right here?
Yeah, I think it's huge because Chad can't reach Little Red right now without a boost, but he only has 1 card in his hand from that first maneuver, so he actually can't boost, so he can't hit Little Red right now, and I think Zero's playing very defensively because maybe he's mathed out that he can afford to double maneuver on his next turn, go down to 1, and then if Chad double maneuvers, he'll actually die, so I think he's forcing Chad in a position where he has to boost in next turn, probably using the Jingu Bang, and then because that has a boost value of 3, Wukong could move 5 spaces. Actually, if there's a way that Zero Skater can get more than 5 spaces away from Wukong here, I think he has lethal with exhaustion. Is that correct?
Yeah.
I think you're right. I think where he's positioned actually kind of hurts Chad. Like, Chadicular didn't position quite, I think, optimally, but I could be wrong. He's just I think he's counting the 5 spaces. I think he has the win.
Yeah, do you think Chad probably should have opened that door on the last maneuver?
I do. I think he should have also gone to that yellow-red zone, because I think that's as good as you... Yeah, he did. He did the double maneuver. I think that's what your play was. That was insane. I think he had to go somewhere closer.
Let's listen in. Let's listen in and just hear their thoughts as the game concludes.
And then
Yeah,
also,
one clone apiece, I think. I think what did it was that interaction over there where you correctly predicted it like 3 times. I think you said no ox form, no ox form. This is the ox form, and yeah, you had calculated guesses, which is great. My mind was just like, do I throw it or do I not?
Right.
And it definitely paid off for you. Yeah, because if you had taken that one here over here, you would have been at 3, right? I would have been at 7. That would have been clutch. And then I think it would have been a much different game. I'm not sure. Obviously, it came down to 1 health, but I was thinking about burying your this.
Yeah.
I really was thinking about it rather than your other hands, and I think at that moment that probably would have been better, so that you couldn't in any way get to me with your effects.
Yep.
So that put me, down 3, and then that really hurt. So, maybe figure out exactly what to bury. I think I got a little tunnel vision on seeing hands again, but at that point in the game, I don't know if hands were as critical for me because you can run up and kill a clone, maybe, which is a pass for you, which is good. But I had so many defenses at that point that I was going to start using them, for like whatever they might be. So I wasn't really going to be losing clones because, I had literally all of these. I don't think. Did you ever actually attack Wukong other than that one time?
I think just the eyes. That was
so.
it. That was it.
Yeah. So so I should have been a little more religious with those. I think.
You're right.
I just got them right at the end though. These were like my bottom 10 cards or so, and then these were my bottom 2. If I had had this earlier,
that would have been helpful.
Obviously, you saw this, which was a bummer, but I was planning on running up and surrounding you with all of my clones, and then smacking you with this to help me out. But I couldn't, I couldn't get it, and I was 1 card too short in order to do that. So
right. I think you're right though. The critical play was bearing hands instead of this because this let me get 3 damage off and put the pressure on you, and that was really big. Because like you said at that point, you had defenses to use for the clones to block against hands. It wasn't a big deal. You didn't have to just let them go every time I attacked with it. And yeah, obviously those coin flip interactions were crucial, but my reasoning was obviously the first 2 attacks when we were like over here and you were hitting me and Wukong was over here or whatever, I was above 7 health. So when I'm above 7 health, I'm cool with taking attacks because as long as it's not Ox, I'm fine. And even if it is Ox, I'm not dead, and then I can start blocking from there. Once you did those 2 attacks, you brought me shortly after that. I think you brought me below 7, 2-7, and then that's why I think even when I was over here though, the crucial one where I did defend the Ox, I was above 7. I think
you were at 10. Yeah, it was my first action.
Yeah, so
and
the
then
reason
I put you
again,
to 7 with another one.
Just so the stream can hear, I guess if they're listening, but like I told you, the reason was I had the pelt, and so an Ox is kind of a win-win because you were down a little bit in the deck count, so you'd be happy to deal some damage over Wolfskin and force me to draw, and then you'd also be happy if I defended with the Big Mouth, because then the clone is going to die off, but it's just a clone, so who cares? And then you use up one of my mouths and still deal damage over it because these are both low values. So yeah, that was why I figured it was probably the Ox if you had it.
Yeah,
And
my
luckily,
thought process was he didn't defend the other 2, and he knows I haven't drawn any cards, so he's probably...
Wow, so the conclusion of that game was obviously very exciting. It literally came down to both decks emptying and the players reaching exhaustion, and Chad just taking too much, Little Red being at just 1 health. So with all those mind games from Sun Wukong, like it very easily could have gone the other way. Mike, do you have any first impressions from seeing the conclusion of that game?
Did we ever have a doubt? Who doubted zeroskatr12? Those of you that are doubters, I was one of you, because I was for certain that after that huntsman died, like round 2 or whatever it may be, I was like, man, this is going to be on the back foot for a long, long time. And it was. I I'm stunned, honestly, that happened. I don't want to discredit Chadicular at all for his great gameplay there. I mean, he did exactly what was needed, I think. You know, checkmark A, kill the Huntsman. Checkmark B, kill Little Bit Red, and just didn't get it. Just did not end up getting it. I am truly shocked. I expect this high-level gameplay going forward, too. I don't think it's over yet. I think Chad can still make the 3-0 waxing, if you will. So we'll go from there.
Mm-hmm. And just to go off of that, Jeremiah, do you think Chad can go 3-0? Because in order to win, you have to win with all three of your fighters. So he has to win out from this point on. He has to take it to Game 5 and get 3 wins in a row. Do you think he can do that against Zeroskater and his Yanenga?
So Zeroskater's been preaching the Church of Yanenga since Battle Legends 2 came out. Zeroskater thinks that Yanenga is now the best fighter in the game. Detractors from that particular point of view do note that Yanenga has a good number of counters because Yanenga has no cancels in deck. So, that being said, I think Bloody Mary into Yanenga, I think is Bloody Mary favored. Particularly Chad's Bloody Mary, he's really good at it. So I think that he could pick up a win there pretty good. Medusa into Yanenga, Ben and I have discussed many times, particularly going against Zero, that's a skill matchup. That's almost a 50-50. I don't think that leans one way or another. And the advantages that they both have are pretty similar, so map doesn't really play too much into that. It can a little bit, but I don't think it's like as big of a deal as like Red getting map pick. And so that's really just going to come, and if there's anyone in the world you don't want to go up in a head-to-head mathed out 50-50 matchup, that's Zeroskater. So that's going to be close, but it's definitely winnable from either side. And then I think the hardest matchup left is the Wukong into Yanenga. I think that one is going to be the toughest, because Yanenga's advantages really do bother Wukong, but I also think that there is things that Wukong can do there. I mean, essentially anytime you have two fighters from the same box, I think that there is counterplay there. They normally build a certain amount of counterplay into the boxes. And so I think Sun Wukong and Yanenga both being from Battle Legends Volume 2, there is a chance for Wukong to get that win, but I think that'll be the hardest one.
Okay. And Ben, so if Chad needs to, if he's going to win out and go 3-0 for the rest of the match and win with all his fighters, if he gets a win against Zero in this upcoming game, he's not going to have map position for the rest of the match if he is going to keep winning. How important do you think having the map is for each of Chad's fighters? And based on your answer to that, who do you think he should pick for Game 3 to go against Yanenga?
So, I'll sort of start in reverse order. The one that is, in my opinion, least match dependent, and then to the most. So Medusa, as Jeremiah noted, is an even matchup into Yanenga. Both of them sort of have the same set of maps that they like and don't like. Both don't like Heorot, both like Marmorial, both don't really care for Sarpedon, although that's banned. Both would like Sherwood if it wasn't banned. Both are pretty good on Yukon, especially against melee fighters. So that match is a sort of toss-up, so I don't think Chad particularly wants map pick there. Of course, it's nice, but at this point, I think he's going for the Hail Marys. Speaking of Marys, Bloody Mary is the next least map dependent. She definitely does have preferred maps, so Hanging Gardens is particularly good for her, so is Heorot into Yanenga. But Bloody Mary's kit is sort of tailored a bit more to the destruction of Yanenga, whereas Sun Wukong is on the back foot. He struggles against ranged fighters, especially double ranged fighters, because they can easily clear out his clones from range. Also, speaking of clearing out clones, Yanenga has like 6 cards, the 3 point blanks that can clear out clones, and 3 stallion charges that clear out multiple clones. So I think Chad wants to take Wukong when he has map pick, because then he can put Yanenga on Heorot again, because interestingly, even though Chad chose Heorot last game, Little Red, Zero Skater's Little Red won on Heorot, so Zero is the one that can't choose Heorot, whereas Chad can. So I think Chad wants Wukong into Yanenga on Heorot, and then the Medusa and Bloody Mary into Yanenga are the following two matchups. I'm not sure which one Chad would want to play out first, because it doesn't particularly matter, because Zero Skater gets the map choice for both of those. Chad probably would do the Bloody Mary to at least make the game look, the match look a little closer. So my prediction is Wukong into Yanenga on Heorot, then Mary into Yanenga, probably on something like Yukon or Marmorial is another good option there for Yanenga, and then finally Medusa versus Yanenga on some neutral map like Sunnydale.
Okay, thank you for those insights. So we're actually going to take a quick break now, give the players a little time to maybe get something to eat for lunch, and we'll regroup after that for the following game. So Jeremiah, anything you want to say to people before we cut out?
I think we're still in for some good games. This is not wrapped up, even though it's 2-0. In the jinxing words of my favorite League of Legends team, Cloud9, well, congrats on Zero Skater for winning the finals. There's absolutely no way that Chad can bring it back from a 2-0.
And Ben, do you have anything to say before we wrap?
No, I mean, just good game so far. I really thought Chad's Wukong had it that last game, but, you know, Zero Skater's cards just came up in the right order, so.
And Mike, any closing remarks?
Yes. You're all wrong. It's going to be Bloody Mary first. No, I'm kidding. We're going to see the Sun Wukong matchup. I think it's going to be on Hanging Gardens rather than Heorot. I think that +1, I think that's a better matchup for him. I think that's what Chad enjoys a lot. It's been wonderful being here with y'all. I expect to see hopefully 3 great matches left. It'll be a great winner for everybody else. And as always, you'll love to see it.
Mm-hmm. So just to quickly plug everyone, because actually everyone on this commentary panel is a content creator, Jeremiah, aka Prospero, he has a Twitch channel where he will regularly stream things like Unmatched games and his tournament games. And I believe that's your tag is Prospero Sparks for that. Is that correct?
Yep.
Okay. So go check him out. I'm sure Alan will put the links in the Twitch chat. Ben streams as well. It's Feebleblobber, right, on Twitch?
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
He also streams the good Unmatched content. Just there's so many people that will stream their tournament games and stuff. It's a great way to follow along with the competitive scene and to learn something yourself. And Mike has a podcast that he hosts with Tommy Elliott. It's called Defender Resolves First. That's available on a multitude of platforms. And yeah, it's you'll love to see it. It's an awesome podcast. And I myself, I am Baked Goods. I have a YouTube channel. You should go check that out for more Unmatched content. So thank you to everyone who's watching so far the first 2 games of the 2022 Winter of Champions Grand Finals. We'll take a break and see you everyone in about 15 minutes at 12:40 Eastern Time, 11:40 Central Time. So thank you so much for tuning in, and we'll see you in just a little bit. Welcome back, Legends, to the 2022 Winter of Champions Tournament Grand Finals. We are just returning here after a little bit of a break. We'll get everyone caught up to speed on what's happened so far this match. But as you can see, I'm joined by 3 lovely new commentators. We have Ethan, or Freak. Ethan, how are you doing this morning? You enjoying the match so far?
I'm good, yeah. Off to some interesting games. The draft is somewhat more interesting than I thought it was going to be, but yeah, some high-level gameplay coming out. See if Chad can bring it back in these matches.
Mm-hmm. We have the creative username Gary M, aka Gary. Gary, how are you doing this morning?
Good. How are you doing, Taylor?
I am doing fine as always. It's always a pleasure to watch them Unmatched, and commentating is just fun, so I'm glad to have you here. And we have Connor, aka Hat Chowder, who's actually a fellow commentator of mine on last night's semifinal. Connor, how are you doing this morning?
I'm doing good. Excited to see Bloody Mary.
Mm-hmm. say good morning. It's afternoon for me. That just goes to show my concept of time. So to give everyone a quick summary of the match that has happened so far. Chadicular won the leader-follower die roll and chose to be the follower, meaning he would pick second. And then in the draft of fighters, Zero as the leader, he first picked Sherlock Holmes. Chad followed with Medusa. Zero then picked Yanenga. Chad picked Sun Wukong. Zero picked Little Red Riding Hood. Chad picked Sinbad. Zero picked Bigfoot. And then Chad picked Bloody Mary. On Zero Skater's side, Chad chose to ban Bigfoot. And on Chad's side, Zero chose to ban Sinbad. So the three lineups we had were Sherlock, Yanenga, and Little Red for Zero Skater. And on Chad's side, he had Medusa, Sun Wukong, and Bloody Mary. The map bans, Zero Skater banned Sherwood Forest, and Chad banned Sarpedon. And going into game one, the hidden picks, because each player was secretly picking their hero that they were going to play that game, so the opponent didn't know what matchup was exactly coming. Game one was Zero's Sherlock Holmes versus Chad's Bloody Mary on Hanging Gardens, and Sherlock for Zero was able to pull out the win there. Game two was Zero's Little Red versus Chad's Sun Wukong on Hurorat, and Little Red was able to pull out the win. So Zero is taking control of the match so far. He is up 2 wins to Chad's 0, and this is a best of 5, so you need 3 wins in order to come out successful. So Chad needs to win the next 3 games with a different fighter each time, and Zero just needs to get 1 win with Yanenga. So Ethan, do you think that Zero is going to pull away easily, or do you think Chad will give him a fight?
Chad is definitely going to give him a fight. Super comfortable into Yanenga, and most of his remaining fighters line up pretty well with it. Obviously, Bloody Mary being a fairly well-known counter to Yanenga, and Chad specializing with that character, so I think he's pretty confident with that. As the previous commentators had discussed before the break, the Medusa-Yanenga matchup is very, very 50-50, very even. It's just going to come down to some decision-making, a little bit of luck, and skill. The question mark is going to be the Wukong matchup, because as we saw in the release Rumble tournament with the rest of the just only Volume 2 fighters fighting it out, Yanenga did have a favorable win rate into that, so it's going to be interesting to see if Chad tries to take that matchup first while he has the map advantage, because that will set him up to do pretty well in the rest of the games if he can win with Wukong.
And Gary, Chad actually played the Sun Wukong versus Yanenga matchup yesterday in his semifinal match against Caesar. That was game 1, I believe, and he actually lost that matchup as Sun Wukong. So do you think he's learned something from that very recent past experience that he can maybe bring into this upcoming game if that matchup comes up and can help him win?
Yeah, I mean, going through the entire circuit of the tournament, it's kind of been important in the meta to understand that matchup. So I would say even leading up to semis, he would have had the experience going into it. But having the recent match definitely gives you a lot of clarity on what exactly you don't want to do when you're replaying it soon after. So yeah, I think we'll probably see some lingering effects from that match and how it played out. Whether or not that's a positive or negative for him, it could be a factor that makes him second guess some of his decisions.
In a very similar vein, Connor, we were actually commentating this game yesterday. In Zero's semifinal match, he played the Yanenga side of the Yanenga-Medusa matchup against Darkblade. So do you think he, with that recent matchup experience, will be able to win again just like he did last night?
Well, I think beyond him already winning last night, I think Zero Skater overall is just a very phenomenal Yanenga player. I think even if Chad has solid matchups into Yanenga, I think Zero Skater has a lot of experience with Yanenga, not just last night, but throughout the tournament. He's done a lot of Yanenga, he's won a lot of Yanenga. So I honestly do expect to see a repeat of last night with him beating Medusa.
Okay, so Ethan, similar to that note, Zero just played his semifinal match last night. We finished at around 10 p.m. for me in Eastern Time, about 9 p.m. for him. And this match started today at 8 a.m. for him at Central Time. So do you think literal fatigue and exhaustion will play a role in Zero? And do you think maybe Chad can exploit the fact that Zero has been making critical decisions for an extended period of time, and that could give him an edge to close out the match?
It's definitely something worth considering. The only thing that John or Zero has going for him is that Chad was also up commentating that match, so he was also up a little late as well. But the last match they played, the Little Red into the Wukong matchup on Herot, was just a mentally draining match for both of them. So I'd say they're on a pretty level playing field as far as fatigue goes. So don't think it'll be too big of an issue. For this game, they had a nice little break and a reset, but the following matches, it could definitely start to take its toll on them.
Mm-hmm. And as Ethan just mentioned, Chad was actually a commentator with me and Connor last night, and he was able to watch Zero's games as he was one of the players that Chad was commentating on. So Gary, do you think the fact that Chad was able to watch Zero play, in addition to the fact that they've played together as practice partners for this tournament, do you think that sort of like information will help Chad maybe defeat Zero for the match?
Yeah, I think being able to observe John playing from the third person like that when you're not tied up in the matchup against him can grant you some significant insight into his general play style, especially when it comes down to how he's going to make his critical decisions, when he's going to play fakes and when he's not going to fake. You could start seeing patterns in each player's play, but it's hard to pick up on those patterns when you're inside of it.
Mm-hmm. And Connor, one more question. You have been known to ask the losers of a match what happened. Can you just explain that, the origin of that meme a little bit, and who you're most excited to ask what happened to at the conclusion of this match?
So the origin of the what happened meme, if you want to call it a meme, was on the Unmatched League Discord server. The Unmatched League bot posts the results of matches and the winners and losers. So what I started doing, I think I started with my friend Mass Ninja. I pinged him asking him what happened to disrespect him. And then I think I did the same to my other friend Bomb Boss, just to really rub in the loss to them. And then from there, I kind of started expanding to more and more community members until I just started asking every single losing player what happened.
And who are you most wanting to ask that question to today?
I would really like to ask zeroskatr what happened, just because he's been on a rampage this tournament. But, you know, I wouldn't mind asking Chad either. I think zeroskatr would have a more interesting reaction. I think Chad would take it very humbly.
Yeah, so far Zero has not lost a match at all this tournament, so he's actually the only player that hasn't been asked what happened. So I think it would be miraculous if Chad was able to pull out 3 wins in a row and finally let Connor ask him that question. So we have the fighter picks in for game 3, but before we do that, we're going to show a how to play video, just because maybe we picked up some new viewers after the break, and we can clue everyone in on how to play this wonderful game of Unmatched.
Unmatched is a card-based tactical fighting game featuring various characters from history, literature, and fantasy. The goal? Reduce the opposing hero's health to 0. Players take turns performing any combination of 2 actions, from maneuvering, scheming, or attacking. A maneuver causes the player to draw a card from their deck and lets them move any of their fighters around the board. They may increase the distance of their move by discarding a card known as a boost. When a scheme card is played, simply follow the text on the card to complete the action. For an attack, the turn player will choose a card from their hand to place face down for combat. The opponent will have the option to place one of their cards down as defense. The value on the cards will determine the damage dealt in combat. Melee fighters can only attack adjacent spaces, while ranged fighters can also attack any space within their color-coordinated zone. Some characters have sidekicks to help them out, and others fight solo. Each hero has their own unique abilities and deck of cards to bring the character to life. Because in battle, there are no equals.
Okay, so we're back. We have the fighter picks, and we're going to see Yanenga, obviously, from zeroskatr, and Chadicular has elected to play Sun Wukong for this game. I think that's a good choice for him because in order for Chad to win the match, he has to win with all three of his fighters. And as we've discussed, the Medusa matchup into Yanenga can be a little 50-50. Bloody Mary should be relatively favored, but Sun Wukong will have trouble, as we'll see in a second. So this is the only game going forward that Chad would have map pick for. And so he's elected to go for the match instead of just winning the game. And he's picking his worst matchup, but giving him map choice gives him the best chances for that character. So we're going to go into the deck highlights and explore some of the key cards each of these characters has. We'll start with Sun Wukong, and Ethan, you want to take that away?
Sure thing. So Sun Wukong is a 2-movement melee fighter, so it means he needs to be directly adjacent to his opponents to attack them. His special ability is at the start of his turn, he can deal 1 damage to himself by plucking out a hair and spawning a clone adjacent to it. The unique thing about Sun Wukong's cards is that they're all any cards, meaning the clones are a perfect extension of himself and can use any card in the deck. So up at the top you see one of his, as we like to call it, ultimate defense cards, the 4-value block golden chainmail that reflects any damage that goes over the 4-value back onto the fighter. This card isn't super relevant in the Yanenga matchup because Yanenga's values are typically 3-value, with the exception of momentous shifts that can be used by her or the archers. The big bad ox form up there, the 7-value attack, it gives the opponent to boost the opportunity to boost their defense if they choose to. So a lot of his mechanics revolve around messing with how many cards an opponent has, or the mind game and the mischief, just how Wukong likes to play and is themed around. Another tricky card to the right of that is the Ryu Jingu Bang, which features the double attack mechanic that was introduced in the Volume 2 box. So the first attack is a 0 value, and the after combat effect is if the opponent played a defense card, a second attack is then launched, triggering a separate combat with a 4-value attack coming out of Wukong's attack. So 2 attacks built into 1 card, but that second attack will only trigger if the defender blocks the first part of the attack. 72 Transformations is a versatile 2-value card that lets Wukong pull his form cards back from his discard pile into his hand. So that big 7-value Ox form attack also has a counterpart on defense, the Tortoise form, which is a 5-value block that also allows the opponent to boost over it if they are the attacker, and the Phoenix form. So the 72 transformation cards lets him cycle those in and out of his deck, which is very situationally dependent on what's going on in the game, what makes it so powerful. And Bewilderment is going to be his last ultimate defense card. We've seen this previously in Merlin's deck, or King Arthur's rather, and it's a Merlin card in Battle of Legends Volume 1. Prevents all combat damage, and then Wukong can place himself or the clone, whoever's defending, in any space on the board.
Yeah, that was a great rundown so far. I think there's one more card we should probably talk about. It brings added importance to Wukong's clones, and that will be Phoenix form. Ethan, can you talk about that one?
Yeah, the doubly important Phoenix form as represented by both copies of it on the screen here. Wukong can heal himself for every clone that he has on the board. So a way to kind of negate some of the damage that he's applied to himself by spawning the clones, and just a very frustrating card to deal with if he can get multiple copies of it off throughout the game. Just brings his health pool up by a maximum of 12, since he can cycle it back into his hand 3 times with that 72 transformations card. So a lot of healing, makes him very strong in the long game, and just very frustrating to try and breach that clone wall that he's inevitably going to spawn and use to block out his opponent.
Thank you very much, Ethan. Okay, we'll take a look at Yanenga's key cards now and see how she might best breach the clone wall. Gary, take it away.
Sure. So Yanenga is a pretty interesting fighter. She's kind of a hybrid defensive ranged fighter. Her core ability is that whenever Yanenga would take damage from anything, attacks or effects, if she has those archers sharing a zone with her, she can distribute that damage out to the archers rather than taking it herself. And as we'll see on some of these cards, that can become very valuable later in increasing her theoretical health pool. So just running down the list here, she of course has the staple for Battle of Legends Volume 2. She has a bonus attack card, which is a mirrored 3/3, starting with Rain of Arrows and ending in Volley. Since Wukong doesn't have any feints in her deck, similar to Yanenga not having any feints in hers. We'll actually see that go off every time. In other matchups, it could be valuable to have a feint land on that and cancel that secondary attack. But in this case, Wukong's case basically going to be looking at a situation where he has to soak both of those. Now, in the case of her using it on a clone, if it kills on the first hit, of course that bonus attack is wasted. But it does mean that if Wukong opts to defend a clone, he's going to have to throw a second card to try to keep it in the fight. Now, as I mentioned before with those archers, they have a unique property compared to some other characters where they actually have 2 health each rather than 1. Which means Yanenga can do some interesting stuff where she distributes that damage out, and if we take a look at one with the land, she can actually restore 1 health to each of her fighters. So in those circumstances, she's netting herself 3 health proactively if she can spread damage out like that. If she is in a position where she has to sacrifice those archers to preserve her health pool though, she does have cards like Surprise Volley, which allows her to bring a defeated archer back into a space in the opposing fighter's zone, not her own, which can be important. If she does opt to do that, the archer becomes the attacker instead of her, so any post-combat effects that might have affected her can now only target the archer. If she doesn't opt to bring the archer back, however, she can gain an action instead, which, since she has 3 copies of that card, can allow her to run an extremely high pressure game if she decides her opponent is in a situation where she wants to exploit that. Leaning into that pressure game, she has a very powerful scheme called Master of the Hunt, which playing it gains her 2 actions. So of course you always spend an action to play a card, but in this case it refunds that action and gives you 1 more. So you can think about it as if you're taking a 3 action turn when you play this as your first action. So combined with Surprise Volley and Rain of Arrows, if she makes the pivot, she could decide to play a staggering amount of aggression in 1 turn if she catches Wukong flat-footed. Looking at the last card featured here, we have Stallion Charge, which is a very powerful card in her kit, particularly against fighters with 1 health sidekicks like Wukong. Stallion Charge has a relatively mundane effect on its damage, but after combat, regardless of winning or losing, Yanenga is allowed to move up to 5 spaces, and that can be through opposing fighters. After she's done moving, each opposing fighter she moved through takes 1 damage. So in Wukong's case, if he doesn't very carefully position those clones, he could be looking at a total board wipe state when she plays this card, and this can come out on defense, which can be very oppressive to Wukong's positioning.
Thank you so much for that great rundown, Gary. We know the map for this game, which was Chad's pick, will be played on Hanging Gardens. So very interesting. We have a Battle of Legends Volume 2 matchup on the Battle of Legends Volume 2 map. Connor, you want to analyze this one for us?
Sure. So Hanging Gardens has a very special feature. You're going to see across the map there's a bunch of +1s with little yellow symbols next to them. And that means if you are on the opposite end of where the arrow is pointing, your melee attacks get +1 value to any fighter on the receiving end of the pointing arrow. Which means Sun Wukong now has a much more vicious attack set with 8 value Ox Forms, 4 value Taunting Laughters, 3 value Infinite Strikes, and even 1 value Ryu Jingu Bongs if the defender takes it. What's interesting about Hanging Gardens is spots 1 and 2 both are at disadvantage for the high ground. Both the spots are on the receiving end of high ground. However, Sun Wukong most likely will not be able to exploit this turn 1 because not only could Yanenga position an archer to protect her from the high ground, but if she doesn't do that, then she just has 4 extra health, giving her effectively 19 health, meaning even an 8 value Ox Form, if blocked, would do almost nothing. The map isn't incredibly favored for melee or ranged, although obviously melee has a large advantage if they can exploit the high ground.
All right, so now that everyone is clued in on the matchup and the map, I think the players are ready to go, and we can start Game 3 of the Winter of Champions Tournament Grand Finals. So, Connor, I know you are a Wukong player yourself. Is there any surprise that Chad chose to go first?
I don't think so. The reason I'm somewhat skeptical is because normally as Sun Wukong, you really want to go first to start spitting out clones. But in this matchup with the threat of 3 Stallion Charges, summoning a large mass of clones might not be the best strategy as turn 1. I think he's probably going first just to build up on cards and just to build up on cards. I don't think he will push aggression in turn 1 because he'll probably only be able to pop an archer or hit Yanenga, and if he hits Yanenga, Yanenga has so much health to chew through with the archers, and if he hits an archer, then he's slowly getting rid of that health, but he's also burning himself out of stuff to defend with.
Oh no. Chad has revealed his tank top. He's channeling his inner Zero. The tables are turning. We see it right here. And I would say this is, I mean, every game is a match point or deciding game because John only needs to win with his last fighter, so all of his remaining matches are going to be played with his Yanenga, but Chad is making the right call, as Taylor disclosed earlier. This is the harder of the remaining matchups that he has to play into Yanenga, but it's one that he is going to have to play inevitably to win with all of his fighters, so I think he's making the right judgment call here, pulling out the Wukong, because it's pretty much a now or never situation for Chad with his back up against the wall.
And now the players are entering the mulligan phase where they draw 5 cards, their opening hand, and they're determining whether or not they want to keep the hand of cards that they have or choose to mulligan, and they will shuffle their cards back into their deck and draw 5 new ones. So we see Zeroskater mulliganing and Chad keeping. So some key cards that the players might want to look for early. Zeroskater, that Stallion charge will be really crucial for him in order to be able to take out a lot of clones all at once. So I think maybe mulliganing, if he didn't have one of those in hand, is a good idea. Whereas Chad, he only has 1 copy of Phoenix Form in his entire deck. So seeing him keep might indicate that he drew that early, because that is a great card to have early. Gary, any thoughts on the players mulliganing?
I think in this scenario, Yanenga might want to have a little bit more going on with her archers early, just so she can get those cards out, so Wukong can't place her in a position where she has dead draws earlier. Could be wrong on that, but I do think that, especially with the high ground here and the fact that Wukong's going to be moving stuff into melee positions, she can actually make some good fake plays between mixing Pin the Praise with Momentous Shift to make one look like the other.
Yeah, you're always a little bit worried when you see Wukong keep his starting hand, just for the reason Taylor mentioned. You're always kind of questioning if he has that Phoenix Form. Lets him be a little bit more aggressive early on because he knows he'll be able to refund some of his health back, so it's always a bit worrisome when you see that come out. So we can see soon Wukong's ability coming into play here. Chad self-inflicting 1 damage to spawn a clone adjacent to him, moving it on to the ultimate high ground spot, as we like to call it on this map.
I think that's an interesting position for Wukong, because even though he's taking a high ground position there, he's immediately exposed himself to the dark green, which means on Yanenga's turn he'd opened himself up for an archer to make that fake, like we were just talking about, of is he going to throw Pin the Prey, Momentous Shift, or Divide and Conquer? Because if he takes the archer out of Yanenga's zone, Yanenga's not really being pressured by the clones here, so that's opening her up to have more leverage with those different abilities.
Right. And it looks like Chad just takes a double maneuver and keeps his units positioned where they are. So yeah, Zero already posturing an archer over in the green zone.
Right, and now that archer's out of zone, if he throws the Divide and Conquer, it's a 4. Since it's moved, if he throws the Momentous Shift, it's a 5. But if he throws the Pin the Prey, he could soak a good defense out of his hand and then force an additional discard from Wukong for virtually nothing.
Yeah, a lot of potential options for the archer to throw into Wukong here.
I like this positioning from Zero. As we've noticed throughout this tournament, he's a very safe, very calculated player. He sees that Wukong has a full hand of cards and kind of has the initiative, as he will reach his hand limit of 7 first. So Chad is kind of forced to make the first move. So Zero's kind of backing off, playing very defensively, and he's positioned his archers and Yanenga in a way that if Chad wants to be able to attack them on his next turn, he'll have to boost in and spend a card to move closer.
Good defensive call there from Chad. So the Momentous Shift would be hitting for 5 this turn. He blocks the whole attack with that Tortoise form, the big 5 value defense. John has the option to boost over it here, and he does with Jaws of the Beast. So nice 3 chunk of damage onto Chad early on here.
That's something worth noting about Yanenga in particular in this matchup. Compared to other fighters in that set, like Achilles, who generally has weak boost values other than a couple of key cards for helping him close distance later, Yanenga has a ponderous amount of 3 boost cards in her deck, so she is regularly going to be able to add 3 over top of Tortoise, or add 3 to protect herself against Ox form.
And seeing a little bit of hand disparity between the two players, Chad is maneuvering and boosting in with the Ryu Jingu Bong, so posturing up nice and close to the archers and Yanenga.
He might be setting up for an infinite strikes, which a lot of times we forget actually increases in value for each other friendly fighter is adjacent to the opposing fighter. And a key distinction here for why that might be important is that Pin the Prey, the 1 value archer card, would block half of the damage of just a 2 value infinite strikes. Whereas now that there's 2 clones next to that archer, Chad, I think, is setting up a 3 value infinite strikes, which will kill the archer over a Pin the Prey.
Yeah, that's a really good observation.
Mm-hmm.
Yep, just as you predicted. So just confirming the kill there on the archer, making sure that even if he blocks with his low value defense, it will confirm the kill, and Chad will gain an additional action here.
It seems as if Wukong is trying to really strongly pressure Yanenga, keeping himself planted next to an archer and then having his 2 minions going at Yanenga and the other archer. The risk they face now is that because these 2 clones are so tightly clumped together, Yanenga is going to have a really easy time picking them off or stallion charging them.
Yeah, both of them currently sitting in the pink zone shared with Yanenga, so being a ranged fighter, they are open to first action attacks from Zero on the next turn if they stay there. Chad's going to use his last action to take a maneuver and reposition the clones, spreading them out to try and negate any value he might be able to get out of the stallion charge, it looks like here.
Yeah, normally Wukong likes to keep all of his clones close to him so that the enemy has a hard time actually hitting his hero. We saw that in the last game when Zero was playing Little Red. Towards the end of the game, Chad just surrounded himself with what we like to call the clone wall to keep Little Red, who is a melee fighter, out of range of him. But against Yanenga, you really have to play around that stallion charge, because if she can hit all 3 of your clones and Wukong, the hero, with that card, that might just be a game-losing play there.
Yeah, both of these guys, obviously, the best the Unmatched community has to offer, so it's all about games of value and wars of attrition, so just negating what the other player can do and getting as much value out of each card as you possibly can, so no surprise to see Chad doing the wise thing and spreading out.
And another important thing about card value in this matchup, Sun Wukong has a lot of cards like the Ryu Jingu Bong and the Tortoise form and the Ox form that give the other player the option to boost the card, either against the defense or against the attack. And using the cards as a resource is very important, because if you're spending 2 cards against one of his cards, that's a net loss for you in card advantage, which is something to be really careful about for both of these characters because they don't have card draw built into their kits. I know Gary is really into like custom decks and analyzing decks. Do you have anything to add to my thoughts on that?
Not so much from the custom standpoint. I do think it is interesting that there are so many opportunities in Battle of Legends 2 in general for the hand tempo to shift rapidly. I mean, Wukong's taunting laughter, his double attack, the options for the opponent to boost, like you said, on Ox form and Tortoise form. Really, it's about almost half his deck the opponent is encouraged or permitted to spend an extra card. And you really have to know when to lean into that and when not to when you're facing him, because more often than not, you're doing it to your own disadvantage. But that's what he wants to create. He wants to create those states where you're in a no-win situation on every exchange.
We see
Ooh.
Chad playing a Fiery Eyes That See here, which lets him look at Zero's hand and put a card from it at the bottom. And Zero was in despair when Chad revealed that card, because as you can see, he's got some good cards in his hand. Ethan, what do you think Chad should elect to send to the bottom of Zero's deck?
It'll almost certainly be a Stallion charge. It's a little disappointing to see the other one in hand, but it's also not the worst because he has that information so he can plan accordingly. So one of them will most likely get plopped down to the bottom of the deck, meaning there's only 2 copies really remaining at Zero's disposal, one in his hand and the other somewhere floating around in his remaining 22 cards. Alternatively, you could potentially bury Master of the Hunt to prevent Yanega from having those explosive turns that Gary was talking about in the pregame, but I think it's much more likely to just bury the Stallion. It's just way too hard for Wukong to deal with.
Something interesting. Oh, you got it, Gary.
I was going to say, I think it'll also depend on what kind of position Wukong can take against Yanenga in the short term here and what's in his hand. I could see burying Master of the Hunt just on the premise that it's an easy 3 boost to throw against Ox form.
Yeah, that's a good point as well, but looks like he is opting to bury that Stallion charge.
I will say, we saw last night in Zero's game as Yanenga versus Medusa, he feels very comfortable ditching the Master of the Hunts for discard effects and things like that. Zero tends to maybe stay away from relying on a big explosive combo turn as a game-ending win condition for him. So, and I think Chad knows this because he was commentating that game with me and Connor. So, hopefully, I think Chad understands that the value that Zero places on certain cards,
right?
Especially having practice with him. So, I think he made the right choice there with the Stallion.
Yeah, and as Gary mentioned earlier, Wukong giving so many opportunities to boost with high-value cards, either to block the extra damage from the Ox form or to go over and deal damage to Wukong through the Tortoise form. Master of the Hunt has a 3-value boost, so opting out of the extra actions and saving it for the boost is more likely what we'll see come out from Zero. Archer attacking main Wukong here, so not a clone.
I think Chad is mapping out what would happen from Pin the Prey. I don't think he's actually moving Wukong there.
He knows that it is in hand, so yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So the bewilderment effect will trigger first, and then the movement effect from the Pin the Prey will trigger. So Chad places Wukong up on the high ground, and now John can move him up to 4 spaces.
Yeah, I see what Chad was doing to try to stop Zero from moving Wukong into a precarious position, but I don't know if spending a bewilderment on a 1-value attack is necessarily the greatest thing in the long term, just because that is one of the ultimate defenses of Sun Wukong's deck. The bewilderment is a 0-value black card that prevents all damage during combat, and since Yanenga doesn't have any cancels, that effect is always guaranteed to trigger. So, Connor, what do you think about Chad pulling out one of these really, really strong black cards this early on what he expected to be a pretty weak attack.
I think him pulling out one of his very beefy defense cards wasn't to negate damage, considering the majority of Nenga's attacks are relatively low value. I think he was actually anticipating the movement. You saw him like moving the Sunukong piece around, trying to map out in his mind where he'd get thrown. I think he might have purposely blocked into that to take away from the movement value.
Zero still deciding where he wants to place him. Puts him back in the blue zone, so he is able to attack.
And he discards a tortoise form from the Pin the Prey discard effect.
Correct. It moves you 4, and then you discard a card. So yeah, second tortoise form getting plopped out, so he has no more remaining in his deck until he calls it back with a 72 transformations if he opts to go that route.
Which I think a lot of times we just assume that 72 will bring back an Ox or a Phoenix form, because those typically have a higher impact. But if Zero's plan is to run Chad out of blocks, taking back another defensive option might not be the worst idea. But like Gary points out, Yanenga has a ton of high boost values in her deck. I think there's only 2 cards that have a boost value of 1, and the other 28 are all at least 2, and she has several 3s. So I think the tortoise form isn't necessarily the best option in this matchup because of that, but it still is an option, which we got to consider.
Going back to the viability of that bewilderment play there, I think that was the correct move. Chad realized that Yanenga could have pulled him into the tri-zone in the middle there, which not only is it a poor position for him, but sitting in that tri-zone on defense opens him up to a massive Jaws of the Beast if she had top decked it. And like Chowder was saying, it's a little concerning how many times Yanenga could hit rather than how much she can hit for. So rather than relying on having to defend himself later with the Bewilder, he was essentially proactively stopping it.
And we did see Zero pull out the Master of the Hunt here for the additional actions, so we see that double attack coming out from Yanenga here. So 1 damage over the first defense. Chad repositions himself and spawns a clone, and getting good value with the Wily fighting here. So repositioning into himself where the Wily fighting 1 damage AoE will trigger on 2 fighters after the combat resolves. Nice play from Chad.
Worth it to clarify a rules point there. With that double attack, we saw that Sun Wukong used Sly Monkey at the end of that first attack, which allowed him to drop a clone in his space and jump to another space in his zone. The double attack from Yanenga does not retarget. It stays targeted to Wukong no matter where he would move on the map.
Yeah.
So in this
Good
case,
clarity there.
Chad was able to exploit that against her.
And I think there are a couple other interesting things to point out there. The fact that Zero attacked with Yanenga instead of the Archer. I think that's interesting just because the Archer actually had high ground on Wukong. But given the fact that he played Pin the Prey, we know he has that Skirmish in his hand, which is an any, but it could have been something else that was a top deck. So Zero makes a correct read there, thinking that Chad would be baiting him with the high ground attack, and he throws out the Jingu Bang, and that's a really good take from Zero. Ethan, you got thoughts on that?
Yeah, so normally that would be, taking it undefended like that is, I mean, it is always the correct play, even on this map with the high ground mechanic in play, but unfortunately for him, since he was in that position, the Archer will take the lethal 1 damage there from the high ground mechanic, but I think Chad's still okay with that. There's potential for him to take another one undefended in the future that he could have needed at a more crucial moment, so just using it now to get the kill on the Archer, I think he's fine with that. So our initial thoughts is to Chad potentially having the Phoenix form in his starting hand that he opted not to mulligan. He hasn't completely depleted his hand yet, but I think we would have seen it come out already, or at least you would typically expect to see it this early.
Yeah, especially since we know that Zero has a Stallion charge in his hand, because only one was put on the bottom of the deck with Fiery Eyes. So playing a Phoenix form before all your clones get yeeted, which they might right now, yeah, like you were saying, Ethan, it might have been good to play it. But actually, Zero choosing to get high ground on Wukong instead of popping any clones.
Oh, wow. So that's going to be at least 1/4 value. Chad taking both on.
It looks like Chad does not have any block cards in his hand.
Oh my.
That is massive.
Yeah, repositioning with the offensive Stallion form to launch a double attack from the high ground. And even though Yanega is a range fighter, since she's adjacent, she's getting the bonus value on both of those attacks. So a 4 into a 4, totaling 8 damage there.
Now, as we're going to see here, too, if Wukong doesn't have that Phoenix form in hand, as soon as one of those clones goes down, his ability is effectively shut off because he will kill himself if he uses it.
Connor, do you have that what happened ready?
Oh yeah, I'm kind of in shock that that Chad's already down to 1 health. I know Chad's a big Wukong player, and he's been doing a really good job of keeping his clones from being trampled by Stallion Charge. So he is in a very sticky situation now. Just obviously being at such low health when Yaneng is almost at full is definitely not desirable.
Oh, but he pops the Phoenix.
Okay, so he does maneuver and boost out. It looks like he boosted out with a Taunting Laughter, does launch the first Phoenix form, so was a scary situation. Probably just praying that Zero didn't have the double attack to launch from the high ground there, so it was probably the worst outcome for Chad, but he does try and take a moment to reset and stabilize here, getting recouping 3 points of health, so up to 4.
They're talking a little bit. We might actually want to listen in right now just to hear what happened on that play.
Okay.
So when you did the Bewilderment, I was gonna master and then double rain after the pin the prey. So your Bewilderment got you out of that.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Yeah, I really thought I was safe because you were at so few cards in hand, and I had 1 defense, but obviously that was incorrect.
Right. I'm gonna boost.
I know the game's not over yet, but just hearing them talk about that play was pretty interesting. So Chad was actually able to draw something to block with, but unfortunately it won't get him away from the point blank adjacency after combat effect for Zero Skater, which will deal 2 damage to Yanenga, although Chad's Wily will deal 1 damage back.
Yep.
2 damage to Sun Wukong, excuse me.
It's an interesting game state that they've placed themselves in now, too, because Yanenga was willing to boost in and attack and go down to 1 card, knowing that she would either clinch the game right there with the point-blank shot for a total of 4, or Chad would have to play the last card in his hand, meaning there's no way he can double attack her next turn. So you can see, even in a low hand size game state like this, you can make some very powerful tempo plays when you have that information.
It's funny how we had the Bloody Mary game 1, and in both games 2 and 3 we've seen players play at a low hand count.
I will boost the Slime Monkey.
Got throwing away a Slime Monkey that has a boost value of 3, so full on running for his life now, trying to maybe dig for 72 transformations to pull that Phoenix form back and get himself to a point where he can even play the game, because right now he dies to a variety of other cards.
What doesn't he die to is the question.
Right.
The pin. Yeah, we can see with that clone position that he's just taken up there, he's effectively soft locked the yellow zone that he's in, so that Yanenga can't get in and make a ranged attack on him.
So Chad just takes the attack there, either because he has to. He doesn't have a block card in his hand, but it's probably the right call. If he had one, probably would have saved it for Yanenga and not the clone. Yeah, and like Gary said earlier, when Wukong gets low on health, taking 1 damage at the start of his turn to summon a clone becomes riskier and riskier. Like, I don't think Chad can afford to go down to 1 there by making another clone. So, yeah, I'm not sure if he necessarily has an out because it's going to get hard to get high-value Phoenix forms. Connor, do you think there's any way Wukong can win this? I know you have a lot of experience with that character, so maybe you know some secret strat that we all don't.
If Yanenga takes both the Ox forms, then soon Wukong can win.
And how likely do you think that is to happen?
Well, knowing Zeroskater, Zeroskater isn't a big fan of trolling. He just wants to go straight for the win, so I find it unlikely he'll take both Ox forms.
Yeah, and with a championship on the line, knowing John's more serious nature, I don't think he would throw a game he didn't have to.
It looks like he's just popping clones to completely make Phoenix Farm useless. And then at that point, even Phoenix Farm's useless. And then
so even if he defends with the 72 transformations here and pulls that Phoenix back, it would be 1 less heal value. So recognizing this, it looks like Chad's going to use his last copy of the Bewilderment, one of those ultimate block cards, as we like to say, to reposition it behind Yanenga.
And do you think this is a 72 trying to get back Phoenix when it can actually heal anything? Gary?
Chad really has to hope that it is. If it's not, I'm not quite sure how he gets out of this. That is not a good situation to be in.
Yeah, really not the block card you want to see coming out from Yanenga there. So Chad is now forced into a position where he has to discard the last card in his hand, or Zero will be able to resurrect an archer, essentially adding 2 to his health pool and extending his range on the map. Now Wukong's in a position.
All right, let's go.
We're playing for health differential, boys.
That was the first action,
The
right? Because
tough part now is that Archer, if Zeroskater maneuvers and gets an attack card the Archer can play, that's not Pin the Prey, then soon Wukong just loses the game.
The infinite strikes that he played on the first action there enables him to have 2 additional actions. So for his second action, he attacked with an Ox form and Yanenga just took it undefended. So final action, Chad has no cards in hand. He is forced to take a maneuver here, but that was a pretty big health swing there.
So Chad moving Wukong out of that green zone, making it so that Yanenga or the Archer would have to boost in order to hit him, which is currently impossible because Zero would have to maneuver, and he can't boost that. Or actually, he could with the only card in his hand, but he wouldn't be able to attack second action. So notice how Yanenga was at 13, but only took 6 damage. That's because Shield Formation is a defensive immediately effect, so it triggered first. Chad did not discard, so Zeroskater resummoned the Archer in Yanenga's zone, letting him use his ability, which Yanenga can divert damage to the archers if they're in her zone, which this archer was. So Zero only took 6 damage from that Ox form, but he's still in lethal range with 7 health. So if Chad is able to find that second Ox form, that is potentially an out if Yanenga doesn't block it. Although Yanenga actually has 8 health right now with that last archer still being in her zone. So
yeah, as long as they're showing that same zone, he could risk the undefended attack. Very unlikely that you'll see another undefended one without knowing where that Ox form is. I'm surprised that they're both still continuing to somewhat try and aggress each other with such low hand counts. They've been playing on 1, 2, or 3 cards for the last several turns.
I think at this point they're both riding on the concept that at such a low hand count, the odds of them having the card they need as their out is low. So I could see Chad going for the kill if he draws that other Ox form. If he can get a high ground advantage with it, it would close it for him. I don't think he's in a position where he can accomplish that right now. But I can see the psychology and why they're approaching it this way.
I'm actually really glad that Chad was able to land that Ox form, because just like the Bloody Mary scheme, the game is now closer than it appears, and I'm glad that this won't just be a blowout.
Yeah, both players kind of taking the risk, right? So Chad positioned himself up on that high ground space, or in between where Yanenga is now and the Archer is, figuring that he was fine with John or Zero Stallion to the high ground to take just one attack because he had one block in hand, but having that second double attack so early on was really detrimental to the early game, clearly. Both players finally taking a moment to restock their hands, both taking double maneuvers on their turn.
The calm before the storm.
Yes. Preparing for the final push, so it seems, maybe for Yanenga, but I wouldn't count Wukong on yet. He just needs to try and safely get off some 72 transformations with one of the clones to pull that Phoenix back, but then the clones are going to be in jeopardy of dying, so really tricky spot. Let's see if Chad can navigate himself back into a better health position.
I'm going to make a really bold statement here. I think if Chadicular can somehow pull this game out, I think he's going to win it all. So I think everything rests on the next few turns for this entire tournament.
Yeah, it really does all boil down to this game, not only because Zero only needs one more one, but yeah, as we discussed, this is the least favorable matchup Chad has with his remaining fighters, so this is an extremely pivotal game.
And speaking of pivots, seeing Zero play a one with the land, healing both the Archer and Yanenga 1 health, I don't think Chad can be too happy about that, because now Yanenga will actually go up to 8 health and the Archer will go back up to 2.
The tough part is, even if Chadicular manages to pull out a win here, then that leaves Zeroskater to get map selection with Yanenga, which is just very brutal against Zeroskater's Yanenga.
I can't believe how much of a game we still have on our hands here after that.
Yeah, John Zero acknowledging that the game is not it's not nearly just time to call it yet. It's still extremely close. Playing with such low hand count means that nothing is guaranteed, and the risk factor is potentially even higher for the both of them.
We see Zeroskater taking a big swig of water right there. This is a reminder to stay hydrated. Sometimes we forget the most important fluid in our lives. So drink some water right now if you're watching the stream. Let's all hydrate, homies. Making a clone. Oh my goodness.
That is very bold.
Mad, man.
Very, very bold play from Chad here.
I almost just spat out the water I took a sip of.
Taking a maneuver and boosting it.
I think we're going to see an Infinite Strikes play, and I would absolutely love Infinite Strikes into Ox form here.
Kind of an all-or-nothing situation, Chad. Maybe recognizing that he's on a very short timer, maybe not finding the 72 transformations that he needs to pull back the Phoenix form healing scheme, so this might be his next best option, is just to get on in there, Infinite Strikes, gain an action, and launch off another attack, hoping Zero doesn't have enough defenses to keep Yanenga alive. She is separated from the Archer, so cannot mitigate any damage onto her sidekick token here.
Looks like Chad is indicating that he's going to be making the attack from the high ground as well. Yanenga does have a significant number of versatile cards left in her deck that she could be playing here, though.
I will add, Gary, that the clone is actually on the low ground. Yanenga has the high ground from that space. The arrow is pointing to the right. Yeah. It's kind of hard to tell from so far out. Go ahead, Ethan.
Just commenting on the famous "what's the chances" question that Zero is pondering right now.
Well, he says if you ask what are the chances, it always ends up being 100%. But this could be the game-defining decision.
You think if it's the infinite strikes, he just takes it here and looks to see if there's a second attack? Nope. Choosing to block immediately. It is the infinite strikes.
So no damage taken from this attack, but Chad will gain an action. Chad's taking a moment to think about the decision to attack again or not.
Going for it.
He's taking it.
Oh! It is the Ox form.
Oh my goodness. We have ourselves a game.
Oh my word. He actually found it.
1 health apiece.
Wow.
What are the chances?
That might have just been your last hurrah, and you were just hoping that...
So there
Holy
is a
cow.
way for Chad to find lethal if he has a momentous shift, and comes in and attacks with the archer, unless he has a golden chainmail in hand. The high ground momentous shift is going to be a guaranteed lethal if he goes into that pink light brown spot to the left of Wukong.
With 9 cards left in deck and 1 in hand, if we were going to ask what the chances were, it would be about 10%. But knowing that Chad made this play, that he chose that positioning specifically, I think it's more likely than not that he actually has that chainmail. But let's see it. I think Zero's going to try to put that notion to the test.
What are the chances?
Wow. My adrenaline is pumping right now. Oh my goodness. Chad went down to 1 health, and it somehow found a way to claw his way back.
Absolutely a roller coaster of a game.
This is
So how much-
potentially...
Man.
There it is.
Oh my
Chad,
goodness.
almost. Bluffing with the last fiery eyes. Let's see. Wow. What an explosive match there.
The health differential. Let's tune into the players. Let's hear their thoughts on this crazy, crazy match.
What a game.
All right, let's see. Let's see.
What was your... You thought you didn't have the time to afford to wait, right? Because the Stallion was a threat, a shift was a threat, if you didn't have chainmail specifically, and...
So here's my thought process. So you were here. I was, here. This guy couldn't reach you. So here was my thought process. As you mentioned, so I'm at 2 health, right?
Yeah.
So I draw first. If I get a defense, great. So here's my hand at this point. I have this. I think I just boosted with a taunting. I had Fiery Eyes. And I had Ox.
Okay. No defense at all. Oh my gosh.
Wow.
So here's a question. When you were here and you had the archer here, did you have any defense?
You had a lethal out if you hit with this, maneuvered, and hit with Ox. I didn't have defense. I had these.
Say what?
So I think we're cutting out a little bit.
Okay, so you were at 8.
I was at... Let's
You were
refresh
at
real quick.
8.
Let's refresh real quick so it's not cutting out laggy.
Sorry. Yes.
They're very into playing out this endgame scenario, so refreshing so they can clearly talk it out and understand what the heck just happened.
Sounds good.
Okay, hopefully this is better.
Oh.
Can you hear me?
Can you hear me?
Yep. Okay.
All right. Looks like it's still a little bit of a lag, but you were at 7 at this point with this archer.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sitting on Ox, and you're at 2 cards in hand.
Yep.
So my thought process was, I maneuver, I throw 1 guy here, I summon a clone, right? I boost, I set myself up like for success over here, and I get this guy here, attack with Ox. You don't defend. You go down to 1, so you would kill the archer, go down to 1,
Yep.
and I'd be in a really good spot. So all I needed was any card with a 2-value boost, and I drew Fiery Eyes.
Oh my gosh, dude.
And I'm like, are you kidding me?
The
Because
only
if I
card-
hadn't, then that would have put you at 1. I would have been at 1 as well, but you couldn't have gotten to me.
Right.
So then we
That
would have
would've
both
been
been
huge.
just racing to draw the right cards,
Oh.
and it would have been incredible. It sounds like you had this and this though, so you could have healed for 1 and then gotten an archer back, and so you probably could have done things. But I mean, just that was my first thing. Then I maneuvered and I drew. So I maneuvered the first time, so I drew this. I maneuvered the second time, drew this, and ended where I was.
Okay.
So then you did your thing. You got your stupid one with the land.
Yep.
So then I was really hoping you didn't, and you'd still do this setup. But on the off chance that you assumed I didn't have the Ox, obviously you're extremely smart, so you'd never put yourself in that position. Remove your archer from your space if you can die from that.
Right.
But anyway, so this was so I was in this position, right? So I was like, okay, my only win condition here, I think, is, as you mentioned, is a point blank into an Ox, was my thought process. Because basically, I maneuvered first and I drew into a taunting. And so I was like, okay, I don't have any defense. So then I was like trying to figure out, and I'd already committed to thinking about doing this. I was wondering, go in here, right? Then I, do this, and I maybe attack you with this. But on the off chance that you do have your separated one, and then you would discard, I wouldn't kill him. I'd still be at no defense, and you'd be right next to me.
Yeah, I'd have to maneuver
so then
into
I
an
was like,
attack
okay,
at that
well,
point, right?
I could attack with this, but this, and hope that all you have is a pin to prey, which you did have. So you would have been able to. I wouldn't have attacked you with Wukong. Obviously, I would have attacked you with this.
Mm-hmm.
I would have been able to kill the archer and do that, but then I would have been able to. Basically, I don't think I had it. I just had to go for it there, and I got incredibly close. My other thought process was doing that and forcing you to play a slower game. But then at that point, I think you would have run in. I would have had to end, with here and here and stuff like that. So, but I think you could have then maneuvered, attack this guy with an archer revive, get another archer back. Right? It's kind of an uphill battle for me at that point. But my goodness, what a game Even though I lost, that game made me happy because of how close it became.
Dude, I know, I love it. I thought after you took the double 4s, it was just game over. I just blasted you from 10 down to 1. I was like, oh my god, it's over. And then you got me with that Ox, and then it was like, all right, okay, we still got a game on our hands. And then I went for the Hail Mary finisher because I had I boosted in. I don't even know if I boosted, but I went for that one skirmish attack with the archer on your clone. Yeah, so it wasn't for the kill, but I just wanted to pick off your clones so that you didn't have any extra bodies for map coverage and for to be able to attack into point blanks so that Wukong can dodge it, right? So because I was at a healthy enough health total, I just wanted to pick off the remaining clones aggressively. And who cares if I don't have cards because you're all the way across the map and you can't spawn anymore because you're at 1 health or whatever, 2 health.
Yeah.
But then you played that second bewilderment, and then you got over here, and then you were able to double attack me. I think it was.
It was this into this.
Yeah. So I thought about, okay, all I had was a Jaws. So my thought process was, or actually, no, I played the shield actually. I had shield. And
you played the shield against this, and I wasn't gonna discard to this.
Yeah, which was obviously correct, but then I had to just take it because I didn't. you hit this in there, so you baited that out, and then you got a confirmed ox, and then you got to maneuver away, which was great for you. And then that's when I double maneuvered, I think, and I did this kind of thing because I had to give one to the archer, so I was like this.
Yep.
And that last specific one card in your hand, if it was because I had maneuvered and I drew one with the land, and I'm like, okay, should I play this now or just maneuver again and use this as like a ghost card that you don't know and you're worried about, right? Because if I just pop it, you're like, okay, I know he only has one usable card. So I wanted to keep this as a threat, so I didn't play it. I chose instead to maneuver a second time, and that's when I drew into the surprise volley. So at that point, because I didn't heal the 1 health, Yananga was at 7 at the time. And so if the last remaining card in your hand was an infinite strikes, you hit the archer, I have to take it undefended because this is my only hand. And then you do a maneuver because you gained an action. You have no cards, but you top deck the ox right here and it kills me. And I couldn't do anything about it. So I was like, oh my gosh, there's actually a lethal out here if it plays out exactly that way. It was just
the
it was crazy.
craziest thing was, here was my card that I drew after that because I got the action game from my infinite. So I got over here, I drew into my other ox. So then I was like, okay. And then this was the next card I drew, but the one right after that was this. So I was so close to having that lethal out, and I totally would have taken it if I had had it. I totally would have taken it because I would have attacked with this clone, I think, and even if you have this, I would have like bet that you didn't, and I probably would have summoned a clone to get someone close.
Mm-hmm.
Hopefully you die, then I maneuver boosted and then would have killed. That would have been crazy. It was so close.
This game was so insane, though. This just shows that, like, the game is never over until it's over, right? Like, it's ridiculous that after going down, like, 1 health to, like, 12 or whatever it was, something crazy, like, you came back and you actually had a way to win this game, and that was just ridiculous and awesome.
Yeah.
Honestly. That was really cool.
Wow. So that started out as maybe like a not so great game to watch because of how low Chad's health total got there. But man, that finish was absolutely explosive. And just from listening into the players for a little bit, we found that there was a way for Chad to win that game. It was a very real possibility. Just if a couple of cards had come up different, or if he had drawn the right combination just a little bit sooner, we could be looking at a game 4 right now. It's just, I think that was just such a great game, despite the early setback that Chad had, and that I don't think that the final score of this match, just 0 winning 3-0, really tells the full story. Ethan, just how do you think Chad performed today, despite not getting a win?
Yeah, really on paper doesn't do justice to any of the matches. The Little Red Wukong game that we saw in Heorot was also a very, very narrow win for 0 there. So I think the health differential there was like 1 to -1, so about as close as you can cut it. And as you were saying in that game, if Chad was somehow able to rope it back, when we saw that first undefended Ox form come out, and that health gap shrink and then shrink again, you said it in the middle of the match, if he can win this game, I think he could come back and win the entire set. So it all hinged on that one game, and he almost pulled it out, because then after that, I'm sure we would have seen the fabled Yananga Mary matchup, and then it would have probably ultimately boiled down, assuming that he wins that 4th game, it would have come down to the Yananga Medusa matchup. So this close on a couple cards, a couple inches away from almost pulling one of the wildest comebacks I think I've ever seen in this game.
Mm-hmm. Gary, just what are your thoughts about that last game in the match overall?
Oh, well, you know I love aggro play, so that was a blast. I'm down for commenting that one game. that was a good one to go out on.
Yeah.
No, I thought that was really cool. I think that's true, that on paper it's not going to look as good as it felt. But I think one stat that should be put out there is Chad dealt 13 damage in the span of 1 health.
Yeah.
That's nuts.
That's what we call efficiency.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh man, yeah, and I think the Little Red Wukong game, Little Red ended with 1 health, I believe. So Chad was this close both times to just eking out a win with Sun Wukong. And I think if we played the match again, I think it'd be a very different outcome. But Connor, from your perspective, what happened this match?
I think, like we've been saying, Chad played extremely well. On paper, it'll look like he got demolished, but he made all of those games, even his Bloody Mary Sherlock game, a very tough match for Zero Skater. He played really well with Bloody Mary and Sun Wukong. He never got a chance to play Medusa, but he really proved himself. He obviously made it to the grand finals, so he's a very solid player, and he really showed his skills today, even though he lost.
I think very solid is definitely a little bit of an understatement, considering that these two players, Zero Skater and Chad, have made it to the grand finals. They're the final 2 players out of over 100. Like that, it's just been almost 2 months of just consistent high-level play from each of them, and I think, yeah, getting 3-0'd in the final is still a huge accomplishment for Chad. So Ethan, we saw how Chad was able to just bring that match back to being victorious. It would be like in the realm of possibilities. Do you think that speaks more to Chad as a player or the hero he was playing, Sun Wukong?
Well, that's a tough question. I mean, Chad is obviously excellent at recognizing the win conditions, and I think they were taking risks. Both of them were playing with a very low hand count from the start of that game, and the pivotal play was when Zero was able to maneuver to the high ground space and launch that 8 damage double attack. So using the high ground hit for 4 and then 4 again into the Wukong was the pivotal play there. And the ability for Chad to recognize what he had to do to even make that game somewhat close and be able to execute on it just shows how good of a player he was. So I think he did about as damn well as he could have.
Gary, you are one of the 4 tournament organizers, and Zero Skater, or John, is as well. So I'm assuming you know him decently well. What does this mean for him as a player going forward, now that he's won Winter of Champions and he also won Summer of Legends as well? So he has 2 huge tournament wins to his name. Just can you speak on that a little bit?
I mean, he always has a target on him, like perpetually in the community. It's basically get on stream and see if you can beat John. That's just how it always goes. So I mean, he had that before this. I think now, I don't know that it's necessarily more. I don't want to talk for him, so I'll let him comment on how he wants to proceed. But I do know that he opted to not participate in Release Rumble to avoid the perception of just dominating the format. So I don't know if we're going to see him take a break for a season, or if he might try something else. We'll have to wait and ask him.
And I have one more question for Connor before we get to the interview for the players. So, in Summer of Legends, Zero Skater and Wandering Caretaker, or Josh Tan, would practice and play each other a lot, and they made the finals. For this tournament, Zero Skater and Chadicular would practice and play each other a lot, and they both made the finals. So, what do you think it takes to beat Zero Skater now that he has 2 big wins to his name?
Well, I think Zero Skater, as has been mentioned so many times, is a very cautious, calculating player. I think you need to play outside the box. You need to play the character in a way that he can't formulate. If you play the character in the quote-unquote perfect way, you already have every possible perfect play scouted out. You have to kind of play in an abstract way, throw him off. If you can throw him off just a little bit, you might be able to kind of break the algorithm he's in and pull through with a quirky strategy.
And follow-up question for you, Connor. Do you think there are any upcoming Marvel characters or characters coming out after that might be good into a playstyle that John has? A little bit of a weird question, but
I think Zero Skater is always going to find a way to effectively play any character, but I think I'm not sure if any specific characters he'll enjoy playing, but he can win with any character.
Okay. So we have Chad here for a post-game interview. Let's see if we can pull him in real quick. There's a little bit going on behind the scenes from the technical side. There he is. Can you hear us, Chad?
Yes, I can.
Okay. First of all, I just want to say congratulations. You made it to the grand finals. This is no small achievement. This was a very impressive feat, and I think the box score doesn't necessarily give the full story of the match. You played 3 very close games. Those last 2, especially Little Red Wukong and Yanenga Wukong. I think not picking up a win is a little bit deceptive of to how you performed. But just what are your initial thoughts after finishing that last game there?
John is just really good.
I think we can all agree with you there.
Yeah, so just going into it, right? Throughout my tournament experience, there's just been a few critical moments, right? I wouldn't be here if I wasn't able to exploit bad positioning or bad decision making or something on my opponent's end. I know Chocolate Rain and I play a lot, and there was one game. I hate to rat it at him out like this, but I made a horrible decision, Robin versus Bruce Lee, and I forgot about the swap spaces G. I just had forgotten about it because the previous game, Yanenga versus Bruce Lee, that was the one G he didn't use. So I just totally forgot about it. And so he attacked an outlaw. He's got a ton of cards in hand, like 10 cards in hand. I made him overdraw on like a regroup into a regroup. There was a whole thing. And so he had so many cards in hand. So my goal was end his turn and then go ahead and do it. I had 1 defense's Robin in hand, and that was Defenders of Sherwood. And so he attacked the archer, or my outlaw, and I said, okay, I'm going to defend with the Defenders of Sherwood, draw a card, and throw another outlaw next to him so that I can basically pin him, and his 1 jump wouldn't have gotten him away from my archer, so that I could double attack him with highway robberies and stuff that I had. Anyway, I forgot about the swap spaces G. So if I'd let the archer die, or the outlaw die, great. He ends his turn, he's got a discard. But he didn't. He hopped right next to me and then just comboed me with no defense. So I went from 13 health to 3 health very quickly. Long story short, it came down to the end of the game where he decided to end in 1 green space on Sarpedon or the space immediately to the left of it. And he chose to end 1 space to the left. And so he was a little down in the deck count for me. And so the skies parted, the angels started singing, and I was able to maneuver and boost to 1 spot in the red, and basically he wouldn't be able to get to me, he'd fatigue out. So anyway, I had another game that there was a very similar thing there, and I think that has kind of carried me into the grand finals. I think I'm very good at exploiting bad positioning or bad plays, and not necessarily bad, just poor. I think would be maybe you could end here, but it might be a little better if you ended here.
So like suboptimal position.
Suboptimal is the perfect word. I don't want to say anything poor about my opponents. They were incredibly good opponents. But John just doesn't make suboptimal plays very often.
Or ever.
Yeah, he doesn't.
So
He doesn't make
think going
suboptimal
in with that. Yeah. So going in with that mentality of how I was carried into the finals, I think I was kind of maybe relying on that a little too much, rather than just playing optimally myself and just hoping that skill carries me in, rather than looking for the exploit strategy, as I mentioned. So who knows? But that's kind of my first thoughts here of where I am of just kind of thinking back to those games and such.
Okay. I probably should have done this first, but I'll cut over to Hat Chowder, or Connor. We'll see what he has to say. I wonder what he's gonna say.
You know, I kind of got one question for you, Chadicular. What happened?
And there it is.
I loved how you sugarcoated it for Darkblade, and you're like, what I mean by what happened,
Yeah, well,
what went wrong?
I wasn't aware he already knew about it, so I didn't want to seem like I was being rude to him, since he just off a loss. But if I had known, I would have been equally as blunt with him.
Yeah. So game 1, I could basically share what happened. I just didn't give enough time to how I was going to get 3 wins. So I hadn't thought through what fighters what matchups I was looking for, how I wanted to get my Medusa win, how I wanted to get my Wukong win, how I wanted to get my Mary win. So my thought process was, okay, Mary, right? She's good into two of his fighters. I'll get advantage. Great, I'll get an early win. If it's Sherlock, great. Then I want to deal with Sherlock for the rest of the game. But I wasn't thinking about how Medusa, I'm probably going to need advantage at some point with Medusa in order to get a win. Not necessarily, but with either Wukong or Medusa, I'm going to need a victory. I'm going to need advantage. And so I would either have an advantage with, Medusa Yanenga, Medusa Little Red, either of those options. And so I was like, okay, maybe I should have chosen Medusa first, expecting either Yanenga or Little Red. And if he chooses Sherlock, great. It's a matchup I've practiced against, and I feel it is a tad bit Medusa favored. So maybe I can get my win there early, and then I could say go Wukong for the exact same thing, or I go Mary, who I'm confident with Mary into both Yanenga and Little Red in disadvantage. If he chooses Sherlock, great. I was planning on losing that anyway, but he basically wastes his advantage because he's taking a matchup that he should win handily, in a position. So if I had given more thought to the early start, I definitely would have led Medusa, and because he led Sherlock, definitely would have changed probably the outcome, or at least put me in a better spot for the next two games. So I would say I felt like I didn't prepare just enough, like maybe even 10 more minutes of me thinking about this best of 5, pick ban and stuff. I think I probably would have done a little better today.
And then I'd like to piggyback off that a little bit. So not so much in terms of the ordering in which you played your fighters, but I really liked it the way your draft turned out, and obviously it's a little bit different than what everyone is accustomed to because it's a best of 5, meaning you're drafting 4, losing 1, and you have to win with those 3. Is there anything that you would have changed in your draft hindsight as far as fighters go? Not regarding the pick order so much, but are you comfortable with the cast of fighters that you had going into it?
Yeah, that's a great question. So here's my little pick ban card that I have. So not much notes, but basically I had said, okay, I want to go follower because 1, I'm more comfortable being follower, and 2, it gives me a little more reaction. And since follower, I really like follower in normal conquest. In a best of 5, it gives you even more to react to, in my opinion. So I liked being follower, and so I had kind of 2 scenarios drawn out. Either he takes Sherlock, I take Medusa, he takes Yanenga, I take his Little Red away from him because his Little Red is extremely good. Then he would take Wukong to basically guarantee that he can get Bigfoot for his 4th pick. So then I would take Robin, and then he would take Bigfoot, and then my pick from there would be either Muldoon, actually, or Bruce Lee. Bruce Lee into both Yanenga and Wukong, which I'm very confident with. So that was one strategy, and that was the one I was planning on doing. Now, talking with John, he actually would have picked Bruce Lee for his 4th instead of Bigfoot because he knows that's what I would have done. So that would have been a ton of fun if I had chosen that route. But anyway, my other option was for my 3rd pick, or my 2nd pick, I take Wukong instead of Little Red. He will take Red, and then I have Sinbad, who's good into both Red and Yanenga. I have Achilles, who I can play into Red and Yanenga. And there's Mary, who I can play into Red and Yanenga. So my thought process was force him to have Red and Yanenga, and then choose 2 of those 3 that I'd be confident with into them. And so that was my thought process. He then picked Bigfoot, right? I picked Sinbad, he picked Bigfoot, I picked Bruce, and then even with I picked Mary. And then even with the pick ban, I hadn't thought about him banning Sinbad. I was really confident he would ban Wukong, and so I banned Bigfoot. But on the off chance, I should have said, on the off chance that he doesn't ban Wukong, I should have banned Sherlock. And the reason for that is I think Mary does maybe a little better into Sherlock as into Bigfoot, but why should I care about that, right? Like, that's where my mind was, and that's why I did it. But it's a loss, right? I take the loss. So I'm not fighting for what's better because then I get Wukong into Bigfoot, which I am incredibly happy with. So that's where my mind went, because I also like Sinbad into Sherlock better than Sinbad into Bigfoot. But even then, it's a loss, right? If I have Sinbad, I have Sinbad into Yanenga, and I have Sinbad into Little Red. So I just didn't think correctly. So I was talking with John, and if either my pick ban, the ban part specifically, had gone better for me, or the hidden picks for the first game had gone better for me, I would have been in a good position. But for this, I had the raw end of both. The raw end of both, and so that definitely put me on the back foot. But all things considered, at least for game 2, I still saw a fairly clear path to victory for me. And even for that game 3, assuming I was able to pull out the victory with Wukong, I saw a path for victory for me still. Because we played Medusa Yanenga a handful of times. And Medusa has won a number of those. Yanenga has won a number of those. I felt ready for that. So, all things considered, I was fairly happy with how it turned out. But I will say I didn't do myself any favors.
Yeah, thanks for
Gary,
that. Thanks for your insight there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's always fascinating to hear just the strategies people come up with for pick ban, just because there's a lot of different ways you can play it. Gary, do you have any questions for Chad?
I don't know. I think he was pretty exhaustive with that. That was good.
Yeah, that was. I just want to reiterate like how much of an accomplishment this is. Making it to the grand finals, being on stream, it's something that not a lot of players can say they've done, and it's you've certainly proven that you are one of the top players in the game. This is your second consecutive grand final scheme. So just anything you want to say to people that like want to get to this level?
Well, it looks like the studies show practice with John. Situation up here. No, but in all seriousness, I was talking to John about this earlier. Pick ban. If you want to get better at this game, work on pick ban. Whether it's 30 minutes before your match or a couple hours before the night before. And that's what John and I did a lot. But to me, find a practice partner, sit down like on Vorpal or TTS, pull up, all the fighters, and then run through a bunch of scenarios and figure out what you're confident with, right? Pull up their fighter things. So just a little anecdote. I know I'm talking a lot, but for Release Rumble, right, there was only 4 characters, right? So there's only a handful of scenarios that it can go with. But basically, as leader, you either lead Wukong, Yanenga, or Achilles, and any of those lead to kind of similar end states. Some of them provide different fun matchups and stuff like that. But as leader for the Release Rumble for top 16, I picked Wukong. And my opponents were like, okay, what's the strongest fighter into Wukong of these 4? Or of these 3, right? Yanenga, Achilles, and Bloody Mary. Well, it's Yanenga, right? That's the strongest into Wukong, especially with map advantage. So my opponents would often take Yanenga, then I would choose Achilles, and then my opponent would choose Bloody Mary. So they would win a game probably with Yanenga against either Achilles or Wukong, but then they have to win with Bloody Mary against both Achilles and Sun Wukong, which are probably, in my opinion as a Mary player, 2 of Mary's worst matchups. In the same box with her, funny enough, but also one of her best. So just that pick ban carried me kind of most of the way, at least until top 4. That happened, I think, 3 times for my matches. which definitely helped me out. So I would just highlight to anybody who's looking to improve their games and such, I would just say work on pick ban, because what you want to do, there are kind of three scenarios. You get a bunch of even matchups through all the games, and it's player skill at that point. Player comfort with fighters. You might hope to get some 50-50 matchups, but they might be playing Robin, and they never play Robin, right? One thing that really helped me this pick ban is Mary, third pick Mary against Yanenga. I think I took that 3 times and I won each of those matches. I mean, not really too many people were doing that. And so a lot of people weren't expecting that. But in other games, if people did do that, but they're not experienced with Mary, they might still get a loss, even though because of that. So all that to say, I would just recommend working on pick ban, because you can either get a bunch of even matchups, you can get a 50-50, where it all depends on what the hidden pick for game 1 is, which I prefer to avoid at all costs because I don't want it to come down to that. Or you have the situation where someone is definitely advantaged against 2, both of their fighters are advantaged against one of yours, and so you kind of lead with them and just hope to get an upset there. Those are kind of the three things. At the high level, what we were getting into was even matchups. The player skill is going to come down to. But I would say if everybody worked on their pick ban a lot, then we would get that a lot more often, even throughout Swiss and all these things. And then just because of that, I would like to shout out to Palm playing against John. I think he had one of the best pick bans against John that I had ever seen, and I think John lost the pick ban. I think Palm was in a really good spot with the pick ban. Now, obviously, it's 0, right? And he's going to play well, and he's going to win. But just shout outs to him. You definitely saw that he had put a lot of thought into it, and definitely did well because of it. So yeah, those are kind of my thoughts. I think that's why I'm here today. Obviously, I do think I'm a good player. I think I play Bloody Mary well, and I think in this meta, she's really good into Yanenga, and so that's one of the reasons that it definitely helped me out. Sad that I couldn't bring her out on stream against Yanenga, but I wanted to go for the match win rather than just the game win. So.
Yeah, and we were discussing in the middle of that last match that we thought you had a very, very good shot at cinching the whole thing if you were able to pull that Wukong victory back, which you were, only a different draw or 2 off of being able to complete the comeback. Yeah, literally any different boost value. I think you guys were saying in the post game, a 2 value boost would have maybe changed the tide of that whole match. So yeah. Yeah, really well done, man.
Yeah, thanks. He has Wukong has 6 cards that are 1 value boost. A Wily Fighting, Fiery Eyes, which I had already played one of, and Phoenix Form, which I had already played one of, and I drew into it, and I'm like, ah!
Yeah.
But yeah, what a fun game to end it on. Honestly, that was a blast.
Obviously, you put on a show for that last one, definitely.
I definitely did a suboptimal play of hopping in the middle of that with only 1 defense. I just really didn't expect a double attack from him, but
yeah,
it is what it is, and you gotta play. Yeah, I mean, you gotta play, as Connor said, gotta play risky to take on Zero, and
absolutely.
Honestly, it almost worked out for me. That was that was so much fun. Yeah.
So you've had a life-changing experience, I guess, recently. You actually have a baby. You had a baby in the middle of this tournament, I believe. So what's your future look like in the competitive scene?
Yeah, thanks for asking. Great question. My hope was to win this tournament, and so that I wouldn't have to try hard as much the other one.
Yeah.
Or even if life gets busier, then necessarily even have to play in the other ones. Obviously, I would love to still be around, and that's my plan. But as you mentioned, right, we have a newborn, 6 weeks old, and I want to spend most of my time hanging out with him and helping out my wife where I can. So I think for sure I'm definitely taking a break after this tournament. Just give me some time. Just that, not that. I mean, I could honestly, literally, just sit down with my wife right now and play some Unmatched. So it's not that I'm tired of Unmatched, but just the competitive scene and some stress and anxieties of wanting to do well and stuff. I think I'll definitely take a break at least for a little bit. But I hope to be back and return. I think that's probably my last time playing in a match and commentating as well. I just had forgotten how much time that was on one day, and especially with a little one, that was a lot. Especially since my stream was about 3.5 to 4 hours, and then the second one was 6 hours. So I kind of wasn't expecting that, and so yeah, I think that's probably my last time doing that. So if I'm not in top 4 next time, I might commentate just one if y'all will have me back. But if not, I think I'll still be around, but maybe around for less practicing and such. But who knows? My wife, as I've mentioned, has been incredibly gracious with this hobby. Assuming we work plans out, I will meet most of y'all at Gen Con. Which would be a blast, getting to hang out with all of you and playing that there. So hopefully I hope to see most of you there and probably playing a ton of Unmatched before then. But yeah, great question. Thanks for asking. My hope is to remain in the community, but we'll see what Declan has in store for us.
Yes, you are raising the next great Unmatched prodigy along with Gary and Calvin.
Yeah, I don't know if you heard. Game 1, game 2, the first clone I summoned, I named Declan, and I did it, and then John immediately, like turn 2, boosted it or maneuvered in and killed Declan, and I was just like, all right, this is how this game is gonna go.
That's John for you, the bringer of despair and sadness. Connor, you have any closing remarks for Chad?
Yeah, Chad, you played exceptionally. Even though you got 3-0'd, each of the games were really tight. You played extremely well. You did very well to get to the grand finals. You did better than any of us commentators here. So good job with that. And yeah, have a good time with your kid.
Thanks.
Ethan, got any closing remarks for Chad?
Nope, I got all my questions out, but yeah, again, well done, man. We're glad to have you as part of the community, and yeah, hopefully you can stick around, and definitely would like to see you at Gen Con if you can make the trip.
Absolutely.
Gare, got anything for Chad?
Sure. Are there any announced characters that you're excited for that'll replace Mary as your main?
Oh, I've mentioned this a number of times, but hands down Houdini. Hands down.
Same.
I've no idea how he plays. I'm keeping that in the dark. That's probably my wife and I's most anticipated set. I think I don't know anything about Genie, but I think she'll probably tend to like him. And then obviously Houdini. I don't know much. If actually I don't know anything about him, and I'm trying to keep it that way. But hands down Houdini, regardless of where he ends in the meta, regardless of his play style, I will play Houdini religiously.
Oh man, imagine if I just said, well, he has this one card. I'd probably get found in the river the next morning.
Yeah, I would make sure to come to Gen Con and yeah, stay across from you.
Well, Chad, do you have any closing remarks? Just to comment on your tournament run?
Yeah, I know. Well, I know I have already talked quite a bit, but once again, would love to thank my wife and my son. I know he doesn't know what he's giving up, but I'm super grateful for them. Just my family. I know they were super supportive of this too, and my mother-in-law was watching at least yesterday. I don't think she was able to watch this morning, but she was cheering for me and watching, and that was just fun to have that too. So thank you, Andrea, if you are watching. But yeah, just shout out to all my opponents. I had some incredibly great games throughout it, especially Chocolate Rain. Sorry I couldn't do Wukong justice. A few misplays in game 2, and I think that cost me the game. But also John just taking the correct thing every stinking time. Who does that? Oh my goodness. But anyway, so yeah, just shout out to everybody who supported me. Shout out to all the commentators. Thank you guys. I don't think I thanked everybody for my first semifinals match here. And then I commentated for 6 hours and realized what a job it is. So just thank you guys for giving up some of your Sunday to do that and providing lighthearted commentary for everybody watching. And then just the TOs. So Gary, John, Joshua, and Noah. I am so excited for the next tournament. I hope to be able to play in it. If not, that's totally fine. I will watch a large amount of Unmatched. But just shout outs to you guys. You guys put in a lot of work of making basically a format that is both fun and competitive. I think I've never seen another community that has dedicated itself to doing that, right? You often see people who choose competitive formats, but they kind of force you to play into the meta. And then you have other things which are just fun, but aren't as competitive because of whatever the format may be. So just shout outs to you. I know you have to put up with a lot with forfeits and griping and all that stuff. So just want to let all those people know that everybody in the community loves y'all, and you do really good work.
Yeah, thanks you for. It was really interesting to just pick your brain about your post-tournament thoughts. You are an amazing player. You've proven yourself now twice that you are a grand finals caliber competitor. And honestly, it was just quite an honor and truly my pleasure to commentate with you yesterday and now for you today. And I think I can speak for all my fellow commentators right now, in addition to Ben, Jeremiah, and Mike, who were commentating the first 2 games earlier, that we wish you the best, and we're so happy to watch you today.
Thanks, that means a lot.
Mm-hmm. So thank you so much, Chad, for just being an awesome person. We're going to bring in Zeroskatr here. Yeah, there he is. There's the big man. Well, first of all, congratulations for winning.
Thank you.
You are now the 2-time champion.
Thank you.
Champion of the world for Unmatched. Just what are your first thoughts after winning again?
My first thought is, oh man, 2 in a row. Nobody's going to want me to play anymore.
Yeah, we're done playing with you, man.
Yeah, right. Nobody. It's like when you play a board game and you get too into it and too good, and then your friends don't want to play with you anymore.
Global ban 0.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, that's our only hope, apparently.
No, but honestly, I mean, Chad is just a fantastic player. We practiced a lot throughout the event. I already knew how good he was going into this, so it was just a blast being able to play the grand finals match with him of all people, because it kind of took a lot of the pressure off and the stress, and we were able to just sit down, have a good time, and play some Unmatched. And yeah, I mean, I couldn't have asked for it any better way, and it was just a blast.
Just to pick your brain a little bit on Game 3, what went through your mind when that second Ox form was revealed and put you down to, 1 health?
1 health. So, oh my gosh, that game was just insane, right? That was a roller coaster of a game. So, the beginning of the game, I knew I wanted to be aggressive, so he starts off with double maneuver, right, to set up his position. He's up in the hand count. I'm like, I don't care. I'm going to maneuver and I'm going to attack because I just want to push the aggression, knock his health down as fast as I can. And especially in that matchup, I'm okay going to a low hand count because I'm often going to just take attacks anyways. So what does it matter if I have cards in my hand or not, right? So I just knew I wanted to be aggressive, so I did, and I made some pushes, got some big damage early with boosting over the Tortoise form and whatnot, and he spawned some clones. And because of the threat of the Stallion charge, of course, he had to spread the clones out, which gave me more openings to hit Wukong himself, so I didn't even, bother with the clones. I tried to ignore them and just go for Wukong. And then I pulled off that
stallion charge into the double attack, and
Yeah.
I landed 8 undefended damage there,
Yep.
which was just absurd. I was like, oh no, like don't end it like this.
Yeah, it was looking pretty done at that point, and then things happened afterwards.
Yeah. Yeah, so it was insane. I was really kind of bummed, honestly, that just happened like that. And then we kept playing, and obviously he had all the clones on the board, and he positioned really smart, and I was at a really low hand count, so I had to take, an attack, and it was the first Ox, and it's like, okay, whatever, I still have a lot of health. So then I was just trying to pick off clones because he was positioning really well. I couldn't hit Wukong without wasting cards to boost, and I didn't have enough cards in hand to deal with that. So I was just picking off clones because he was at such low health, and I just wanted to finish him off and leave him with no options in the long run. And maybe I was a little bit too aggressive there and just wanted to hurry up and close out the game. And he pulled off that second Ox, and I was like, I cannot believe the game that we have on our hands now. I thought it was over, and here we are, like 1 health to 1 health, basically, and it was just ridiculous. But I was so happy. I was really hoping that he was going to pull out the win in that game. Obviously, I wasn't just going to throw it, right? Got to make him work for it, but it was a incredible game.
For sure. Connor, we're probably going to have to think of a different question, but maybe you'll just ask it anyway. Do you have a question for John?
Yeah, so Zeroskatr, Chadicular was talking about, he kind of skimmed your future plans for Unmatched. So what would you say for you, your plans are in terms of Unmatched?
That's a really good question. I know Taylor and Gary know this, and Mike, we have a group chat, and I've mentioned in there before, and I've mentioned to some other people, Chad being one of them. I really didn't want to win necessarily again. I mean, I wanted to play and have fun. I wanted to try hard and give people a challenge and see how far I could go yet again. I was hoping somebody would take me down, but I guess it's not fated to be, at least this time. So I would like to play in future events. But I would also be okay just kind of stepping down for a little bit and doing commentary and the organizing and, hosting the stream and whatnot, and just really like focusing on helping out other people getting better at the game. So I will definitely continue to stream and to play at least for fun and be a part of the community for sure. As far as entering the future tournaments, I don't know 100% yet. Maybe I'll just kind of leave that up to a group consensus. If people really want me to play more and try to take me down, maybe I'll be up for it. Otherwise, I think I might be okay stepping out for a while as well. So we're just going to have to wait and see.
Like Michael Jordan, he had a retirement and then came back. So maybe you'll do the same. Although you could also go down the path of Gary and just play Buffy set in competitive play.
It's always an option.
You probably still find a way to win.
Yeah, I'll just play Invisible Man, Jekyll and Hyde, and like Alice or something,
Mm-hmm. So I guess Gary, now that I just name dropped you have a question for John?
Do I have any questions for John? No, I talk to John all the time. I have no questions for John. No. So John, what change would you like to see in the meta as new sets come out?
Okay, so talking about the meta, that's a big discussion, right? But my thought personally...
I threw it at you.
Yeah, no, that's good. My personal thought is that the meta is actually in a really good spot right now. I think leader and follower is pretty balanced. In some rounds and against certain opponents, I really preferred leader strongly. And then in others, I really wanted follower. And it kind of just depended on my opponent and what I knew their comfort picks would be. For example, if I'm going up against a little red player, I wanted to be follower because I didn't want to give them little red as follower and open myself up to getting hit by the thing, the big blowout, turn 1 with the path. So against little red players, I really wanted to be follower. And then against certain other players, I would really want to be leader so I can guarantee I grab my Yanenga, right? So I felt like it was pretty even to 50-50 in which is better. You do see a lot of the same fighters over and over, and I know that's one of people's big complaints is that you always see the big 3. You're always seeing Yanenga and Little Red,
and you know, Wukong, and maybe some Robin Hood, Bruce Lee, but like I think that's like enough. In any competitive game, you're going to run into metas, and there's going to be the fighters who are always played because they're the best ones, and that's just, it is how it is for any competitive game. But I think we have a relatively diverse meta because, as Chad was talking about with pick ban, there's a lot of different ways that can pan out. And if you plan for it, there's a lot of different like variables and ways you can pivot to make things go a certain way. If both players are cognizant of what sort of optimal picks are and what they look like. And then in addition to that, you can try to go for optimal picks or a good pick ban, but like Chad said, if you're not familiar with a fighter, even if the stats say that that fighter has advantage most of the time with the win rate, you're not going to probably win it if you're not comfortable with the fighter. So there's still room for individual like personal preference picks that can really carry people. Like, not everybody maybe can do what Chad did with Bloody Mary, and maybe not everybody can do what I did with Yanenga, and that's part of the reason I really like being leaders, so I can grab Yanenga, because I just am really comfortable with her into almost every matchup, except for Sinbad, who I banned, I think, every single time I ran up against that. So, yeah, I think there is a lot of variability within the meta, and the thing you got to remember, too, is that although you might see a lot of the same fighters at the top of the tiers and in these matches, every single game is so different. No game plays out the same, and there's a ton of decisions and things that can change up the way the game pans out.
The big one using the big one.
That's right.
Ethan, you got a question for Zero?
Not really gameplay-wise, but I guess I'll steal Taylor's question that he keeps throwing at people is, which announced character are you most excited to play? I know you've been kind of withholding yourself from the Marvel sets or haven't gotten too much experience with them, but anyone out of the Marvel sets or Jurassic Park or Houdini that you're excited for in particular?
No, it's Genie Deenie.
Okay.
Genie Deenie.
Okay, buddy.
Yeah, that's a good question. So, I myself stay away from spoilers as best I can. It's kind of hard when I'm around all you people who love spoilers and just ask for them constantly. But, yeah, like, I'm not super big into the Marvel fighters just because I think I prefer the public domain ones. And so, not that I'm not excited for Marvel, I'm really interested to try them out, and I think it's going to be a lot of fun, and it's just fun trying out new fighters in general. But I think probably the Genie, if I had to say, from what I've heard about, because I heard he's just absurd in a way. Like, I heard he was super like aggressive and something that this game hasn't really seen, so maybe that's been toned down some since playtesting, but I've heard some crazy comments about Genie, so he's probably the one I'm most excited about.
I'm gonna straight ban you from playing Sattler right now.
That's
not allowed to play her.
See, a lot of people have said that, but I have no idea what she's all about. So we'll see. And like, I do play fighters, not all, but some fighters that I play, like Bigfoot and Alice. I play because I like the character and who they are, and so although I like Jurassic Park, I'm not like a diehard fan, so I don't really have a connection to the the fighters themselves. And come on, when you have Sattler up against a T-Rex, like, who's gonna win? You know?
I don't know. You're pretty horrible to play against with Invisible Man.
That's what I've heard. Sadly, I didn't get to pull out Invisible Man this tournament.
I talked about that.
Maybe see it in the best of 5 format potentially, but yeah, no opportunity really.
Right.
Yeah, a question I always asked when I was commentating your games was, are we going to see Invisible Man come out? And most of my fellow commentators were like, yeah, no chance.
Yeah, so kind of, Gary, to what you said about the meta change, right? Just make a meta that is more favorable for Invisible Man. And then I'm down for that.
And I have one last question for both you and Gary, I guess, as tournament organizers. Are there any changes or new implementations that are going to come in the future for the next couple tournaments?
We have to deliberate a lot about that.
Yeah, there's been a lot of discussion on that, and there are different routes we're going. There's different things we need to address. So we can't really talk about what changes we're making, but we can talk about what are problems we're looking to solve. So one of them is the perception of map advantage, position advantage. Another one is the perception of leader or follower advantage and whether or not that's staying balanced. Of course, we're seeing, what is it, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, between 5 and 6 new sets this year, which means 5 and 6 new maps this year. So the question of whether there needs to be a secondary map ban comes into play. And then finally, the biggest one is, as we're seeing a larger and larger influx of players every 6 months, our tournament scales are growing by orders of magnitude. So we need to respond to that volume of players in a certain way, and we haven't really settled on a clean solution for that yet, because we need to balance of accessibility against player expectation for time investment. And we found that this tournament in particular was really scraping the absolute limits of what we can ask from players.
Yeah, I would echo what Gary just said there. It's, you know, on one hand, we want to allow as many people as possible into these events so that we can grow the scene and let everybody have a chance to participate and have fun, you know? But on the other hand, it's like when you do that, you do get people who are maybe unaware of the time investment and how it's actually going to feel throughout. And then they maybe lose interest, or they just can't commit like they thought they would be able to. And they kind of miss some matches here and there, and some people drop. And that does kind of hinder the experience sometimes of the dedicated ones who do put the time in and stick it out all the way through. And it's just hard to balance that, because we want the scene to grow, because if we're not growing, it can eventually die off if people, you know, life happens. Look at Chad. He had a kid. He might not be able to play anymore. There's, you know, a lot of things. Sojourn, he said he's going to open up Sojo's Dojo, which super hyped about, of course, right? But if he's another top player gone, and not just the top players, but all the players. We had 100-something people sign up for this event, and we did have a handful of drops, so the final number is probably a little bit below 100, but still close. And so there's a lot of people involved, and if we're not growing, then we may fizzle out for the scene, which is what we want to avoid. So we want to make it accessible to the new players and get as many people involved as possible, but we don't want to hinder the experience of all of those who are committed and playing throughout. So it's really tough.
Another factor on the player base is it really serves as an opportunity for us when we're at the large conventions with Restoration, where we're able to run physical events, because it does give us some boots on the ground in a physical sense that we don't get in this community. Because honestly, if you're not on BoardGameGeek or on Discord or the Reddit, you're not going to be aware of these tournaments. But it gives us a really great opportunity where you can be walking past a table with 30 or 40 people playing this at Origins or Gen Con. And we are going to be running, I think close to a dozen events across the two of those this year. So similar to what we did last year, a couple of changes at Gen Con, so there's going to be some exciting stuff there. Gen Con's a little bit of a bigger show for us in terms of tournament exposure. So anybody who's coming out to either of those, we're looking for you guys to have a real good time with that. But it's important to us that we kind of have that physical showing there that sort of lets us flex the community in front of prospective candidates.
Thank you both for those
insight as far as the tournament organizer standpoint goes. Yeah, it's good to just have the transparency as to what you guys are doing.
Freak, I was just about to say thank you for the insight as tournament organizer. So that blew my mind right there.
You know, great minds think alike, as they say.
Mm-hmm. Oh, the best minds. So Ethan, while we're on you, do you have any final thoughts for Zero?
No, answered pretty much all my questions. Well done as always, John. Yeah, hope to throw some hands with you at Gen Con. Maybe I can get a leg up in person.
Yeah, man. Looking forward to it.
Connor, any final thoughts for Zero?
Congrats on being the first double champ.
Thank you, Connor. It feels great. Maybe I'll have to come back for a three-peat. We'll see.
Oh, boy. Gary, any final thoughts for Zero?
No. I have no final thoughts for you, John.
That's okay, Gary. We talk all the time.
Yeah.
Zero, thank you for being a great competitor, a great player, a great community member. Thank you for organizing the tournament. You are truly one of the standout members of the community, and I just applaud you for all your effort into growing the scene and whatnot. It was a pleasure commentating for you this weekend. Unfortunately, we never got to commentate together, but I did have fun in your shoes hosting while you were busy winning the championship. So any last words for the audience here?
Yeah. First of all, thank you guys, Taylor, Ethan, Gary, Connor, as well as Jeremiah, Ben, and Mike. Everybody who's commentated, even Zahn, who commentated with me on yesterday for the first semifinal. So all the commentators, thank you so much for doing that. It is a big task. And although at least I hope it's fun, but I know it's a lot of work as well. It's kind of exhausting. And it's a big commitment. So thank you all for doing that. Really appreciate it. And thank you to all the players, again, who played in this tournament, and all my opponents. They were fantastic people, all of them. I really enjoyed all of my matches. And thanks to, you, Gary, and then Joshua and Noah for helping me TO this thing. And I couldn't do it without all you guys. It's a lot of work that goes on behind the scenes, and I really appreciate all that. And everybody who's watching the stream right now, thank you for watching. I know some of these streams are quite a marathon to watch, but anybody who's sticking through, really appreciate the viewership, because a lot of time and effort is put into these streams, a lot of love, and it's, the response from people makes it all worth it. So thank you all for watching. And I guess I want to shout out to everybody who supported me throughout the event as a player. So thanks to Chad for being such a great practice partner throughout the whole thing and a great competitor. And all you guys too. I know I've talked to all of you about Unmatched, so just thank you to all of you for just being friends and hanging out playing Unmatched, and to any of my family who's watching. I know my girlfriend Harley, and probably with my cat Taz. So shout out to you guys. Thanks for watching while I'm away. So appreciate that. And yeah, it's just been an incredible experience overall. Anybody who enjoyed watching me play, I guess, or even commentate, check me out on Twitch. It's just twitch.tv/zeroskatr12. And I host games for people, and I play against them on stream just for fun, for, tourney prep or ranked ladder now, or I'll be testing the new Marvel fighters soon. So if you want to check it out on Twitch and join in, please do. Check me out on YouTube as well. I'm trying to keep putting out content for Unmatched. Some strategy stuff, some deck reviews, tier lists, all that good stuff. And so that's just zeroskatr12 on YouTube. And I do want to shout out Frank and by extension Chad, who Frank created the UM League website, which is a big new development for the Unmatched community. And it's just a fantastic website that has tons of data and stats from all these logged games. And that is where we host the ladder tournaments, or not tournament, but competition, where it's basically like an in-between of casual and competitive play, where you just go on the Discord, you look for a game, and you have ranks, so it's bronze, silver, gold, hero, legend. So you got 5 different ranks, and you got certain levels within, and each time you win, you go level up, and then you rank up, and you're just trying to climb the ladder. And it's a really fun experience because you can play as many games as you want, whenever you want, basically, and it's had a ton of activity as of late. And I think that's really helping out the community and the competitive scene to grow and sustain players. And so huge thank you to Frank for developing such an incredible website. And like I said, by extension, Chad, who also works with Frank on some of the programming stuff, including the Discord bot and all that. So thanks to them for creating such an incredible platform that helps us grow as a community, even outside of these big tournament events.
Throw a quick stat on UM League. If you guys haven't checked the current ladder season, we started on April 4th, Monday?
Yep.
Yeah. So in 6 days, 6 days, we've seen 243 games played. So we're averaging 40 games a day right now.
Wow.
Awesome.
That is
I
great
think
to hear.
the cutoff on season 1, after things always trail off towards the end, but even season 1, I think at the end of it, we had averaged 4 games a day.
That's
Something like that. At one point in time, season 1 was running strong, that there was more than 1 game an hour running at all times on average.
Wow.
That is
You love to
crazy.
see it.
Insane.
You love to see it.
Absolutely.
So one more thing, of course, before we end here, though, Taylor, I don't know. I guess since you're the host, I'll let you have any more closing statements. But then, of course, we got to get Alan on camera.
Yes. I was just gonna say thank you to a bunch of people. One of them being Alan, the big man himself. He is the one who created this beautiful production. He's running it behind the scenes like he's a tech wizard. Everyone in the chat should be really thankful for this man, because without him, like, I don't think this is possible. So, Alan, do you just have anything to say?
I was gonna say no and then say something. So yes, I do have something, I guess. You know, every now and then people in chat will just drop stuff saying like, you know, sometimes comparing the production to maybe like some really high level esports production, and that always feels really good. Or just saying like, you know, talking about the graphics and stuff and saying how good they look. And there was someone yesterday asking, you know, for new fighters that come in, is it any easier to do those deck highlights now that the rest has been done? And I was like, no, not really. Like, it's still as much of a pain in the butt. And they were like, yeah, that's what I figured. And they were like, well, it's appreciated. And, like, when people say stuff like that, it means the world to me. So I appreciate y'all, everyone that watches it, shares it around. Thank you guys. Every additional viewer we have makes me feel better about it. I usually try and shrug off the viewers, not shrug off the viewers, but the view count, and not let it, you know, get to me and be like, it's not like a reflection of the production quality or whatever, but, you know, the more viewers we get, the better it does feel. So, so I appreciate everyone that watches and tunes in and shares. It means a lot to me. So,
on that note, really quick, let's give a shout out to the Restoration Games team real quick. They are incredibly supportive of all community endeavors. So they're regularly blasting stuff out on Twitter to support any kind of content that everybody's doing, whether it's podcasts, individual channels, even little art assets, custom maps, stuff like that.
Yeah, huge shout out to Restoration Games for being so supportive of everything. Not just these official sponsored events, but like you said, Gary, all the community stuff that goes on. Just they're just the greatest, right? I've never seen a company so kind and interactive with their community, and it's just really incredible. So yes, thank you to everyone on the Restoration team.
And something I wanted to, I guess, end on is that this isn't necessarily the culmination of just a few individuals. While it may seem like that with Alan and the TOs and Restorations, this is just a big community coming together. There's so many moving parts. So many people have made this tournament possible. Obviously, the TOs, Alan, Restoration, but like the people at Vorpal, the people who do commentary, the actual players, people like Frank with League. It's amazing to see, and I just really want to highlight that. It's just so many people coming together, and I really love the community. That's one of the reasons why I stay with the game. The game is wonderful. It's an amazing game that has so much strategic depth that I love exploring, but it's really the people I'm playing against and talking about the game with that keeps me coming back. And I think that's a sentiment that most of us can share, which just means, Alan, you need to start playing the game.
Yes.
We'll see. Well, okay, then what happens when I make it to grand finals, huh?
Yeah, then we're
Then
doomed.
who's running the stream?
Yeah, then I don't know how to do all that.
No, another thing that I was going to say, I kind of forgot to mention it. Shout-outs to all you commentators, because it's there. like you said, there's a lot of moving parts, right? And it's not just one of us. It's not just this isn't a good production just because, you know, I have all these nice looking assets that I put together. Without you guys to talk about stuff and to, you know, have that whole presentation, it would just be, you know, flashy art, which, you know, only goes so far. So, you know, shout outs to you guys because I don't say this, I don't say this lightly, but like you guys really carry the stream. And you make my life a lot easier because I've done a number of different productions. I started off with like competitive Super Smash Brothers, and a lot of times when we would have pools matches, we wouldn't really have, you know, at some smaller tournaments, not like big nationals, we wouldn't have a commentary schedule set for pools because, you know, a lot of those people are out playing their pools matches. And so it would just be, you know, open auditions or whatever you want to call it. And it's like, you know, whoever wants to commentate, please do, because we got to have someone on commentary. And there were times that we had some bad commentary, and let me tell you, it's it's hard to describe, but as the like stream producer, it makes you feel like you are doing a bad job if there's bad commentary, because it's like there's this horrible thing that's going on and I can't do anything about it. So the fact that you guys do a good job, and that's, you know, I can sit back and not have to worry about that or stress about that, it's great. So I appreciate everything that you all have done, and you guys putting up with all of my, I guess, like bossiness. And stream doesn't see this, but I'm constantly shooting messages at them in the Discord, you know, as we're transitioning between the deck highlights and the board highlight and stuff like that. Giving them, like, demanding, like, oh, hey, don't forget about this. This is what we need to do next. And so I really appreciate that you guys put up with all that and kind of take it in stride and put on a good production.
So I guess I'll just go around and let everyone just give their final thoughts on the tournament. Ethan, you got any thoughts?
Yeah, just to piggyback off of Alan real quick, the feeling is definitely mutual. So, I mean, we just help each other out. The production makes it easy to commentate, and the commentary helps you out, and it's just, yeah, moving pieces, everyone coming together. But biggest shout out to the community. I mean, Darkblade talked about it yesterday, and Caesar in his semifinals match. They're relatively new players to the game, and they said that their biggest resource as far as getting into competitive and just playing is the people that they're playing with. So we're very fortunate to have such a welcoming and friendly community and people who are willing to educate people, even if it means, you know, increasing the strength of the field. So I think we're very fortunate in that regard. But yeah, happy to be a part of it, and I enjoy it heavily. So yeah, just really pleased to be here.
And Freak, you have a Twitch channel, correct?
Yeah, so I stream pretty regularly. I try and stream at least like twice a week, so either it'll be the ranked ladder on UM League. So I don't know if we gave an official link to the website earlier, but it's umleague.net for anyone who's interested in kind of dipping their toes in the water as far as semi-competitive play goes. I think it's a pretty good stepping stone. If you are interested in what you saw here today into diving into like a conquest format, I think it's a good intermediate step there. But my Twitch is _freak_. I don't really put anything on YouTube. I might dive into that in the future, but yeah, just follow me on there if you're interested in anything.
I really hope to see you join the YouTube space, just like Chad. Chad, if you're listening, make that YouTube channel. Gary, any closing remarks on the tournament?
Nothing really significant to add, but if anybody managed to make it here watching this and they're not on the Discord, please join the Restoration Games official Discord. It'll help keep you up to speed on everything we have going on. You'll get tidbits on upcoming sets. You'll be able to interact with people who are doing public playtesting for Restoration Games, so you get a look behind the curtain at some upcoming sets. And there is a tremendous iceberg of a community that you're only seeing the tip of. This is the extreme competitive end of the community. There's a massive, massive fan development community that I would say at this point has probably created an amount of content for this game that eclipses what Restoration could possibly publish in 100 years.
And you are actually a key contributor on some of those like custom contents. You want to plug your custom deck at all?
No, why would I do that? I haven't published any in I haven't published any in 2 months. I broke 200 and I'm like, I can rest.
And look back at a grateful universe. Well, thank you very much, Gary. Connor, you have any closing remarks on the tournament?
I think this was a great tournament, and thank you again to the tournament organizers and Alan.
You have some merch to plug, I think?
I forgot. So as some of you may know, I like to ask all the losing players in Unmatched what happened. And now so can you, without having to say a word. So if you go to TeePublic and look up Hat Chowder, you're going to see some beautiful What Happened designs. And then you can just easily disrespect all of your losing opponents.
The link's in the chat.
Yeah, well said, Connor.
I need one for Gen Con, I'll say that.
Alan, you got any final remarks for the tournament?
Not really. Just thanks everyone for coming out, and see you next time. And might be some neat content coming in the future. We'll see.
Okay, I'll save the best for last and go now. My name is Baked Goods. It was a pleasure for me to be commentating this weekend, especially hosting. It was a lot smoother than I expected it to be, mostly thanks to my amazing commentary teams that were with me and Alan helping out behind the scenes. I am Baked Goods. I have a YouTube channel. You can go check me out for more Unmatched content. And that's really all I have to say. Thank you so much. And now I'll hand it over to John. Take us home, Zero.
All right, Taylor. Well, first of all, thank you so much for hosting. I'm sure you did a fantastic job. You know, I didn't get to watch a bunch of it as I was playing, but from all the interviews that I've seen you do for the other players and even my own and all that, you did great. So we're really well done. I'm really thankful to have you step up to the plate and handle that for me. So thanks so much for that. And that's going to do it for Winter of Champions 2022, guys. So keyword 2022, right? Maybe there will be another one of these next year. But that's going to do it. It was an incredible event. I hope everybody enjoyed it, from the players to the spectators and the commentators, and everybody involved did just such a fantastic job. So I'm really thankful to have everyone be a part of it. And I'm really looking forward to more in the future. So thanks again to Restoration, Big Time, and the guys at Vorpal, and all the commentators, the players, the viewers, just everybody involved. Really, really great job, and happy to be a part of this whole community. So until next time, everybody, take care.
Yeet.